What's going on, party people? This is another live stream on the Center Hub's YouTube channel, Twitter, X, whatever you refer to it as nowadays. We are going to be here for 5 hours, the next 5 hours throughout the remainder of the duration of the NBA trade deadline. Andrew, don't look so happy to be here.
All good.
As you guys know, my name is Stephen Bagel. I will be hosting basically for the entire duration of this next 5 hours. I am joined by Conrad Pascal. You can follow him on Twitter at CP3_777. You can follow Andrew at Andrew. I know you just got your new account. Andrew S Hoops 2.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. Follow them. Andrew's been doing a lot of bracketology, college basketball stuff. Conrad obviously does the NBA, the college, and the women. So shout out to him for having his hands in so many cookie jars, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that's an actual terminology, but we're going to use it. Okay. We typically don't have previous years, I'm saying, a whole lot to talk about early in the morning this trade deadline day. This year, I think there's already been 14 trades that were made, something like that.
Damn.
Maybe even more. But nonetheless, we have plenty to talk about, even if nothing else really transpires today. So, Conrad, Andrew, first of all, how are you guys doing today?
Excellent. It's early out here in the Bay Area. We are, it's Super Bowl week, right? So it's been really active out throughout the Bay, right? A lot of, people coming in, traveling. You see all like the cool, celebrities, personalities, concerts, in San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose. So yeah, it's definitely been a very lively week, to say the least. And then there's the NBA trade deadline.
Well,
yeah, I'm good. Big day, obviously, in the NBA, and hopefully some things go down here over the next 5 hours or so. Some bigger names, but obviously, like you said, Stephen, a lot has moved, and I know we'll get into it and figure it out, and see who won and lost all these trades.
So I'm refreshing Twitter as we're talking just to see anything else that's.
So I can break something now if you want.
I have something to break too, so you go ahead. It's probably the same thing.
Probably the same thing. The Lakers are trading Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second-round pick to Atlanta for Luke Kennard.
Okay, that's how we're starting the show.
Yeah, so there you go.
So we need to get Corbin's opinion because we know Corbin is our resident Gabe Vincent fan. Corbin Ford will be joining the show with us in the next hour. So we'll have to get his take. Let me ask either one of you, what trade, I suppose, that's already happened has been, I suppose, the most surprising, let's say? I think the easy answer is probably Jaren Jackson Jr. going to Utah. I did do my 30-team NBA trade deadline primer for the Center Hub Substack. And in that, for the Memphis Grizzlies, I had them in the category of sellers for the right trade. Well, clearly that right trade came with the haul they got for Jaren Jackson. I did say don't be surprised if they move Jaren Jackson before they move Ja, just because Jaren is the one that has the value of those two guys. But also, I don't think Jaren's the number one option. And I think Memphis recognized that and said, okay, well, if we're trading Ja, we already traded Bane, we're going to need him to be our number one option. So yeah, I don't want to say I'm surprised Jaren was traded, but I do think the landing spot of Utah was, the surprising aspect, I'll say. Andrew, how about you? Is there anything that's happened so far this week that's really surprised you?
I would agree with Jaren Jackson Jr. going to Utah. I mean, that is a very strange place. I thought if they were going to trade him, he would have been on more of a competitive team. But I would say for me, it has to be James Harden going to Cleveland. I had when he was, I should say when in the offseason, I anticipated him being there for a while. I really didn't think it was going to get to this point where, they had an investigation with Kawhi Leonard and there was that whole saga. And then now James Harden's in Cleveland. I don't think anyone could have predicted James Harden going to Cleveland. Maybe traded if the Clippers had a bad year, they want to sell, that sort of thing. But I don't think Cleveland was a destination on most people's lists for James Harden. Look, Cleveland obviously has to go all in. It's a team that, has failed to meet expectations last couple of years with Donovan Mitchell. And, Darius Garland is young and he's had some injuries over his career, and they need more experience, which Harden brings. Now, Harden is not great in the postseason, historically speaking, but he is a much better talent than Garland. He is a more, seasoned player. So I can understand why they did it. I think it was a little bit surprising that it, again, similar to Jaren Jackson Jr., that it was Cleveland for James Harden.
Yeah. And it's worth noting, just from a financial perspective, like James Harden, we know he wants to just continue to get a payday. And Steve Ballmer, like, given he's the richest owner in all of sports, like, there's usually an expectation when I think that's an issue why he requested Clippers, because he knew Ballmer would pay him. And Harden's been good. Like, he's averaging the most points he's averaged in, I think, the last 6 or 7 years. Like, he's been good this year, but even the Clippers, I guess, with the uncertainty with Kawhi's situation and everything, just couldn't, I suppose, commit to another, 2 or 3 year extension. Conrad, how about you? Which is the biggest surprise to you so far of trades we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like in the same line of thinking that you guys have. I'm not necessarily surprised of any of the players that were moved. It all makes sense. It's the destination, or right, like who actually acquired them. I'm really surprised at how aggressive Washington has been as buyers. So specifically Anthony Davis. Again, we'll get into it. It's totally understandable why they would be willing and eager to kind of capitalize on an opportunity that presented itself. But, I think, I don't know, I'd say maybe like the last 2 years, Washington's front office has been kind of garnering a little bit more optimism amongst fans. I think, fans have been happy that the last 2 years, at least, they weren't really making a lot of short-sighted decisions, that they really were taking kind of a long and patient, I wouldn't say long, but a more patient and methodical approach to rebuilding their roster. So, again, I'm not against them going after Anthony Davis for the price. I think it definitely helps out Alex Sarr. And again, we'll talk about the benefits and the nuances, but I am surprised that they just got out ahead of it really early. And maybe that was, part of their plan. But yeah.
Poor Corbin isn't even on, and he's already catching strays. Julian Mendelson, obviously executive at the center hub. Corbin must be devastated his superstar Gabe Vincent is gone. His sweet baby Gabe Vincent. Yeah, Conrad, I think in terms of Anthony Davis to the Wizards, you're right. And this is actually an aspect that Corbin and I talked about on Bird Rights and Indie Basketball the other night. Before Anthony Davis was traded to the Wizards, we were actually referencing Jaren Jackson to the Jazz. And I said, look, teams don't have the same, patience they used to have when they're tanking. Like, we've seen, even the process Sixers was only, I think, 4 years of really tanking. But teams are doing 2-3 year tanks. We saw Houston have the worst record in the NBA for 3 straight years. Then they used their cap space to sign Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and they tried getting Brook Lopez. Then, 2 years later, they're not trading for Kevin Durant. These teams are not doing these long rebuilds anymore. So if a team like Utah could expedite the rebuild and get Jaren Jackson, or a team like Washington could expedite their rebuild and get Anthony Davis and Trae Young, that seems to be the new era of tanking we are in, especially with these reform lottery odds where we saw, Dallas make the play-in and still find a way to get Cooper Flag. Atlanta made the play-in the year before that, got the number 1 pick and took Shai. So with that said, I think these teams aren't necessarily, we need to bottom out for this long extended period of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, Conrad. Now, since Conrad brought up Anthony Davis to the Wizards, let's talk a little bit about it. The thing I'm most intrigued by with Anthony Davis going to the Wizards is the fact that he's going to want an extension. Trae Young's going to want an extension. And I don't see a scenario where they trade both of them. Extend both of them rather. But here's the deal that as it went down, it was Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Washington Wizards in exchange for a bunch of expirings: Chris Middleton, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley, and then obviously AJ Johnson, who's the only non-expiring there. They got a 2026 OKC first, so that's likely to be pick 29 or pick 30 in this year's draft. A 2030 Warriors top 5 protected, and then 3 seconds. So 2026 Phoenix, 2027 Bulls, and 2029 Houston. What do we think? I mean, in terms of the value, is this fair value for Anthony Davis?
I mean, given that he is again, as you were saying, right, he is expecting a contract or a contract extension on top of the fact that really his availability has been in question for, well, almost the entirety of his career, right? He's only getting older. I mean, he's 31, but like he's an old 31 based on like his NBA mileage. So it's understandable. Again, I think, as they saw like how he kind of got to the Lakers in the first place, right? With kind of like those contract extension demands, kind of limits the number of suitors, right? That would be a little bit more willing to take that on. So as you said, I mean, from Washington's perspective, they didn't really give up anything of significant value, right? Nothing that would basically hamper their cap or roster building flexibility. So, I mean, like, again, it's just interesting. I just find it really interesting that, like, as our TCH stalwart Julian Mendelson is saying here in the comments, kind of surprised about how quickly the Wizards went all in. And it's true, but again, like if you're looking at this from the perspective of bringing in Anthony Davis and again, also Trae Young a couple weeks ago, if this potentially slides all their young guys into their ideal or optimal like positions, and that ends up helping kind of expedite their player development, then this makes sense, right? Again, but as fellow TCH member Maxwell Geiger, and he can't be on today, but he did send me a message. These moves look great as long as they don't give Trae Young and Anthony Davis a contract extension. So we'll see.
Yeah, and again, I think they're going to have to pay one of the two, if not both. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, look, I mean, Conrad's right. At the end of the day, the Wizards didn't give up a lot, for Anthony Davis. But at the same time, the injury history is a concern, right? I mean, this is a guy that misses what feels like half the season every year for the last 10 years. I mean, it's unfortunate because he's a really talented player. And sometimes I think people forget ownership plays a major factor in some of these deals, right? They're saying, we're not making enough money. Even if they lose a lot of games, Anthony Davis and Trae Young are still all-star caliber players that will put fans in seats. That is going to happen, regardless of how many games they're winning. Those are two very well-known players for even casual fans. So I get it from their perspective. The Wizards are saying, well, we didn't give up a lot, and, we're sick and tired of being the franchise that is the laughing stock of the league for the last, handful of years. And those two guys alone will put, people in the stands. But at the same time, I understand Maxwell's concern there, which is, you don't want to extend either one because of, past history with each player, right? Davis's injuries. Trae Young is not a great defensive player, as we know. He's more of an offensive stats player. And a lot of people, including myself, believe he's not a winning player. But he obviously hasn't played. He's been hurt. He's had some injuries here. And I'm very curious to see what they do financially with the two of them. Do they keep both? I mean, you're the cap guy, Steven, so you would know, that they probably need to sign one or both long-term. I agree with Maxwell that I wouldn't sign either one of them long-term. I think you have to watch this play out, get them on the court together, see how that works. Because pick and roll is going to be great with those two guys. I mean, Trae Young is one of the best pick and roll point guards in the NBA. but the defense for Trae Young is definitely a concern. But I agree with Conrad 100%. The Wizards gave up nothing. It's kind of like they have nothing to lose here. But I'm a little bit confused on, again, the acquisition of both players.
The funny thing is, like, for what the last, basically since Anthony Davis got to the Lakers, right? He's been like, I don't want to play center. I don't want to play center. And he's going to play center for the Wizards.
Right.
I mean, no, it's true, right? I mean,
yeah,
ideally, right? They've been talking about, they've wanted to bring in, they being the Wizards, they've wanted to bring in another big to slide Alex Sarr back to the 4, right? I think they feel that is his more natural position, and I would have to agree. I think definitely, well, yeah, actually, offensively and defensively, let's be real. I think he does the most damage on the perimeter. I think that actually is his strength. So, again, I like it for that reason. But, again, if this ends up becoming like just a number of overpaid short-term gains, then it definitely loses a lot of appeal. But it's interesting. I mean, again, going back to what Steven was asking, at this to begin this segment, like, was this a fair return for Anthony Davis? Like, I mean, like, it speaks to really, again, his market, or perhaps lack thereof. I really thought like he would have been a nice contingency plan for my Golden State Warriors. I mean, ultimately, again, what did Washington give that they couldn't top, right? But I get we'll get to some Warriors talk later, but it's just interesting that for a year, especially in the East, because the East, they're not really, the Wizards obviously aren't going all in for this year. I wouldn't even be surprised if Anthony Davis doesn't even play this season, right? Let's guarantee that Wizards guarantee that they maintain their pick this season. But what I'm saying is, given the ambiguity in the Eastern Conference, even in the West, really, like, you wouldn't think like maybe one quote unquote contender would have bit on Anthony Davis. Like, hey, yeah, you could be like our X factor, right? A guy who could take us, over the top. We'll just save you for the playoffs. But yeah, man, I mean, the market is what the market is.
I mean, the speculation was that Anthony Davis was going to end up in like Atlanta or Toronto, a team like that, like a middling Eastern Conference team that hopefully thought they could use Anthony Davis to expedite whatever they have going on right now. I'm so a believer that Toronto's probably going to walk away this deadline with Domantas Sabonis today. I still believe that is a real possibility. So we'll have to see how that plays itself out.
Yes.
So let me
show Jake Fisher saying, I'm told the plan is for Atlanta to keep both of Gabe Vincent and Buddy Hield. Yes. Yes.
Wow. That is some combo.
This is a vibes backup backcourt.
So obviously there's a lot of trades that we need to discuss in terms of what already happened. Oh, we have the belief that Giannis Antetokounmpo will be traded today.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no.
Yeah. I personally think it's no also.
Yeah. I'm also in the contingent to say probably not today. Last week, I think I said there was a 50-50 shot, but like it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Like, the Bucks don't want to be the franchise that traded away an all-time great player that's still somewhat in his prime, and Giannis doesn't be the bad guy that asked out. So until one of the two will come to those senses, they're just going to keep playing this ring around the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game of chicken.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is at the end of the day. And listen, it's when you're trading a guy of this caliber, you don't know when you're getting a guy of this caliber ever again in your franchise. That's the issue. Remember how long they had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 70s. Think about how long it took them to get Giannis. So it's a scary proposition for the Bucks because you're basically admitting, okay, we're going to be not competitive. I mean, I don't know if that's the right word, but we're less of a championship contender, obviously, without him. And I just think it's more of an offseason move. There's so many moving parts. It's just an offseason move where you're going to need multiple draft picks involved and multiple players involved. It's just a complicated deal to get done in the short period of time like this.
Well, I think the problem, though, is, like, make no mistake, I definitely understand Milwaukee's front office, like, their rationale if they want to push this into the offseason, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. In my opinion, what that does is it creates more suitors, but I don't think it necessarily creates more lucrative or enticing trade packages, right? I think front office philosophies are just a lot different now. Like, I think if they are truly like like the teams that have like the most immediate appealing draft picks, basically the tanking teams, those front offices aren't looking to bring in a 31 going on 32-year-old big who, let's be real, is dependent on his athleticism and has been have had some difficulties lately staying on the floor, right? So like there will be more suitors, they will be contenders, but those contenders, like they're not looking to blow up their team to acquire Giannis. Like, for example, if Minnesota hypothetically does this and they move, like, say, Jaden McDaniels, make no mistake, Jaden McDaniels is a great player. Does he have a place on Milwaukee? You know, maybe not. Like, I think
it would be a 3 to 14 deal.
Right. Yeah. See, and that's what I'm saying, right? Like, the whole moving McDaniels is really his value to Milwaukee is his ability to get them more draft capital.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Like, it's weird because the idea of them trying to hold out to somehow get, young prospects and draft picks, like, I think it's going to be one or the other. I think it could be very, desirable young prospects or draft capital. I just fail to see one team being able to land all, at least one that's like some kind of no-brainer Godfather offer.
So what I'll say is if Minnesota finds a way to pull off Giannis without any draft capital, because they don't have any of their own first-round picks that they could move, that would be miraculous, in my opinion. And I know Tim Connelly is a great GM, but again, being able to land Giannis without giving a single of your own pick would be very impressive work. I mean, like, I'm sure they could get Pullman involved. Pullman's been the popular facilitating option for Giannis deal because they own the Bucks picks in 2028, 2029, and 2030 from the Damian Lillard deal. So would Pullman want Jaden McDaniels when they already have Tamani Kamara and Denis Advisor? Like, that's what I'm not sure of. But Pullman's been a very popular third destination. Then you probably have to find somewhere to reroute Julius Randle as well. So maybe that's a team like Atlanta or something, and maybe they would give a first. Then all of a sudden, Milwaukee has 3 firsts coming back for Giannis, plus Jeremy Grant's bad money, and maybe they get Scoot Henderson for taking Jeremy Grant's. Like, it had to be real creative, like Conrad said, like as a 3 or 14 deal for Giannis to land in Minnesota, really.
Yeah. Which, again, is why I totally understand if they want to push it back to the offseason where they have more time and more teams who now have the ability to get in on it. We'll see. I don't know. Like, it's, if he had been a little bit more, he being Giannis, if he had been a little bit more declarative about what he truly wants to do. In other words, I wouldn't say put pressure on the Bucks front office, but again, just make it known, like, no, like, I want to move. But kind of like this whole sitting on the fence thing definitely makes it a little bit more difficult. Wow, look at that.
There you go. Conrad, was that the end of your thought, or did I sidetrack you?
No, that was the end of my thought.
Okay.
Good timing.
I know.
Okay, we have another comment here.
Excellent segue.
From Galaxy Z. Thoughts on the Jazz? Again, like, teams just don't have the same appetite to rebuild for a long period of time as they do anymore. The Jazz figured, and Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, obviously in that front office, thought, okay, we're going to have Larry Markkinen, rather than moving him and expediting the street and making the street even longer. let's expedite it and trade for Jaren Jackson. So now they have Larry Markin and Jaren Jackson. Walker Kessler's a restricted free agent this offseason. That is a very fun front court. And honestly, Keontae George being as good as he is, he's a potential candidate for most improved player in the NBA this year. I feel like because of Keontae George being this good, that helped the Jazz in their decision to go after a guy like Jaren Jackson, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. You guys had kind of touched about the Jaren Jackson trade a little bit earlier. And in terms of kind of the dynamics of why Memphis would do this and everything like that. And on the flip side, why the Jazz would then be interested as a buyer, as a taker. Oh, hey. But I think Jaren Jackson Jr., I mean, Steven, you kind of touched upon this earlier, with his extension saying to kick in. If you're Memphis, you kind of look at it and you say, hey, this is a good player, but he's not a great player. He's not a 1A kind of guy. Does it make sense, especially at this point where you've sent out Bane? You already have talks about Ja will eventually be moved. Does it make sense to have a guy who's being essentially kind of paid like a 1A player, stay on this team, take up the cap and everything like that? I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. has been a very interesting player for me to kind of analyze these last couple seasons. Make no mistake, I mean, his reputation is well deserved, as being a pretty solid defensive player. Obviously, he won a DPOY. But what I'm trying to get at is these last couple of years, as the roster around him moved, as there was a lot of roster turnover, I don't want to say that he was necessarily exposed, but I think the extent of his versatility was really being tested, in the sense that I think both offensively and defensively, I think there is a certain cap on his portability. I'm using a lot of NBA draft buzzwords right now, but what I'm trying to say is that I think his success is extremely, it's more roster dependent than I think fans thought maybe 4 or 5 years ago, right? Where I think in order to get the best out of him, he really does need to be surrounded by specific players. Whereas, right, it's, he's less of a clean plug and play fit. So I can definitely understand why, on the surface, a very talented player, but I think, again, I don't think that there were as many teams that felt comfortable bringing in a player of his archetype and on his contract, on his salary, that they could just drop in and say, this is an easy force multiplying effect. I don't think that was the case. The Jazz, I think, again, just given the dynamics of, Markkanen being this 7-foot kind of big wing, and then having Kessler being this old school dominant rim protector, it's one of those few teams where they might just have the infrastructure to make his contract worth it. The production he'll be able to produce with the Jazz will be commensurate to what he's getting paid. I know that's a lot of word salad, but yeah, it's definitely something I've been thinking the last 2 years. It's just, I don't think there are as many teams where it's oh, this is an obvious, this is an obvious, addition where his addition just makes it clearly better. No, I think there's a lot of moving parts to make it work. And again, I think given that the Jazz not only have those two guys in Markkanen and Kessler, but then they're also building out the wing and backcourt, it's a little bit easier to incorporate him in. I don't know. That's a lot of words, but yeah.
Angel, I was gonna say, give me your thoughts on.
Yeah, no, look, I'm just curious to see how Utah goes moving forward with Jackson Jr., Markkanen, and Kessler, because that's a pretty crowded area there. But it is a team that, we've kind of been waiting for them to do something, Utah. Like you mentioned, Stephen, Larry Markkanen was in the trade rumor for a while. Obviously, they kept him. He's, I don't know if they have a number one option on this team per se. Like, I don't know that they have like that slam dunk, superstar talent per se, but Jaren Jackson Jr. clearly improves their talent pool for sure. But I don't know. I said this to you off air yesterday. I thought Memphis should have done this a long time ago. I was not really convinced that Memphis was a team that really could be competitive with Desmond Bane, Ja Morant, and Jaren Jackson Jr. I had said that they needed to blow this up. I would have done it in the summer. Obviously, they've waited now, and we'll see if Ja Morant gets traded in the next few hours. It's probably a 50-50 chance of that happening at best. But, I think for Memphis, this is a good start for a rebuild for them. And for Utah, it's a team that's trying to, take a step. It's similar to Washington, right? They're trying to take steps and not be the walkovers of the league anymore. Their fans are tired of it. Their ownership's tired of it. But I agree with Conrad. Jaren Jackson Jr. is not a guy who he's the missing piece. Like, I don't think he's looked at in that regard. I think he's looked at as a really good complementary 3-and-D player who can put the ball in the basket, and that's about what he is. So, I agree. Utah was definitely a surprising place for him to go. I don't think any of us would have picked Utah, let's be honest. But I do think he's a talented player that will help their room. But I don't think he takes them from, say, 20-win season to, being a top 6 seed in the Western Conference playoffs. Like, he's not going to make that much of an impact, but he is going to help their talent pool, obviously.
So yeah, I mean, I guess they're really trying to capitalize on the window that Keontae George, and I suppose to a lesser extent Ace Bailey, provide, given that they're both on their rookie scale contracts.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, look, I understand, when you have a top 10 draft pick like Ace Bailey and, he could become your franchise player, you want to maximize that window when they're on the rookie deal. It's the same thing with an NFL quarterback, right? They're on the rookie deal. You want to maximize the talent. I just don't know that Ace Bailey's talent is going to get maximized, when we're in 3 years, we're going to be talking about him being a perennial all-star. I don't know. It's possible, but it's just, I don't know that that's going to happen. But you're probably right. There probably is some theory there, some truth to that they are trying to, maximize the younger players' talent.
Well, it is worth noting. I know this isn't a trade that happened at this deadline, but Desmond Bane, obviously, when he was traded to Orlando, they got 4 first-round picks for him. They got 3 first-round picks now for Jaren Jackson. I forget where I saw it or read it or heard it, but Memphis, I believe, now has the most first-round picks over the next 7 years of any other team in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That matters. And some of the picks are decent. Especially for a team like Memphis. Memphis does not get the credit they deserve in terms of how good they are at drafting and developing talents, because they are one of the better organizations in the NBA at identifying and developing talent. So having that many draft picks for a program like that, or for a team like that, does matter. Conrad, I'm going to share my screen real quick. We don't have breaking news, but there is a deal I want to get your opinion on, and I know one of our commenters wanted to know any Warriors updates. The Golden State Warriors traded Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to the Atlanta Hawks for Kristaps Porzingis.
Yes.
Hold on. There we go. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts. I mean, I know you just kind of wanted Kuminga in anywhere other than Golden State.
That is accurate.
So, yeah, I know it was last night. Jake Fisher also reported that they just weren't getting traction on Giannis Antetokounmpo in terms of, if Milwaukee was going to move him. So then they just made this deal. Now, if Golden State does want to trade for Giannis today or even in the offseason, it's going to have to be Jimmy Butler. Like, before they were reporting it could be Draymond Green and Kuminga and Hield or Moses Moody, whoever it may be. Now, it's basically Jimmy Butler or bust if they want Giannis. So what's your overall opinion? Obviously, Kristaps is a $30 million expiring. You get up Buddy Hield's money for future years. Kuminga obviously has a player option. So what's your overall just opinion of Kuminga to Golden State?
I mean, just real quick, just for clarification, Kuminga has a team option.
Yes. That's what I meant.
Yeah. But for this, I mean, you're right. Me personally, as a fan, I just wanted this kind of Kuminga chaotic chapter to end. I think closure is good for both parties, and kind of moving on. But in terms of this, I mean, after the initial kind of shock of the Shams bomb or the Sham Wow, whatever you want to call it, dropped. It is definitely underwhelming. I probably would have been a little bit more excited about like just this deal in a vacuum. Like, we're not in a vacuum. I would have been more excited about like acquiring Porzingis had Jimmy Butler not been hurt. Because again, right? Like, okay, you say you're banking on the Warriors medical staff. They looked at Porzingis's medicals. They feel that they could help him hold up for whatever the remainder of the season. Again, Porzingis is a player archetype. He is, a healthy Porzingis, the best version of himself. This is the exact type of stretch five they've always wanted to surround or pair alongside with Steph Curry. Definitely helps that he has played with Al Horford before, so they kind of have like that chemistry. But with Jimmy being out, obviously for this season and probably at least half of next season, I'm gonna assume, right? I think that's a conservative estimate, right? I felt like the Warriors probably should have gone with someone who's not only a little bit more dependable in terms of availability, but again, someone who is a little bit more of a consistent shot creator. I know Porzingis definitely can, but I think there are guys that you just kind of want to give who can kind of like, size up the defense, break guys down like off the dribble. I know Porzingis can like, back down guys. He could do like, shoot over the top of the defense, but I don't know. It would have been a little bit different. So I'm not completely down on the idea of having Porzingis, as a rotation piece for the Warriors. It's just, it definitely does not. I mean, I guess it helps. It doesn't solve any pressing issue, in my opinion. That's the thing. And the Warriors have a number. And again, there was no one trade that was going to, but it's just, it's not like the most, like tantalizing return, obviously. And I think while the fit is good, how much like the extent of his impact, I'm not too optimistic on. But beyond that, it is interesting because again, they didn't trade any picks in this deal. They got off Buddy Hield's contract. And then even though it's a separate transaction or separate deal, they traded immediately after this. It was announced that they traded Trace Jackson Davis to Toronto in exchange for a second round pick. So we've opened up 2 roster spots. We've traded none of those picks that we were initially going to offer to Giannis or to the Bucks for Giannis. So what I'm saying is, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there is still potential for the Warriors to make another move here. If they truly believe they're never getting Giannis, that's, I think, what I really want from the Warriors. They need closure on this Giannis thing because all they keep doing is kicking the can down the road, hoping that they get another shot at him. But if he in fact ends up going to whatever, Miami or Minnesota, or he ends up saying, hey, I want to stay and extend with Milwaukee, cool. Because again, I still like the idea of the Warriors being able to pivot and you still have all the draft capital to be able to make a move for, say, like a Trey Murphy or a Michael Porter Jr. You know what I'm saying? Right? Those are guys that I think, regardless of whether Jimmy was available or not, they would have definitely fit. And they themselves stepping in would have helped raise both the floor and the ceiling of the Warriors. So we shall see. I don't know.
Andrew, as an outside perspective, obviously Conrad is more plugged into Golden State than you and I are. What's your overall opinion of this Kristaps Porzingis, Atlanta Hawks, Jonathan Kuminga deal that went down we saw last night?
Yeah, obviously I'm familiar with Porzingis. I'm a Knicks fan, so obviously, we started with him and he was a great player for the Knicks for a while. You know, he had a high ceiling. He was this really athletic defensive player that can stretch the floor, right? He was your modern day stretch five. And then all the injuries piled up. And then last year in Boston, he had this illness that, you know, was kind of lingering and probably still is lingering. But yeah, that's okay. You can boo the Knicks all you want. That's fine. But yeah, look, I agree with Conrad. It's underwhelming for Kuminga. I don't disagree. But again, like the whole public affair that played out, his value probably decreased a little bit because of all that. Didn't help, certainly. I think Golden State is banking on the fact that he played with Al Horford for Porzingis. I think that does factor in and it does help. But it's how many games is he going to play? You know, are we talking he's going to play the whole season? Or are we talking he's going to play 5 games? You know, that's the mystery behind Porzingis. I actually really like this for Atlanta because they get off Trae Young and Kuminga wanted to go to a place where he can kind of become a star in his mind. Now they have Jalen Johnson, who's obviously a very good player and an all-star player, but I think Kuminga, Johnson, you know, Atlanta's starting to put a little something together, you know, that's young. And Buddy Hield can make shots. I mean, that's a guy, you know, that's kind of slept on in this trade. I know everyone's going to talk about Kuminga and Porzingis, but, you know, Buddy Hield is a guy that can come off the bench and make shots. He's done that his whole career. But in terms of Golden State, look, I personally don't think Giannis is going to end up there. That's just my take on it. I do agree with Conrad that they're trying to acquire a star, you know, of that caliber to try to help Steph Curry out because Jimmy Butler is going to be out, you know, at least a year, if not longer. You know, Draymond Green was in rumors. Obviously, I don't think they're going to move him. I never thought they were going to move Draymond Green in the first place. But, you know, look, I think Conrad's right. They need closure on Giannis at the end of the day. It feels like they're just dancing around the idea of, hey, we're going to get him. You know, it's going to happen. And then it's not going to happen. And then what? And then what do you do? So it's a minor trade at the end of the day for Golden State. They had to get closure on Kuminga. It's been a public disaster. They got it done. They get a guy who's familiar with Horford. They get a stretch 5 who they've been trying to figure out to get. Like they looked at Vucevic. They looked at Markkanen. Now you settle on Porzingis. To me, it's kind of underwhelming for Golden State.
Okay. Conrad, we have you, again, you're going to be on the show for basically the whole latter half of the show. But you're going to be signing off in about 10 to 12 minutes when Corbin joins. Which deal happened the last couple of days that you want to discuss or we haven't already discussed?
I mean, actually, like I said, I kind of gave my little soliloquy about Jaren Jackson Jr. Because again, I really find all these changing market trends and how it kind of dictates, you know, I don't want to say value in terms of your value as a player, but like, you know, how front offices are kind of valuing certain players with regards to allocating cap. I don't know, man. What other trades went down? Actually, you know what? Let's start from the top. Let's start from the top real quick, because we didn't really talk about this one. The Schroeder and Keon Ellis and a second round pick to the Cavs in exchange for DeAndre Hunter. I actually did have an opportunity to listen to Steven's Bird Rights pod, where he and Corbin talked about this.
You could listen on Spotify podcast, wherever you get your podcast, rate, review.
There you go. Exactly. Really good assessment. But I definitely heard, Steven, your take, but I'd like for you to kind of reiterate it, and I'll, you know, just kind of comment a little bit, because I find this this trade, again, especially that it happened like so late at night too, and days, you know, ahead.
It happened when? Saturday night? Saturday night.
Yeah, like Saturday night, right? So anyway, please, your assessment, and I'll just kind of give a couple comments.
So first of all, the Kings are always going to Kangs. Like the bean, baby. Anyway, DeAndre Hunter is having a career worst year. I think DeAndre Hunter's fine. I think he's a 3-and-D in theory. I don't know. He's a 3-and-D in actuality, and that seems to kind of rear its ugly head this past year. But he has $23 million this year and then $25 million next year on his contract. While Keon Ellis, in my opinion, is just flat out a better player. He makes $2.8 million. They're going to have to pay him this offseason in unrestricted free agency, Cleveland, if they want to re-sign him. But even if they don't, they got the better player for this playoff round. Obviously, we know they also ended up acquiring James Harden. They got the better player for this year, got off of Hunter's contract, saved $50 million in luxury tax savings just from that deal. I think now that they also dumped Lonzo Ball to Utah, they have saved in upwards of $110 million, Cleveland, because they were the only second apron team in the NBA. They still are. I think they're $3 million over the second apron. But the fact that they got $50 million in savings and they got Sacramento to give up a pick for them to Chicago to take Dario Saric's money, basically. Like, the Bulls took Saric and got 2 second-round picks to help facilitate the deal and save Cleveland money, but Cleveland should have been the one giving up that second-round pick. So rather than the Kings acquiring multiple second-round picks for Keon Ellis, they gave up a second to move off of him and took on bad money and also gave up Schroeder. It was this very poor process by the Sacramento Kings, in my opinion. I think it was a masterful job by Cleveland. Is that basically what sum it up, Conrad?
Yeah, no, I largely agree. You know, like, I don't know. It was it's really interesting because, again, I mean, obviously you can't go back in time, right? I mean, like, I think front offices should just be more proactive, or, you know, like, in other words, right, like, stop trying to make moves to either justify previous moves or like making up, right? Sometimes you can just, you know, like, just cut your losses and move on. But like, the idea of how much trade machinations in the past offseason had to go in for the Kings to sign, for the Kings to sign Schroeder in the first place, right? And like, you know, all of it, right? I mean, like, when you kind of look back, when you follow the paper trail, it's just so weird. But yeah, I don't get what the Kings are doing. You could definitely tell me, like, you could easily, I mean, whether I agree or not, you can make, I'm sure even the most diehard, like, Homer King fan can make a very compelling argument as to why DeAndre Hunter makes sense with the Kings. But then, like, what is your end game, right? Like, what is the point here? Like, all I saw was that little, like, you know, I don't know who said it. Was it Mark Stein or Shams? Like, oh yeah, you know, they envisioned DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray being, like, you know, in the front court together. Okay. And like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. Again, it's interesting because for a guy like Keon Ellis, who, albeit he is eligible for a contract extension soon still, right? It seemed like there was a lot of interest in him league-wide, and especially the fact that on his current deal, forget about, like, you know, again, now that you know that you actually had to, like, trade away a second-round pick for him. All I'm saying is, right, like, given that he was on his rookie deal, he was essentially on a minimum contract, I believe, right? Like, any contender could have taken him, right?
Yeah.
You're telling me that there's
you don't need a salary match for him.
Exactly.
Like, literally any team could have given value for Keon Ellis.
I mean, like, that's why I'm saying, right? Like, I don't know. Obviously, we're not privy to all the conversations that the Kings front office had, but, like, it seems that they just honed in on DeAndre Hunter, you know? And I don't understand why, right? And that's not like a knock on DeAndre Hunter. It's just, okay, if that is what you're looking for, to find some kind of, you know, 3-and-D wing with a little bit of shot creation flashes that you want to pair next to Keegan, like, I'm pretty sure that there are other players, right, that fit that description. And it just seemed like it was very, I don't know, I don't want to say like a rash move, but, like, to me, it didn't seem like there was any benefit for the Kings to have pulled the trigger so soon. Like, the benefit was for Cleveland, for them to be able to do moves after. But I don't know. So it was interesting.
So shout out to Chicago. We're going to talk about Chicago in about an hour when Mo Bankston from Now Does Per Possession joins us. Obviously, he's our resident Chicago Bulls correspondent. And Mo probably is maybe the happiest man on the planet right now. Just because like every year on our mock trade deadline, he tears the Bulls down, makes all these different moves, and then like the Bulls just in reality just do not do much. They actually do nothing almost every deadline. The Bulls this year have made the most moves of any team in the NBA, and I have it written down here. They've added 9 second-round picks this deadline. For what it's worth. 2 of them obviously being for acquiring Dario Saric in that DeAndre Hunter deal. Conrad, in your final few minutes, would you rather discuss the Nikola Vucevic to Boston deal or the Harden and Garland swap while we're waiting for Corbin to jump on? Or if there's another deal that really piques your interest.
Let's quickly do the Kevin Huerter, Jaden Ivey deal.
Okay, that's fine.
So, and we're definitely going to revisit later, I'm sure, because other people have thoughts on this, but I'm just curious. Yeah, like, actually, you know what? No, let's table that. Kobe White. Let's do Kobe White.
Kobe White's a fun one. I know John Simpson, my co-host on the One and Done podcast, he's a Hornets fan. He is ecstatic with Kobe White. So we have Kobe White and Mike Conley to the Hornets. Mike Conley obviously went to the Bulls in which deal? In the Jaden Ivey deal Conrad just alluded to. So the Hornets receive Kobe White, Mike Conley. The Thunder get Mason Plumlee to then waive him. The Bulls receive Colin Sexton, Ousmane Dieng, a 2029 Denver or Charlotte second, the least favorable, then a 2031 Knicks second, 2031 Nuggets second. So Kobe White basically is going to take that Colin Sexton role in Charlotte, but like Charlotte's going to have to pay him. I think Kobe White's going to want $25+ million this year. I don't know if he's going to get that, but I know he's definitely going to, demand it.
Right.
So we'll see how that plays out. For the Hornets, like, how in your opinion, Conrad, does Kobe White fit next to LaMelo, either short term or long term? Because the Hornets are the hottest team in the NBA right now. They've won 7 in a row.
Right. I mean, again, make no mistake, Kobe White is not like he is a fantastic guy, right? Off the dribble, can get dribble penetration, in my opinion, a true 3-level scorer. But again, he doesn't necessarily like pound the air out of the rock, right? I mean, like he definitely can play within the flow of a system. And I feel like, this year, especially with adding Con Knipple, right? Like I've always believed that like when your best movement shooters are also your best connective passers, everything works, right? So I feel like not necessarily that they need to become more of a motion offense, but I think they need to tap more into that. I think Kobe White can help that. To be fair, I think LaMelo Ball has actually kind of bought into it. Like I feel like he's gone a little bit less rogue at times this year compared to years past. So I do want to give him credit. And the analytics definitely speak for it, right? I mean, like they still are a better team, right? When LaMelo's on the floor. So I will give credit where credit's due. But it is interesting because I'm not sure. Like I definitely understand the Kobe White and say Con dynamic and everything like that. And I definitely can see how Kobe White and Brandon Miller would complement each other nicely. I really wonder, like, as you're asking, Steven, like, is this a move to add or to be a potential replacement? Because as you said, right, like, are we really going to be, unless, do you really want to pay him $25+ million to be, what, a super sixth man? Now, in theory, you could start him and LaMelo in the backcourt. I'm just not sure if that's the best idea. Again, Kobe White competes, but you kind of lose a little bit of positional versatility there if you're putting them together. So that's why I'm kind of wondering if this is just kind of obviously good opportunity, right? Didn't cost them too much. And they gives them the optionality, if not at this deadline in the summer, if they see it, if they decide they want to pivot off of LaMelo.
I think they kind of just have the optionality. Like, I think that's why they
Yeah.
did it. Like, maybe he can play with LaMelo, or if not, he comes off as a supercharged 6-man, or always LaMelo's replacement. Like, any of those three are possibilities. And the Hornets said, okay, let's do it. Meanwhile, we're winning. Let's figure it out. Andrew, how about you? Corbin said he's coming on. He said I'm stressing him out. Poor Corbin.
Wait, did he really say that?
He said, you're stressing me out. Well, you can't see.
I'm surprised
Guys,
the Gabe Vincent trade stressed him out.
exactly.
Believe me.
He's an emotional mess right now. Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know. Oh, Corbin entered as I'm stressing him out. Hold on. Let me prep something real quick.
Oh God.
If,
I'm about to say first of all, it's 9:30 on the dot now. I've been getting nonstop texts from this man for the last 25 minutes.
no,
So
okay. First of all,
I had to get ready.
I guess because I have an iPhone and Corbin doesn't, it kept saying text failed to send. So I would text him, hey, just said, 15-minute warning, and they'll say text failed. So I have no idea if he's receiving my text or not.
So
So it was precautionary.
behind the scenes, I'm just showing my girl she's not feeling well. Text 10-minute warning,
if I
9-minute
knew
warning,
that.
8-minute warning. I'm like, what the anyway, it's good to see y'all. And then in
I'm
between
sorry.
that news, devastating news about a Laker legend, but we could talk about it. I'm excited to see you, gentlemen. Andrew's been a minute. Conrad, my guy. Steven, the Taskmaster, but my friend. How are y'all?
Corbin, bear with me.
Excellent.
It's been a minute.
It has indeed, sir. It has indeed.
Okay, so we have here Corbin again. I don't want to spend too much time on this trade, but I do think
Give me some time.
one, it's fun to, make fun of your desire of Gabe Vincent, but also, Luke Kennard is a pretty intriguing for the Lakers. No, like in terms of him being an elite shooter. So, like, I do want to talk about that.
Okay, so I mean, first off, let's pour it out for Gabe. High expectations when he came in here. Just due to injuries and lack of traction, just didn't get a whole lot of consistent play from him. The Lakers did not. I don't think it worked out for either side. And tonight he moves on, can probably help Atlanta out of the backup point guard. For Luke Kennard, on the one hand, I am happy about it because he is a shooter, right? On the other hand, shooters come to die in LA. So I do wonder if he's going to continue the shooting that he's had up to this point. It's the curse of Mike Muscala. Every time the Lakers trade or acquire a shooter, they get to Crypto Arena and then forget how to do the one thing they can do. Speaking of, that's also my issue with Luke Kennard. He can run a pick and roll halfway decent, but you have LeBron, you have Austin Reeves, you have Luka, you have enough people who are going to be able to run a pick and roll pretty decently. And we'll have the ball more. So if Luke Kennard's not hitting his shots, what is he doing? That's my question.
But I think he hits the shots consistently enough.
Again, I agree with you to a point. I've been scarred, man. Like, I've been scarred from just Lakers guys coming over and not being able to do this. And this is like a year's thing. Yeah. This isn't like, this isn't something that just started this past year. This has been, I remember, he's not even there, but Malik Beasley, torrid in Minnesota, coming to the Lakers and just dropping it.
Well, he had a little bit of the loss of Pippen syndrome back then, if I recall correctly.
Oh, well, that might be a thing.
I might explain that.
But we can keep going. Trevor Ariza, between that and injuries, DJ Augustin, like there's so many guys that have been brought in that are like, all right, we got some spacing now, and then the spacers forget the space. So, but yeah, we'll see. I think it's a solid enough trade. I think we knew that there was going to be a move in some capacity by the Lakers, and this is it. I guess Rui Hachimura, as of now, gets to stay.
This is being a Knicks fan for the last 30 years also, is you bring in a guy and they don't work out. And I'm convinced a lot of it is market. It's a market issue. It's guys can't live up to expectations when the lights are brightest and they're going, oh yeah, I'll do well. And then they go to New York or LA and then they just play terrible, and it becomes an issue because the Knicks have had this problem too, just like the
The
Lakers.
Sixers also have had the same issue.
Yeah, I think it's a market issue, honestly, and like I don't want to say a mental thing because I don't like going down that road, but I do think there's a different way to play in a big market versus playing in a small market. Like it's different. The lights are brighter. There's more pressure.
Shout out Markel Fultz.
Yeah, exactly. There's a good example, right? So
shout out Ben Simmons.
Yeah, well, that's the prime example is Ben Simmons.
Shout out Paul George and James Harden.
Yeah.
All right, it's not a Sixers.
but point being, guys tend to get small in big markets. It just happens. I agree with you, Corbin. There is concern that Kennard's consistency is going to, not be there for the Lakers. But I think talent-wise, I actually think it's fine. I think Kennard can shoot, as long as he does what he's supposed to do, which is make shots around Luka, then I don't see this as a big issue for the Lakers. I think it's a minor move. Like, it's not going to take them to the promised land. Like, I don't think he's the guy that's going to, move the needle that much, but I think it's slight, no disrespect to Gabe Vincent, slight upgrade for the Lakers there.
No, I think more than slight upgrade. Gabe Vincent has not been the Miami version of himself, to say the least. Conrad, I know you need to be back in an hour, so anything you want to plug before you sign off?
No, I was just gonna say, I definitely understand Corbin's lack of enthusiasm, or just kind of maybe a little bit of a mum reaction, simply because I'm with him. I mean, Kennard, everybody talks about his shooting because, let's be real, he doesn't do anything else particularly well, right? And he doesn't give you any ball handling or passing equity. And again, as underwhelming as Gabe Vincent's tenure may have been, or maybe disappointing, depending on what you expected. I do think the Lakers still kind of lack secondary ball handlers. I mean, obviously, yes, you got Luka and LeBron, but beyond that, again, especially when one of them is sitting, you see how things kind of become stagnant when they're not on the court together. And then on top of that, I mean, it's kind of crazy. He's been in the league since 2018, Kennard.
Yeah.
And he has a negative DRAPM every year.
Okay.
Me on my analytics. If you're not, it's exactly what, right? It's a nerd way of saying, or just kind of backing up what Corbin's saying. If you're not knocking down your shots, oh my God, what are you doing? Right. And so again, maybe he's a little bit more confident. He'll do perhaps what they were hoping at the very least Dalton Knecht would do, right? I mean, I don't know, but it's fine again because they didn't really
shout out to Liv from Love Island.
So we'll see, because actually Kennard and who else is there? Corey Kispert, they're on my do not trade list. So I mean, it is what it is, man. You need a shooter,
Also,
you got a shooter.
As a Lakers guy, let's kind of piggybacking off of Conrad on that new do not trade list. We tried with Kendrick Nunn. We've now tried with Gabe Vincent. Lakers front office, stop with the Miami Heat guards. It doesn't work for you. Pat Riley has bled every bit of equity out of those guys. It's like orange rinds. There's nothing left. Give it a rest.
To be fair, Duncan Robinson is making it happen in Detroit. But then again,
I look at him like a forward. I hate to put that designation on it, but you're right. He is blazing a trail up there. But that unfortunate Lakers decided to go with, I was hyped. As y'all know, last trade deadline, what a difference a year makes, y'all. That's all I gotta say.
I'm not gonna lie. I was excited about the idea of Kendrick Nunn with the Lakers, but that just,
me too.
It
just DOA.
Yeah. Man. So, all right, gentlemen. Well, I will see you all soon.
Sounds like a plan, my friend.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Okay. So let me get our banner back on. Corbin, did you know? Shout out to StreamYard, by the way, that you could create your own layout.
No, I'm gonna need to mess
This one
around
that
with
we have right now, I created last night, so we could have the trade deadline overlay without it cutting you off on the bottom.
That is cool. No, I did not know that.
And then when I show my screen, it'll be two people on each side with the screen in the middle rather than the four of us going straight down on the left-hand side. Just so
That's
you know.
awesome.
Anyway, Corbin, since you just joined us and we talked about the Lakers a little bit, what deal? I mean, should we just get into the James Harden, Darius Garland? Because I know that's one that Angel wanted to talk about earlier.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one to me as well.
Okay. So let's talk about that. The Clippers, I just think it came down to, look, like, we're the oldest team in NBA history. We need to get younger. Garland gives them an opportunity to do that. Obviously, he's 26. James Harden is 36. I think it was Nate Duncan, I believe, from Dunk Dong, tweeted out and said, this is the first trade between current or former All-Stars where they got traded for each other with a 10-year age gap in NBA history. And I can't think of another scenario, so I can't refute that. But yeah, James Harden, 36 years old, and Darius Garland, 26 years old. Again, Clippers are oldest team in NBA history. I just think they had to get younger. That's what it came down to. I do think James Harden will probably re-sign with the Cavs at a lower number to help them avoid the second apron. But Corbin and Angel, what's your opinion of, James Harden allegedly requesting another deal and getting once again to his preferred destination for the fifth time in his career?
I'll start, Corbin. I think it's ridiculous, to be honest, that James Harden has this much power. The man has done absolutely nothing in terms of his playoff career. He's not like he's, LeBron or, somebody at that caliber, right? He's obviously talented. I'm very surprised. Like I said earlier, I'm surprised that he wanted to leave LA. I understand the Clippers side of it, right? They're older. They need to rebuild. It hasn't worked out. They have the Kawhi investigation over their head. I get it. And I get it from Cleveland's point of view, which is, okay, Garland has had some injuries. He's a little bit younger. We're in win now mode. We need a win now guy. But I don't know that Harden's the right guy. Like, Harden has not done well in the postseason in his career. It's a guy who, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but in some playoff games, he has shot the ball very poorly. And it's been well documented. Like I said, for Cleveland, it's a more experienced guy, playoff experience. He's a Hall of Famer, right? James Harden, there's no question.
Of course. First ballot.
Yeah, no question. Statistically speaking, he's one of the best to ever play the game. But I don't know. I tend to like this more for the Clippers. I just like the idea of getting a younger player and kind of resetting and saying, okay, we have Kawhi Leonard, and we're not going to win this year. They got off to a rough start early in the season. I don't think anyone expected them to be that bad. And they've kind of made this rally, and it looks like they'll probably be in the play-in game. But I don't know. I tend to like this for the Clippers. I do. I'm not that I'm a believer in Garland either, for what that's worth. I'm not really a believer in him either, but I do like the idea of the Clippers basically saying we're not winning this year. We're going to get somebody younger. And for Cleveland, they have to go all in because this is a team that I think is going to have to break up their team at some point here in the next year or two. You have Donovan Mitchell, you have Evan Mobley. We know those two guys aren't going anywhere, but they're going to have to move Jared Allen probably, at some point. So I don't know. I'm not really a believer in James Harden. I never have been. But I also was surprised. Like I said earlier, I was surprised that it was Cleveland. I thought if he were to get traded, he would have gone somewhere, I don't know, where like one of his friends is, because that's tend to be the way he is. But
maybe he just really likes the strip clubs in Cleveland.
Right. Well, I didn't want to say that out loud. You did.
I mean, like, again, like, it's like, I don't think it's a secret,
No, it's not. No, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, there are rumors that he has his jersey retired at a strip club, but look, the reality
Big City, baby.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is I'm not the biggest fan of James Harden. I've never been a believer in him as a winning player, but I don't know if I'm a believer in Darius Garland either as a winning player, but at least he's younger.
Yeah. 10 years younger for what it's worth.
Yeah. I like this for the Clippers, just long-term.
So Corbin, I'm going to get your perspective on the Garland and Holland swap as well. Garland and Harden. I just combined their names, I think. For what I have on the screen right now from Jake Fisher, friend of the Bird Rights pod, The Clippers have maintained a high asking price for draft capital for Ivica Zubac, sources say. I've been told that Zubac and Daniel Gafford in Dallas remain the Pacers' lead targets to find a starting center to play alongside Tyrese Halliburton next season. I think Indiana's going to do something. I don't know which center they're going to get. Like, again, Zubac, I think the asking price is going to be absurd. But, like, I really like the idea of Zubac in Boston. Obviously, they have Nikola Vucevic now. I really like the idea of Walker Kessler in Indiana. Obviously, now they have Jaren Jackson. They're probably not going to move him. But, yeah, that's something, obviously, for us to monitor. Corbin, what's your thoughts on the Darius Garland and James Harden?
Kind of had the same thoughts as Andrew in the sense that I like it better for the Clippers. Obviously, if you are, if you are the Cavs, you're doing a move to try to maximize this window. A lot of people thought this was this, whole core four, with Garland and Mitchell and Mobley and Allen. And right now it's maybe looking like it's not that, right? It's not maybe looking like it's not that. It's not that. But it's really, Donovan Mitchell. I think Jalen Tyson kind of already said it inadvertently.
Donovan Mitchell's putting pressure on the Cavs to. I think that's what you're trying to say, Corbin.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's Donovan Mitchell that the Cavs are like moving this around. Yeah. Donovan Mitchell is what, 29, about to be 30, around 30. So this is more on his timetable.
Yeah.
And that's what this is being clear. We already knew that there was some type of, not a great fit between Donovan Mitchell and I'm not Gabe Vincent, Jesus, between Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. But I think this makes it official. You got a guy in Harden who's a better fit, at least size-wise. Because Donovan Mitchell, I think if he's the smallest person on the floor from the backcourt position, it's not the worst thing in the world. But you had another guy even smaller in Darius Garland that made the issue. And between the two of them, I think Garland works harder than Harden defensively, but Harden is just bigger and when engaged can do more defensively. So, that's why I look on the defensive side. On the offensive side, classic table setter, guy who gives more size, guy who can create shots and put pressure on the defense in a different way that, can cause Donovan Mitchell to benefit from that. But more importantly, despite being a decade older than Darius Garland, has been surprisingly more durable. And again, if you're a decade older, 36 to 26, it's wild. But if you're trying to maximize the window of what what Donovan Mitchell has for the Cavs in a wide open Eastern Conference right now, where, I think that, having James Harden it's not a weakness for the Cavs against the Pistons like it potentially could have been with Darius Garland, just in terms of being picked on. Bottom line, you make the most of it. And I think that's what this is about. We'll see what it looks like on the floor. I am curious, but definitely signaling, okay, we're trying to take a crack at it, like a really good crack at it. And having gone on the floor, last year Darius Garland had a great year. I'd say a better year than Harden, even though Harden had a good year. But the bottom line is that Harden's on the floor more. You can have hypothetical better years on the bench, or you can have an actual good year on the floor. And that's what it's turned into. And then for the Clippers, I thought it was a reset. I was hoping it was a reset, but apparently, Brian Windhorst said that he had heard that it's not. So either way, even if it's not, you get a younger guy, same position, locked under contract. Hopefully he gets healthy. His dad, played with the Clippers. That's kind of cool. Kind of having that Winston Garland, that full circle moment, if you will. But we see what that looks like. I think there's not a whole lot there for me right now until we see what the Clippers continue to do. But right now, at least you got one spot in your backcourt solidified with Darius Garland, as he and Ivica Zubac are the only two guys under contract for the Clippers in the next 2 years.
Assuming Zubac is there past today, of course.
Assuming that as well.
And then Josh Earl, obviously contributed to Center Hub, close friend of ours as well. This is referring to the Jake Fisher tweet we just had up regarding Zubac or Daniel Gafford, but specifically the Zubac. For a team that led the Thunder at halftime of Game 7 of the Finals is Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 firsts really a lot to give for one of the best centers in the league? I don't think it is, honestly. I think they might need more. Like, I think the Clippers really need to be what's what I'm looking for. Swept off their feet, really, with an Indiana offer to trade Zubac. Real quick, I'm just putting up this tweet because it hasn't previously been announced. for the Io Dosunmu deal to Minnesota. It was reported as Dosunmu, Julian Phillips to Minnesota for Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller in 4 seconds. We now have the details of this 4 seconds. Shout out to Michael Scoto of Hoops Hype. The 4 seconds are a 2026 second, which is least favorable, Denver, Golden State, 2027 second via Cleveland, 2031 second, which is the more favorable of Minnesota and Golden State, and a 2032 second, which is more favorable of Phoenix and Houston. So a couple of those seconds are most likely going to be late. But yeah, now we have details of that. I figured it was worth bringing up. Shout out to Chicago. I want to talk about this when Mo Bankston joins us. Mo is going to be joining us in about 40 minutes from now at 12:30 Eastern hour. Chicago's finally making moves, which they haven't done in season or even in the offseason in quite some time. They acquired 9 second-round picks in the past 5 days, Chicago. They now have 14 second-round picks, which is the third most in the NBA. I believe I just saw this on Twitter from Yossi Gosland, another friend of the Center Hub and friend of the Bird Rates pod. Only the Spurs and Nets some more second-round picks. It's worth noting. Brooklyn also just waived former 76ers legend Haywood Highsmith. Corbin, maybe Lakers will get him. They have a thing for Heat guards.
No, we don't know. We're done, please.
But Highsmith hasn't played this year. He's been injured. Seems like the Nets couldn't find a suitor for him. But Nets needed to open up a rough spot for the Ochai Agbaji deal, where they took in a 2032 Toronto seconds, where Chris Paul his ass was shipped to Canada, for lack of a better term. He's going to get bought out. And then he'll probably sign with the Lakers, Corbin. Hate to say it.
Now listen, we're here.
Who's going to win tonight, Lakers or Sixers?
Lakers show, baby. I mean, we didn't lose anyone. I guess I didn't either in the trade yet.
Wait, we lost Jared McCain, which we're going to talk about in a couple minutes.
That's a big loss, and we didn't lose anyone. I actually don't know who left our team. No, I'm playing. I think it's going to be a fun game. Honestly, the Sixers always give us problems like every year. So I kind of want to give a slight lead to the Sixers, but if we make our shots, Luke is being a matchup issue.
Embiid is questionable, so obviously that's going to determine a lot.
That would be
6-1-5 in a row. Embiid's been back to almost normal.
Yeah.
So okay. Should we jump into Jared McCain to OKC? That's one we haven't talked about yet.
You already led with it, yeah.
Okay. So this is one that, similar to the Garland and Holland trade, I think Cleveland obviously has Garland's medicals, and Garland's missed substantial times over the last 2 to 3 years. Sixers just must not feel confident in Jared McCain's medicals because, we know he had a torn meniscus last year that ended his season. Then this year he had a torn ligament in one of his fingers, I think on his shooting hand. So these injuries obviously hampered him. But had he not got hurt last year, he was a front runner for Rookie of the Year when he went down last year. The fact that they traded him for a Houston 2026 first to OKC, which is currently picked 25 in the draft, along with 3 seconds, a 2028 Milwaukee second, which might be valuable because Giannis most likely will not be there in 2028, a 2028 OKC second, which you imagine won't be valuable, but it'll be one of the last picks in the draft, and a 2027 second, which is the most favorable of OKC, Houston, Indiana, Miami. So they have 4 bites at the apple on that being a good to decent second round pick. But with that said, still feels a little light. Corbin, we've talked about this on Bird Rates before. 3 second round picks seem to be the new first round pick at trade deadline time. So the fact that they got 1 late first and 3 seconds, you could just say, oh, they basically got 2 first. This is one where it doesn't feel that way because, again, 1 of the seconds is from OKC. That's going to be late. It doesn't feel like fair value for McCain. And especially, I know Josh Earl is watching me and had his comment up on here. Shout out to Josh. If there was any team you should make overpay for a guy like Jared McCain, if you're the Sixers, it should be OKC.
Yeah.
So
the 3 seconds are the new first because you have to adjust for inflation now. But in general, I agree with that.
So what are your guys' opinions? Because, again, I think the Sixers kind of sold well because the rationale Shams had, Corbin, you're hilarious. I don't know why doing basketball should have gotten into comedy. Let me pull it up. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again right now. So as you guys can see, this was a rationale Shams came up with. Well, he didn't come up with. I'm sure he was told that he tweeted out. Excuse me. See, I'm getting all worked up over this. The talented McCain lands on the reigning NBA champions. For the 76ers, the trade allows them to receive assets, clear space in the glutted guards, and give them flexibility to bring back Quinn and Grimes back in free agency. It also allows them to convert two-way Dominic Barlow. For what it's worth, they also are able to convert Jabari Walker now, so they have room to convert both of them because they have 2 open roster spots. But McCain was on a rookie contract. He's making $5.5 million next year. They would have been able to bring back Grimes regardless of whether McCain's rookie contract does not hamper them from being able to renegotiate and re-sign Grimes. Additionally, all they had to do was move off Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry, and they would have had plenty. They would have had enough room, I think, for definitely Barlow, if not Jabari Walker as well. So whatever rationale of Sixers contingent gave that to Shams, I'm not buying it. For what it's worth. Then we have Josh here in the comments. I love Jared McCain in his game, but I loathe the Sonic stealing OKC Thunder. This trade is killing me with cognitive dissonance. Josh, that's a big word. Corbin and Andrew, what are your guys' thoughts on this Jared McCain to OKC? The rich get richer?
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean,
They still have multiple picks, by the way, in the 2026 NBA draft OKC.
Listen, Sam Presti's the best GM in the sport. It's not even remotely close.
He's the best GM in all the sports. I think The Athletic actually did a poll on that, and he won.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there. But again, I like McCain. He could score. I know size is an issue. He is a little undersized. And I do know that the injuries have been a problem, right? Obviously, and Philadelphia is an organization that has had injury history with Embiid, with Paul George, with some of these other players they've had injury problems. So it's an organization that may be trying to say, okay, we don't want to deal with another injury-prone, talented player. Let's get ahead of the game by moving him. And for the Thunder, I think it's great because now he's another guy you can bring off your bench, and he can provide some instant scoring. I agree with you, Steven. The contract thing doesn't make any sense because he's on a rookie deal. Like, those are the guys you want. So I tend to believe it's something else, whether it's medical. I know they want to bring Grimes back because I know the whole, contract negotiation was played out during the summer, and it took a long time for them to, get his short-term deal done. And they do want to bring him in long-term. I was surprised he got moved. I honestly thought Philadelphia was going to go a different direction than moving off Jared McCain, especially with Paul George being suspended now for 25 games. So I definitely was surprised, but I do like this deal for the Thunder.
Yeah. Corbin, how about you?
Yeah, I thought it was okay. Like, solid trade. We'll see. He'll get some time with SGA out the next couple of games. So, at least presumably he'll get some time. But we'll see. I don't know. I still am mad at OKC for how they treated my guard, Trey Mann. So we'll see about promising guards over there and what they look like. But no, I think you're right. I think it's Rich getting richer. I think it was something on social media. I think you might have already pointed out the first time that I think Josh pointed out through a tweet the first time that the Thunder have traded a first-round pick for a player in like a decade since Carmelo. So, wild.
Yeah.
Or almost a decade.
So, okay. Let me see what other trades we have yet to discuss. Conrad went about the Jade and Ivy deal. I'm going to wait for him to come back on in about a half hour to really discuss that. What about the Nikola Vucevic and Anthony Simon swap? We haven't talked about that yet.
Not a whole talk about. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'll go.
It was your true calling.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. Oh my goodness, the Bulls get another guard. We'll see what that looks like. Like, they have like 10 different guards. They have to make more trades, so we have to hope that they do. Otherwise, they're going to. Let's just say that, right? So I don't know if he's even going to be staying there. I don't know what it's going to look like, but right now he's in Chicago. Fit to be determined, right? And then I do like Vooch in Boston. I think it's solid. I think he brings an element that they had with Kristaps Porzingis a couple years ago. Older, at the age 35, but an expiring deal. So the money, like that'll be off the books. But in terms of what he brings to his team right now, pick and pop ability, good post game, a guy who, can fit a defensive scheme. Like just a solid guy. I like him on a contender type team. I think his strengths will show a little bit brighter and his weaknesses a little bit more mitigated. So we'll see. But I have like the least opinion on this. I just wanted to share the two opinions I had.
So it is worth noting from a Boston perspective, we know like with all the salary dumping they've done that they're desperately trying to get out of the tax completely because of the repeater tax implications. But now with Simons making $27 million and Vucevic making $21 million, they're now, I think, $5.9 million away from getting out of the tax completely. They could accomplish this by basically dumping Xavier Tillman, Baylor Shireman, and who's the third guy? Chris Boucher, and then signing two-way player Amari Williams, converting him, and then signing a prorated minimum. Like that's really the path for Boston to get out of the tax completely. So they're in striking distance now. So when a team is able to upgrade their roster without giving up a first-round pick and also like having financial implications the same way Boston does, that's just a masterful job by Brad Stevens. They gave, let me see, a 2026 Pelican second. So that's going to be probably pick 32 or 33 in the draft that go to Chicago. Chicago gave a 2027 Denver second. So that's likely to be a late second. I feel like Chicago probably could have got one more second out of them. But again, like Josh and I talk about this all the time. I'm always the type to try to maximize and squeeze the most value out of another team in a hypothetical NBA trade that I can. But again, they basically got a late first round pick for Vucevic. So I'm not going to knock Chicago too much. Again, I think Chicago's had a masterful deadline. As you said, they've added 9 second round picks this draft, that being one of them. Andrew, what's your thoughts on this deal?
Yeah, I mean, Boston clearly needed a big. It was the ongoing issue when Horford left and Porzingis moved on. I mean, they had to do something. Vucevic is a guy I've been clamoring for the Bulls to move for the last 2 years. I mean, Chicago needed to go into a rebuild and they're doing that. And I give them credit for that. They're, finally saying they're not good anymore. Simons, we knew when he got traded in the summer, we knew that he was going to get moved. Everybody knew that was coming. You mentioned Boston wants to get under the tax. I mean, we just didn't know where he was going to go. Orlando or wherever, but now he's in Chicago, a place that loves guards, as Corbin said. I don't know. Again, we have to watch it play out and see how the fit works, his minutes and all that. But I will say that I think Vucevic is a good center option. I know there weren't a lot of elite center options out there for Boston to get while trying to stay under the tax. So I do think for Boston, it's a clear upgrade in talent. And I do think this trade at the end of the day, if they're trying to win a title, I don't think Vucevic is the answer. But in the short term, they did upgrade their talent level, Boston. I just think the trade's kind of a washout, to be honest with you. I'm not really sold on either player really long-term doing big things for their organizations.
So with the tweet I have on the screen, and we also just had another trade, the Milwaukee Bucks have indicated to teams they are keeping Giannis Antetokounmpo through the trade deadline and will start making other deals. So we will not be seeing a Giannis trade today is what that indicates to me.
Yeah, that's not really surprising.
Saga continues.
But that's not really
the Milwaukee
Bucks, it's not, but I was hopeful. Anyway.
Yeah.
The Milwaukee Bucks have traded Cole Anthony and Emil Coffey to the Phoenix Suns for Nick Richards, and Nigel Hayes-Davis.
The most average center in the NBA joins the most
Corbin's favorite player, Nick Richards, behind
Gabe Nick Richards.
Well, we knew he was getting traded. We knew this. The Suns have been exploring this for a while. They talked to the Knicks about getting Yabusele for him. It didn't work. The trade never happened. Obviously, Yabusele got moved to Chicago, but I like Cole Anthony off the bench. He's a nice scoring guard. I know he's kind of bounced around a little bit. He's the best player to me in this deal. So I actually like this for Phoenix.
Does this get Phoenix out of the tax?
Well, while you try to figure that out,
go ahead.
I will say Phoenix to me has been one of the most surprising teams in the NBA this year. I did
Yep.
not expect the Suns to be.
It did get them out of the tax, by the way.
Okay, so obviously there were some financial implications for this, but I'm surprised at how good Phoenix has played and kept it going. I did not. I honestly, I don't know what you guys thought about them. I thought they were like a bottom 4 team in the Western Conference coming into the year.
I thought they were bottom 4 team in potentially the league.
Yeah, and that was with Devin Booker, who I love. And I think Devin Booker, I've said before, he needs to get out of Phoenix and go to Detroit or New York. I've been saying that for the last 3 years. But
Or LA.
Okay, I'll throw the Lakers in there. But, I give him credit for staying. It's not an easy thing to do. But in regards to this trade, I do think this allows Phoenix to get off Nick Richards, who I know they've been trying to move for a while. And you got a nice guard in Cole Anthony who can score. I mean, this is a guy who's, was in Orlando. I think he was in Memphis. I like this for Phoenix. I do.
Yeah, I do as well. You get I'm a Cole Anthony fan. I think Amir Coffey is a scrappy forward as well. It kind of both fit in with what Phoenix has been doing, shaping up. He gets some more additional offensive upside for, a talented yet injury-riddled backcourt between Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Neither had great years in Milwaukee, but then again, it's been Milwaukee. So, we'll see a bounce back there. And then, listen, Nigel Hayes-Davis continue the NBA dream after being overseas for a bit. Sorry it has to be in Milwaukee, but there it is. Nick Richards burning hell. No, I'm just kidding. I actually, no, I'm kidding. I don't know why. I just watched him too much on the Hornets. He's from all accounts, a good guy. But yeah, Nick Richards go over there, and I can't wait to see the Nick Richards Miles Turner front court. That's gonna just dominate the Eastern Conference for months to come.
The Bucks love those type of backup big men, like in the Nick Richards, like just legitimate 7-footers that can rim run. And like Nick Richards isn't even much of a rim runner either.
No, that's why I was
the
like,
way having Jericho Sims on the roster, like. So, okay. Corbin, do you have any trades specifically that maybe we discussed while you weren't on yet? Like any trades you want to bring up?
I mean, did we talk about Ayo Dosunmu going to the Minnesota Timberwolves?
We did a little bit, but let's talk about it. What's your trade? Because I know you're a Rob Dillingham guy. I
am Rob with the Swifts, but honestly, it just didn't work out. Like last year, I think we saw that it was going to be he was going to be a second draft guy because the Wolves traded for him with the intention of giving him playing time, and whether or not, I don't think he got the most consistent minutes. Like I will say that. I don't know if he was given the longest leash under Chris Finch, but when he did play, it wasn't great, right? That's just what it was. But Ayo Dosunmu, I mean, does he fit? Like, here's the thing. Between Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White, I would rather have Kobe White. Was it not easier to get him? You know what I mean? Was it like, I guess that's my question. Did they decide that Ayo was a better fit than Kobe White with the assets to get both, or were they never really in play to get Kobe White? Because to me, I would have rather had a more traditional point guard.
Mark Stein did tweet about this. He said, even if the Wolves can make Giannis happen, they needed Ayo Dosunmu after passing on Kobe White. So the way that tweet is worded, I think you could speculate that like they had an opportunity to get Kobe White, and they were holding out for Giannis.
And then looking at the tweet that you're sharing from Jake Fisher, I don't know if you want to talk about that right now.
Yeah, so Jake Fisher tweeted saying they were never serious, in quotes, said one team executive who's discussing a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade with Milwaukee. So again, the Bucks just don't want to be the team that traded Giannis, and Giannis doesn't want to be the bad guy that asked out. So the saga will continue into the offseason.
It's a game of chicken. I said it before. It's a game of free. I mean, at the end of the day, the Bucks are having a hard time admitting that they can't win again with Giannis. It's hard to admit that when you have a top 5 player in the NBA who's a first ballot Hall of Fame player, and it's been their best franchise player since Kareem. Right? Yeah. I mean, That's the reality. They've tried a bunch of different things. I give them credit. They got Damian Lillard. Like, they went down a bunch of different roads. It didn't work. And Giannis eventually is going to leave. It sucks, but it's going to happen. And I think they want, like, they should ask for the moon for Giannis, obviously, but I never thought in the middle of February at a trade deadline that they were going to get that trade package for Giannis. This is an off-season move for sure. Now, whether or not Milwaukee's actually going to have the cojones to go, and say, oh yeah, we're going to trade the top 5 player in the NBA and never get a franchise player for the next 2 decades. I don't know. We'll see. I think they need to just admit that it's not working right now and they need to move on, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think you're right, but you know what? They're gonna, and I get it. They're gonna have Giannis is gonna have to put on the pants and just be like, hey, I want to be out. Like right now, I get it. You want to if you want to stay, I'm glad the Bucks are doing this. Take you at your word or lack of word. Mm-hmm. Like, I want to stay, we want to win. The Bucks are like, all right, we'll keep trying to win. They've been trying to win. It's not happening. But as long as Giannis keeps saying he wants to stay in Milwaukee, but the guys keep trying to win, they're going to keep trying to win. It's not going to work out well. Giannis going to be upset. The cycle continues. So I'm with it. Say you wanted to trade and you'd be gone, but you won't. And so you won't.
Yeah, and Giannis is doing, I don't want to say this passive-aggressive thing where he said, what was the quote he said the other day? Like, oh, I want to win. I want to win more than anything. I don't want to have to fight for I want to win here, but I don't want to fight for my life every year just trying to, like, make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that's as much of an indication that you need that he's not happy.
Yeah, well, I mean, what you need is him to say, I'm not happy, I want to go. Like, I'll give credit to him for this. James Harden, when he wants to go, he lets you know.
Yeah, no,
there's nothing left unsaid.
James Harden's got his preferred destination 5 times now.
And he gets results. He gets results. Andrew said it. Like, the reason why he's able to do it is because he hasn't his game is not completely atrophied. It just hasn't. Like, he's still a solid enough player. And he is forceful in his conviction of, yep, it's time to move on. Every time he's been a top 15 player, nearly his entire career, I'd say since 2013. That already gives you some leverage, right? Even now, out of him, KD, and Russ, first, their longevity is amazing, but Russ has entered like maybe the high-end mercenary role player stage, while the other two are guys that you could be like, hey, we're playing with, like, the Kings don't say, I mean, the Kings do, like, we got Russell Westbrook, but like the other guys are like, hey, we got Kevin Durant, like, that's a guy, we got James Harden, that's a guy. And when he wants to leave, he says it. There's no, well, I really want to stay with the 76ers, but, if they don't want me to, nope, he's out. Bye. Call Daryl Morey a liar. That'll do it. You know what I mean?
To a bunch of kids in China.
Exactly. F you and the clique you claim. He'll be saying that to the GM or like he'll say what needs to be said to get out. Giannis can take some notes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. At the end of the day, it feels like both parties are indecisive. It's just like she loves me not thing. It's, Giannis, it's either you want to be there and you want to try to win, or you don't want to be there and you want to go win somewhere else. It's not like one day I wake up, oh yeah, I want to be in Milwaukee. The next day, you know what? I do want to leave. And that's what it seems like, is it's one day he wants to be there. The next day he doesn't want to be there. And that's a problem. If you're in Milwaukee, if he's doing that, you're not trading him. There's no reason to move him. Like, at that point, you're keeping him. So this whole thing is crazy. Like Corbin said, the saga continues.
Can you imagine if Giannis Antetokounmpo went to a basketball camp in Greece and just gave a speech about how John Horst is a liar and that he'll never be an organization that he's a part of, and then goes to the nightclub that night and the bottle service says John Horst is a liar? Like, can we talk about how crazy that saga was when James Harden did that with Daryl Morey? Like, what do you think the kids at the basketball camp in China were thinking when Harden's going on a rant about Daryl Morey being a liar?
Oh, I don't want to speak for them. I have no idea what they're thinking. I don't know. If it were me, like if I was in that spot, I'd be like, wow, I'm getting a basketball camp with James Harden. Kind of, they're too young.
That's crazy. Anyway, shout out to Chicago. Again, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the Bulls now because Mo Bankston will be joining us in 15 minutes. But not only did Chicago add the 9 second-round picks I alluded to, but they now have Rob Dillingham. They now have Jaden Ivey. Like, they're taking bites at the apple on these young guards, which is something they haven't done. Like, I know Ivey will be hitting restricted free agency this summer.
Yeah, but that's what you do in a rebuild. You take chances on guys who need changes of scenery.
Yeah, but I'm saying they haven't committed.
Right. No, yeah, they haven't done this. And this is what I said a long time ago. And you guys, we've all said it. Chicago needs to rebuild, period. This is a franchise that hasn't really had a franchise guy since Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
Just call it what it is. And they need that guy.
Shout out Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. No disrespect to anyone else.
Yeah.
But, Derrick Rose was really the main guy.
Dwayne Wade. I'm just kidding.
But, and this is a draft where you want to be near the top. Right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to get too much into draft talk, but it's the draft where you want to be bad. So I like taking the chance on Rob Dillingham. I really like him. And Ivy is another guard who's got a lot of athleticism. He's had a lot of injuries, so
Sure.
Yeah, I don't mind what Chicago's doing, but Corbin's right there. There are other moves coming for this team today. I would be surprised if they stand pat, past the deadline right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not high on Ayo. I just feel like
No, me neither. Me neither.
He's at best Nickeil Alexander-Walker. At worst, he's worse. Like,
I mean, Nickeil Alexander-Walker in Minnesota or Nickeil Alexander-Walker in Atlanta, because those are
Nickeil Alexander-Walker in Minnesota. But no, I like Nickeil Alexander-Walker in Atlanta. He's been amazing, but he's gotten time to kind of do. If I had the chance to go, have gotten Kobe White, I would have done that. The
Right.
move that the Wolves, and we talked about this on the Bird Right show, Steven, is that the moves that the Wolves would have had to do in order to get Giannis would have been just catastrophic to their roster construction and their chemistry as is, right? You're probably losing Rudy, one of Julius Randle, Jaden McDaniel, you're losing a lot of guys just because you didn't have the draft assets for that. So in my mind, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to begin with. You had a chance to get a guy in Kobe White who could be there moving forward, who's actually can play as both point guard and do that combo guard spot and be another shooter. Ayo can do a lot of that, but I don't like him in that point guard role. Like, he's like a, I don't know, East Coast Keon Ellis to me. Well, Keon Ellis on the East Coast now, so
Keon Ellis is the East Coast Keon Ellis.
I just said that. Yeah, that's why I said it, and then I was like, oh yeah, he's on that side now. Oh, that's a thought.
Oh yeah,
that was an hour and a half ago, Corbin.
I know, but I just see it flash now, and I'm just like,
OMG. Andrew, are they calling you Adam Schefter?
they have to be.
Listen, all I'm doing is reading his timeline. I am not doing anything else. Believe me, I am not connected at all. So
Adam Schefter. Oh my God, I kind of see the resemblance.
I mean, he
Give
used
us
to live in
the
my
NFL news.
hometown. He used to live in my hometown. I guess that sort of counts for what that's worth. So, yeah, I'm not a big Dosunmu guy either, for what it's worth. I think he's more of a backup point guard in the NBA. I'm not really convinced he can be a starter long term. I just like Dillingham's upside better. I've been a big Rob Dillingham believer since he was at Kentucky. I was a believer in him at Kentucky. I'm a believer in him still. I think Corbin's right. He needed a change of scenery. At the end of the day, it just doesn't work everywhere you go. But I like I said, I'm not a big Dosunmu guy, but I like that deal for the Bulls.
So we have another deal that just happened, a small one, but let me share my screen. People in Shame's comment sections.
Oh yeah, it's getting fiery in there.
Boston Celtics are trading Chris Boucher to the Utah Jazz. As I said, Boston's path out of the tax is trading Boucher, Shireman, and Xavier Tillman, and then signing a guy to a prorated minimum on the buyout market and converting a two-way. So, this is one of three dominoes that is going to fall for Boston to get out of the tax. I like Chris Boucher. I know the Sixers reported that they were interested in acquiring him. Obviously at this deadline, but now he's headed to Utah. I'm interested to see if any pick is attached to that, or Boston is able to get out of.
I think we lost Corbin, but
He'll be back.
I've always liked Chris Boucher as a player, just long, athletic, can score. He just never really has found traction anywhere. I don't know if that's because of his defensive incapability, if it's because of something else. I've always thought he could be like a solid bench player.
Scary moment there.
No, you're good.
Mhm.
I always thought Chris Boucher could be a solid bench player. I'm surprised he's bounced around as much as he has.
Yeah, I think consistency since he's been traded personally.
Also, shout out to Utah. Utah, obviously, we know the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade where they gave up a bunch to get Jaren Jackson, but they also took on Lonzo Ball to help Cleveland attempt to avoid the second apron. So with that deal, that's a trade we also haven't talked about. They got Cleveland's 2028 and 2032 seconds for Lonzo Ball, who they're going to buy out.
Mhm.
The Cavs have saved $115 million against the payroll and luxury tax after all their deals that are made, and are now $3.9 million above the second apron, but they don't have any second round picks left, so I'm interested to see how they're going to shed that extra $3.9 million. But with that said, Utah has done a good job of, one, yes, they got the guy in Triple J, but they're still willing to facilitate for these other deals, and Chris Boucher could just be another, big man option this year. Maybe a Yusuf Nurkic trade is coming. Coleman, would you like Yusuf Nurkic on the Lakers? That was one of the ones in my primer I talked about.
No.
Oh my God, no.
No, I would not. I think DeAndre, for as much as he's been maligned, Ayton's been solid. He's getting paid backup center money, and he's given actual decent center production. He has his games where he drifts away, but Nurkic, the fit is just off. He's not an above the rim player. He's not a rim protector. He kind of shoots, but doesn't really. He's a solid player, good passer. Sorry, you won't have that passing really utilized on this team. Nope. So, no, I don't like it at all. Also, the injury history is always something to consider. DeAndre's been remarkably durable. Nurkic historically has not been. Yeah, I actually, no, I don't like that at all. But I understand where you're coming from with it.
I think Ayton's actually been pretty solid for the Lakers. I know at times he's been disappearing. He's done that throughout his whole career.
That's him. Exactly. You kind of get what you get with him. And honestly, for that, he's been okay. I think I have this problem where, and this is why I'm worried about Philly. He kind of disappears when playing against the very bigs that we need him to be big against.
Right.
But I don't know if Nurkic is a meaningful upgrade in that area. But against the Phillies, against the Houstons, against the OKCs, that's the games where he disappears. So that's not great. At the same time, like I said, I don't know if Nurkic is oh yeah, he rises above that. No.
So, Coleman, what type of deal do you envision? Now it gets a little tricky because I think in that Nurkic deal, I had it as Vincent and Kleber to Utah and I think a second round pick or something for Nurkic. Now, obviously, Vincent was already traded for Luke Kennard. So, they had Maxi Kleber's $11 million. Sure, maybe they could package Jared Vanderbilt if someone values him with his long-term money. Mm-hmm. But really, it's Maxi Kleber's $11 million expiring. What can you get with that? So what type of deal or archetype of player are you looking for the Lakers in the next couple hours?
I just don't know if they can afford the type of player with the contracts they have. You want to get some more athleticism in your wing position.
Let me throw a name out there. Isaac Okoro, given Chicago's teardown. I know that's the guy you actually traded for in the mock trade deadline. Would that make sense?
Yes, I don't know. In the mock trade deadline, I was a little bit different than obviously in this, right? Mock trade deadline, take a flyer on a guy who's a 3-and-D. He is more athletic, so I guess there's that. But his shooting issues, I was willing to take a flyer on this guy in my hypothetical. In real life, do I want that? No, I want a guy who can kind of space the floor a little bit. But maybe I'll make that trade because you do get some more athleticism. The problem is he going to see the floor, right? Is he at that good at what he does well that you're willing to say, okay, I know Rui's not a natural 3. I know Drake Larabia is not a natural 3, but those guys have to sit because Isaac Okoro, who is a more of a natural 3, can actually do the 3 things well. That's kind of the trade-off that I would have with that. I think, again, as a flyer, you do it. As a flyer, you take it. I think so. Maxi Kleber has had some minutes. I don't know. He's had some, he's not been super consistent. So I don't know. He's a guy you lose that you're super upset about. But at the same time, he is close to Luka Doncic, right? If you trade him, are we getting someone meaningful back? Are we subbing out one guy who's sitting on the bench for another guy who's sitting on the bench? Except the first guy who's sitting on the bench has good chemistry with a few members of the team.
Yeah. So, sorry, Conrad, just making sure what time he's coming back.
You were saying the minute text to him?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with the Lakers, obviously your window's open to win a title when you have Luka and LeBron. I think Corbin's right. Financially, I think it's going to be pretty hard to bring in a high impact guy just with the contracts they have. It's not easy to navigate. And the Lakers have not really been one of the more active teams at a trade deadline the last few years. I think it's been pretty underwhelming, honestly. I don't love Okoro because he can't shoot. At the end of the day, you need shooters around Luka. You need a guy that can, you need 3 and D, right? And I think Okoro is just a D, not a 3 and D.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Sorry.
No, I'm 12.
I just don't know. I don't know if there's a guy out there that financially is a 3 and D that fits the Lakers. I don't know that it's out there. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the Lakers do. I'm not anticipating a lot from the Lakers, to be honest with you.
Okay. So we have Andrew and Corbin for another 5 minutes. They both will be joining the show later. We're basically doing hockey subs with this next half hour. So is there any trade in particular or any team in particular you guys want to talk about? Like the Charlotte Hornets, I think, are pretty intriguing. I know we talked about the Kobe White deal already. They also acquired Tyus Jones and 2 second-round picks for taking him to help Orlando get out of the tax. Like that's sort of been the Hornets' MO under this new front office and Jeff Peterson is just eat salary and get second-round picks to do it. And the Hornets have done a massive. Like they helped facilitate the Karl Anthony Towns trade, Andrew, if you could remember.
Yeah, they did.
They've done this multiple times. They got a first-round pick for taking Yusuf Nurkic last year, and then flipped him for Colin Sexton, and now they flipped Sexton to get White. So, I think this new Hornets front office actually is, on the right track. So I just thought, given we haven't talked about the Tyus Jones trade, that was definitely worth mentioning. Andrew, any other team or player, anything to be on the lookout for before you sign off?
Not really. I mean, I think most of the dominoes have fallen. Giannis obviously isn't happening. I don't think Ja Morant's going to happen, honestly, right now. I think that's more of a offseason move, but I am curious to see if Memphis makes another move just because.
Who is the biggest name traded in the next 3 hours, in your opinion?
It's a great question. I'd have to think.
I mean, the 2 names that come to my mind are either Domantas Sabonis or Ja Morant. So if you don't think Ja's getting traded, it's either Sabonis
I would say Sabonis is more likely than Ja Morant.
Okay.
I think it's going to be hard. Again, trading your franchise player is a very tough thing to do. We just saw it with Milwaukee. So for Memphis, it's very hard to do. Now, Ja Morant is a guy that I've said all along, Memphis needs to trade him, and he's not a winning player. I've said this for a while. I still think
a lot of guys on your list of guys that are winning players.
Yeah, it's a big list. The list is massive. But I do think Ja Morant, if he does get traded, I tend to believe Miami's the place he ends up. Just because Miami needs a star. They haven't had one in a while. They're desperate. Giannis is off the table. I don't know if it's going to happen. Miami seems to dabble in the market, and then they're like, yeah, you know what?
For what it's worth, now that it's been reported that Giannis is staying put, I think Miami does make a move for Ja in the next couple hours. I think now that they could move on from that, I think it makes sense, especially if it's Terry Rozier's expiring in a couple seconds or something. It might not even be a couple seconds. It could just be Terry Rozier's expiring for Ja Morant just to get them the cap flexibility that Memphis has. So now I do think Giannis staying put this early into the deadline day increases the chances of Ja Morant because now teams, he could be a lot of teams like Miami's backup option for it.
Yeah.
I still think Sabonis ends up in Toronto. I think for Sabonis, I think it's either Sacramento he stays or Toronto. I think those are the 2 likely destinations for him. But yeah, for a team like Miami, I think it actually increases the chance that they get Ja Morant. So we'll have to see how the next few hours play out. So again, as I said, we are doing hockey subs here this half hour. So Andrew, you will be back with us at 1:00. You're having a half hour break, and then you're coming back on to close the show with us at 2:30 through the remainder of the show.
Correct. Yeah.
Corbin, you are joining us at 2:00 Eastern for an hour. Obviously, we appreciate you both. So do all of the 1,150 people that are currently tuned in watching us. They all appreciate Corbin's. They thought Corbin was so funny and was such a comedian that they tuned in. The word spreading like wildfire.
Corbin brings the ratings, man.
Come for the NBA trade analysis. Stay for my comedic chops. That's what I always say.
There you go. Okay. Sorry, we're actually getting a new additional guest that we weren't planning on starting at 1 o'clock. So.
Oh, I'm gonna get a surprise guest on. Oh, that's fun.
So.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. You guys are good to go. Again, we are doing hockey subs.
By the way, I want to throw something out there. There is a trade.
Corbin, before you leave, we have a special request to talk to you.
Yes.
By the way, a trade just went down. I just want to read it quickly. Jose Alvarado just got traded to the Knicks.
Okay.
So I just throw that out there. I don't know what the return is. Shams is.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Wow, it finally
breaking, and that is good for the Knicks because Deuce McBride has been hurt. He has not played the last few games. Clarkson has been kind of erratic recently, so I do like this for the Knicks getting another guard to help them because of some depth issues. I do wonder about Tyler Kolek, though, going potentially the other way because he's a guy that has been kind of in and out of the rotation. Sorry, Corbin, go ahead.
No, I was going to say New York are going back to New York.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's a pain in the ass to play against, and that's perfect for Knick fans. They love those.
There you go. Get that grimy.
Corbin, Corbin, before you sign off, I just added what looked like a prison cell, a holding cell.
Yes, they're holding Julian in an asylum because that's the only place you can keep a hoop guy like that.
I'm in a breakout room. At Temple.
Temple U.
Very nice guys. Clearly, like
oh wow,
you can see.
Yeah.
The
war room.
Yeah, I had to commute to campus and do the stream from on campus today, unlike the other time last year. Corbin, I just wanted to apologize that you lost your best friend.
I'm so
close chum,
there when I lifelong
pal, Gabe Vincent. I wanted to mourn your loss.
And there it is. I appreciate you. You pouring it out with me. It sucks, honestly, but I'm over it. I think some relationships. What did James Harden say? Some relationships you don't have to blame anyone. It could just end. It is Gabe Vincent's fault, but we don't have to blame him.
James Harden of all people.
Real quick, we have the terms of the Jose Alvarado trade. The Knicks are dealing Dalen Terry, who they got last night for Yabusele. He is an expiring deal, and 2 second-round picks to the Pelicans for Jose Alvarado.
That's it.
Love it. Love it for the Knicks.
I love it.
Wow, this is basketball GM on the easy scale.
So, okay, Corbin, Andrew, you guys are good to go. We are going to be bringing in Conrad and Mo Bankston for into the Center Hub. So I appreciate you guys. Obviously, Julian is now with us.
See you in a bit.
As well. So let's bring in Mo. Let's bring in Conrad.
You guys agreed to put me and Mo on at the same time?
I did that intentionally.
I'm sure.
There we go. Hold on.
Right, but come on, I hear this Jose Alvarado business that basically the Bulls get like nothing out of.
I know this is blasphemy.
They got that Philly.
A guard was on the move and he didn't end up in Chicago.
Like a guard I would be happy with. I don't even know where to begin. Like it's been so from a Bulls perspective, it's been an unmitigated dumpster fire since everybody woke up and saw that Dalen Terry trade. Because, like, what is this?
I'll be honest. There's so many trades that have happened already. I need like a recap.
Julian, I'm sharing it with you now. I have one.
Yeah, because here's what happens: is I was in class for the last hour and a half. I was driving to school for the last, before that. And so like my phone has just been blowing up for the last probably 12 to 15 hours with about 20 different trades. So half of that, like I'm still not even fully done processing what the hell happened yesterday. And the day before that with like James Harden, Anthony Davis, and Jaren Jackson all moving. And then there's just more. It feels like every time I'm like starting to process a trade, like 3 more small trades or 3 more medium-sized trades happen.
For what it's worth, the Knicks now gain $1 million in apron space because they're hard capped at the second apron with this Jose Alvarado deal. So they can now sign a 15th player, on the buyout mark or whatever it may be.
Javon Carter. Talk to me. Talk to me, Javon.
So
he's there.
He's there.
So Mo, for what it's worth, hold on, I'm trying to get this tweet up. A tweet that I know is going to pique your interest. Again, it's not breaking news. This was a tweet I saw earlier today. So let me pull this up. I'm sharing my screen now. The Bulls have acquired 9 second-round picks in the last 5 days. They now have 14 second-round picks, which is tied for the Pistons for third most in the league. Shout out to Yossi Gosselin, friend of the Bird Rights podcast. Only the Spurs and the Nets have more second-round picks. Maybe each move individually, I don't love every single one, but I think overall what the Bulls have accomplished, I think they've done a phenomenal job. So I'm interested to get your opinion on the Chicago Bulls, Mo.
I would not say phenomenal. That would not be my choice of word. I believe the Bulls have done a serviceable job with this trade deadline.
Okay.
And the thing there's really a sub layer to it. Like in evaluating all the moves of this front office, you have to look at how they got to those outcomes in the first place. I would say. So, I tweeted this morning. I thought that the aggregate deal that ultimately brought in Jaden Ivey to the Bulls, that was a serviceable piece of deal making. Everything else, including everything today I've seen, is really just been cleaning up the front office's long-standing mistakes. Vooch, extending him was a huge mistake. You end up swapping second round picks, and you do have expiring money in Simons. But again, like Vooch just should never have been there. Like Conrad and I have talked about that for a literal year now at this point.
More than a year.
Yeah. There's that. Kobe and Ayo Dosunmu. I am not thrilled with the returns for either of those players, and it's because they should have been on this roster. That the time to have moved those players, especially with the Bulls front office signaling most of the season that they were looking for like first round capital or whatever, should have did that last season. The Ayo move in particular, like I'm just deeply concerned about that. Acquiring the second round picks in isolation, yes, that is a good thing. I don't know if the Bulls have fundamentally changed anything about their long-term trajectory as an organization with this.
So, yeah, I mean, the Bulls, we already alluded to it. I had up on the screen now, the 9 second-round picks they acquired, but like the fact that they took bites at the apple at a guy like Rob Dillingham, at a guy like Jaden Ivey. I know Ivey's going to have to be paid in restricted free agency, so that does make things a little tricky. But like I think Yossi Gosselin actually referred to it as pre-agency, like trade for the guy you want to sign in free agency and just get his bird rates. Like that's what that really was. Anthony Simons deal. I mean, I feel like I know they got pick 32 this upcoming draft because it's a Pelicans second, so it's going to be between pick 31 and 35. I think they did a good job of getting that for Vucevic, but given you basically help Boston essentially avoid the tax to the point where they're on striking distance now, getting out of the repeater tax completely. They should have got an extra pick, even though they got that early second round pick as well. Yeah. They should have got an additional one, in my opinion, Chicago.
Yeah. And then again, I'll just point to what I woke up to this morning, the Dalen Terry for Yabusele deal. On its face value, it looks like a negligible deal. It's fine, whatever. And I can say from Bulls' perspective, Dalen Terry was probably never going to be in the Bulls' long-term plans, and he really has never made impact as a player, period. The mistake I would say straight up was the Bulls should have never drafted Dalen Terry, to be quite frank. So to just like ship him out for a journeyman, and then the immediate outcome of that for the Knicks is they're getting under their apron. They flip him for like a desirable player, and the Bulls are like just sitting there like Yabusele. And what if he even like goes so far as not opt in next year? Like, it's just, there's so many things about it where it's like, it's a transaction, but it's like, what is the real impact of the transaction? That's what I'm stuck with right now with a lot of these deals.
Yeah, so I keep trying to get the ban up. I don't want to block you guys' face. For what it's worth, you could create overlays in StreamYard now.
That's cool.
But anyway,
StreamYard, friend of the show.
StreamYard, friend of the show, sponsor us, so I don't need to keep paying.
That's-
Conrad, I know one of the deals you wanted to talk about was the Jaden Ivey deal to Chicago before you left this morning.
Yeah.
Now that we have Mo here, do you want to revisit it?
Yeah, actually, that's why I kind of tabled that discussion. I mean,
Okay.
like, I know Mo is like he seems like a diehard, passionate Purdue fan. So
Yes.
I definitely understand, kind of, I don't know. I don't want to speak on your behalf. I could definitely understand the appeal of Jaden Ivey. Again, young. I mean, how old is he right now? Like 23, 24?
I believe he's 24, 25.
Yeah, right. So I guess I want to hear first your kind of perspective. I mean, I know you've kind of shared some of your thoughts on Twitter or X, whatever, and on narratives per possession. But now that you have a couple days, since it's one of those moves that kind of, it was made out days ahead of the deadline so that, the Bulls could make some follow-up trades. And now, right, again, the recurring joke here that amongst NBA fans that like all these guards are ending up in Chicago. Just what are your thoughts about this trade, like specifically Ivy, and then how this kind of fits into whatever the Bulls are putting together here?
Yeah. So I'll start first with just in isolation, the deal framework itself. I don't have a problem with the deal. There's a lot of things in Bulls Twitter and the Bulls fan base in general, like usually has some level of polarization to it. There are people who are for this trade and people who are against the trade. I look at it from this point, and I do want to like divorce myself from my Purdue bias. I have a strong Purdue bias. He actually was one of my favorite Purdue players of the last 10 years. Like, he did awesome stuff when he's at Purdue. But like Jaden Ivey, the NBA player right now, he certainly has risk. I've said this myself. I've found that his defense has been a pretty pronounced development area for him. The injury history is not great. So the Bulls are taking on risk by taking him in for sure. At the same time, like just the deal itself, I do like that it was really structured as a fundamental buy low deal where the Bulls did get draft capital in play. And I kind of have to pour salt in an old wound and like, I'm not intentionally really getting this, but I think to last season, like the mere fact that like people were putting the context of buy low on like the Josh Giddey for Alex Caruso trade, when that fundamentally is not a buy low move because you're giving up a top 10 NBA defender with no capital in return for a guy who got benched in the playoffs. And you were coming up on an RFA for him. And because of his box score, it was going to potentially be an expensive RFA. I don't have that same concern with Jaden Ivey because some people are concerned about his RFA status. I just think you look at the injury history he's had, the pronounced struggles he's had just when he's been on the floor, and also just the greater NBA market right now for guards in terms of either trades, transactions, draft. Like the guard position is being massively discounted in my opinion. So I don't expect Ivy to command a hefty RFA price tag. And I'd be shocked if somebody's putting in like a competing offer sheet for him. So you pretty much get him for expiring Kevin Huerter, who definitely should have been flipped for something. And I would argue the Bulls flipped Kevin Huerter for upside at least. And then also, getting Dario Saric for nothing other than waiving Javon Carter. I don't have any concerns about the deal. I thought at this point, given everything the Bulls have done, it's probably my top deal that the Bulls have done. Like the rest of them, I have like different levels of issues with them, but this one, I don't really have a problem with it.
There you go, Mo. So, okay, Chicago Bulls aside, Julian, is there any trade that you would like to discuss now that you also just joined us?
I
It's
want
good.
Julian's now. I want before we go. I want Julian's opinion on Jaden Ivey.
I mean, it's actually funny because me and Conrad have been talking for probably the last 6 or 7 months about how Jaden Ivey needs to get traded from the Detroit Pistons. He just does. I'm not a believer in the guy. I'm not a big fan. I think he has a lot of issues as a primary playmaker. I think the Russell Westbrook comparisons he was getting coming out of college were delusional. But that being said, he's still young. And I think, honestly, I think that the Chicago Bulls are actually a good destination for him. I think Josh Giddey is actually someone who probably – there's no shooting in that backcourt, I will say. The shooting in that backcourt is not great. But – you can provide a lot of rim pressure with those two guys, I think. Defensively, I like the concept. So I think for Chicago, I think he's the right guy to bring in. I actually like that trade for both sides because I think Detroit needed to get rid of him, and I think Chicago's a good destination for him.
Yeah, something I might add, what I'm hopeful or optimistic about in terms of Ivey's contribution to the offense. Ivy also has a sort of low-key movement shooter kind of dynamic that he could bring to an offense. And he developed a lot of that from Purdue, honestly. I mean, he was playing off of Zach Edey back then. A lot of what he was doing was coming off pin downs or coming, catch and shoot things. So I agree with you, Julian, actually. Like, to me, the ideal NBA archetype for Jaden Ivey probably is not being on ball much at all. But, if he can continue to develop is a strong off-ball option, playing off a Giddey in transition or Giddey, just being ready for a Giddey pass. It's probably in his best interest in terms of his NBA development.
Yeah, I think he can absolutely develop in Chicago. Absolutely. When I was looking at the trade, I was like, oh, this is like kind of a win-win for both teams here. But yeah, I have – me and Conrad have been talking for a while about how Ivy is just it doesn't work in Detroit. So I think, they found a suitable destination, good value. But the other trade I wanted to talk about, which I have liked less and less the more that I've thought about it, the Anthony Davis trade.
Okay.
Well, I love that we've opened up the segment by already laughing without actually saying anything. But okay, go
So
ahead.
I'll frame it like this because I think there's two aspects to think about with it, which is the trade in a vacuum, like in and of itself, and then the Luka Doncic trade that precedes it, right? Because in a vacuum, getting a bunch of expirings, not too great first round picks, 3 seconds, and a few expiring young guards and AJ Johnson. Like, for an aging superstar, and you're getting rid of a few relatively unproductive players outside of Anthony Davis, not terrible on the surface, right? Like, I get it. But I've seen a couple of tweets over the last 24 hours of the return for Luka Doncic was Chris Middleton, AJ Johnson, Malachi Branham, Max Christie, Marvin Bagley, 2 firsts, and 3 seconds. Like, oh yeah, no, that looks a lot worse now. The fact that they flipped AD for this makes the Luka trade look infinitely worse. And kind of speaks to where the Mavs are at right now, as a bit of a dumpster fire at the current moment, unfortunately. I think I said this in chat on the stream before, but I'm still just very surprised at the Wizards' decision to, go into 2 max contract guys. I get it. They're they're going to have to re-sign if they want to keep them, and they're on, team. I would consider team friendly deals, and the Wizards have a ton of cap space, but I understand wanting to spend. I honestly just was a bit perplexed by who the Wizards spent all that money on. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in expediting a rebuild this way. Maybe I'm a purist. Maybe I'm a tanking purist. Maybe I'm, crazy and want my team.
You rooted for the process Sixers, so it's in your blood.
Yeah, but we did that wrong too. I thought that was done wrong too. I felt like the Wizards were on their way. Their young guys were developing, and it's kind of just like, well, now we're going to try and compete right now with these two stars.
Yeah, earlier in the live stream, before you hopped on, like Steven and I and Andrew, we were talking about that. And I get, at least the way, if I were to sell this or to justify it, the way I look at it is, okay, you brought in Trae Young, you brought in AD, right? So at the very least, Washington now has a true primary ball handler, facilitator, and a true center, a rim protecting center. So if you're looking at it as it now slides, like Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr, all those guys, it slides them into their optimal or natural positions. This makes sense. So in a way, it's kind of helping move along or even expedite their own individual player development. Where it gets dicey is, oh my God, are you committing to them long term? Because I saw that follow-up report saying they're going to both get extended. Why? No. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it can be good. I could definitely see it being beneficial. I could also see it getting really ugly if they really are both given 3-4 year extensions, right?
I just think my issue with them, I get the value and all that stuff you're getting for them. I just think for one reason or another, at this point in their careers, there's more referring to AD than Trae. They're not winning players. Trae Young's way too heliocentric to ever win a championship. AD, is a walking cast in hospital bills at this point. Talent-wise, absolutely. They're very talented NBA players. I don't know, man.
I look at it, I just don't. Having thought about the deal from the Washington side, I don't know if these are bona fide on-court basketball moves as much as you do have still a relatively new front office, and they're besides the on-court product, they got tickets to sell and merch to sell too. So those are two big names that are going to probably sell tickets and merch. That's just the way I look at it.
It's definitely
at the very least, they're a playing team. They're a playing team. They looked at the East this year. They're like, dude, we're a playing team.
How far out? I haven't looked at the standings in the last couple of weeks. How far out are they from the playing right now?
Well, no, I meant they're a playing team next year.
Okay, that's what
they
thought. I was like, wait a second.
They absolutely want to tank the rest of the year. They need to maintain. They need to keep their pick, right? It's top 4 protected, I think.
It's top 4 protected.
Top 8 protected.
Top 8 protected. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're good, man.
Yeah, and even just to be devil's advocate a bit for the Mavericks, they were the Mavericks were never going to get any good return for Luka Doncic at that point. And they probably were never going to get a great return for AD either. This is an analogy I used last year when the Bulls traded Zach LaVine. It was basically like declaring bankruptcy because Bulls ended up getting spare parts and their own pick back for Zach LaVine when it should have been much better. I kind of view it the same way with the AD trade, where it's you're not going into after the season with any draft capital at all, apparently. So if you even they're not great picks, they are picks versus no picks. So I suppose in that regard, it's like declaring bankruptcy. You don't celebrate that, but sometimes you just do what you gotta do.
No, I do agree with you though, Mo. It is something back. It's just when you take that Luka trade in a vacuum and you look at the assets that they got, right? It looks a lot worse. If they just had Anthony Davis on the roster, right, with his age, his injury history, all that stuff, and they make this trade, they're like, okay, feasibly I understand it. I don't love it, but I understand.
I am all in, man. I am all in.
I was looking for trade updates, and I saw that. I had to share it. Shout out to Clee for Trey. Trade
Can we
for
talk
Clay?
about that trade too?
Yes, yes, please.
What
Let's
the-
because especially with Conrad, because like when I
I'm-
saw it come through, I'm like, the Warriors who just really put the tamper on a potential Celtics dynasty go and get the actual championship Celtics
That's right,
for
man.
like what is surely a dead dynasty and go and say it reminds me too much of Rocky 3 where Apollo Creed it helps Rocky like beat Clubber Lang, but like I don't see
Shout out Philadelphia.
yeah I don't see Porzingis and Horford somehow helping Steph slay OKC like it's funny.
Listen, man, you got rid of Kuminga. Conrad, you guys got a center who's
I
under the
mean,
age of 40.
I'll be clear, man. Like these three, like Steven and Julian texted me last night when the Kuminga Porzingis trade broke news. I was happy, man. I'm like, cool. You don't even need to tell me who's coming back in return. Cool. Via con Dios, good luck, my friend. Okay.
Yeah. Low key, I'm also happy that there's zero connection to the Bulls and Kuminga. Like it makes my day at least.
You could have traded Patrick Williams for him.
I mean, yeah, no, I definitely think your reactions are accurate and justified in terms of from the Warrior standpoint. Like, make no mistake, I was talking to Steven and Andrew earlier on the show. I was saying that just given like kind of the drama, the chaos that has built around this Kuminga situation, like as a fan, I'm just kind of happy to move on from this right now. As like a fan that actually cares about roster building, yeah, this is not exactly ideal, and that's not to say that like I expected to get like this, amazing return for Kuminga, because I think the market is kind of telling you what I think, right? It kind of told us what the league thinks of Jonathan Kuminga as currently, right? Like in his current stage of his career. But it's as Mo is saying, right? Like if the stated goal from the Warriors is to try to compete for a title, specifically compete for a title with Steph, like this is a move that if Jimmy wasn't hurt, I could definitely buy into it more. Like it makes sense, right? Definitely the player archetype that you want to surround Steph and Jimmy with. Now, having said that, like the fact that no picks were attached, cool, right? That means they have all their flexibility to make more moves. The question is, will they? If this is it for the Warriors at the deadline, in my opinion, yeah, you kind of punted on this season, right? And you're still trying to chase like pipe dreams into next offseason or whatever. So,
I have a question. How much, because you mentioned, what his value is around the league. How much, do you think that the whole shenanigans that he put up tanked his value? Obviously, I'm sure it did, but how much?
Are you saying like how much did he tank his own value?
Yes.
I mean, I think it did to an extent. I don't know. Me, like, having covered the situation for like basically the entirety of his Warriors career, I mean, like this isn't something isolated to just this past offseason during his contract negotiations. I'm not trying to say like he's a bad guy, but like, his unwillingness almost or reluctance to try to adapt his style. I mean, like, you're not like, for example, he's going to Atlanta. Jalen Johnson is like an ascending star, if not superstar, right?
They've got Red Wings are us over there.
Dyson Daniels was like, did he win? He didn't win DPOY, did he? Or did he?
No, he won most improved.
He won most improved.
Yeah, most improved.
Most improved, and he was like,
He was on defensive first team.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All I'm saying is like, it's not like you're going to a team where you're just going to step into 30, 35 minutes a night and like a 30% usage. Like
should have gone to the Nets if you wanted that.
The fact of the matter is if he was able to actually work on the things that I think any NBA team would have liked him to have worked on, he'd probably still be on this team and they would still value him, but it is what it is. I mean, again, I don't need to like, kick the guy on the way out. Like, just like, hey, good luck to you. And hopefully it works out better in a different situation. But I am very skeptical that it works out in Atlanta. Well, I feel like he'll have to get moved to another team to finally get.
I'm telling you, man, he's a Brooklyn Net. I would have said a Washington Wizard, but now
I don't know, man. I think like Brooklyn, like they're actually trying to do something competent here, right? Like,
are they?
Was it?
Are they?
He's a Sacramento King.
Yeah. See,
okay.
I think he's definitely.
Yeah, certainly a roundabout way of getting there.
So, real quick, I put up here, obviously, the Knicks are traded for Jose Alvarado. It is reported that Deuce McBride is undergoing a hernia surgery that will sideline him until the playoffs. So now we know, obviously Jose Alvarado is always attainable for the Knicks, but now obviously this gives a little bit more context. Mo, you have to sign off. I'm going to sign off as well for, 20 minutes or so. Do you have any closing thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, I think definitely like one of the better trade deadlines just in general. The amount of action we've been getting this week, I feel like we're all just for the better for it. I just wish the Bulls had different owners and a different front office, and perhaps like there would be a direction set. But I can wish and hope and dream.
Okay. I'm also saying that the Jazz picked up Denver's 2027 round pick to take on big man Chris Boucher. So again, Boston's making a valiant effort to get out of the tax completely. They gave up Denver's 2027 second to do it. Worth noting. Mo, we appreciate you coming on. We have Andrew Schaefer joining us. We have Conrad. Is Michael coming on?
He will be shortly.
Okay. So we will be having them join. Mo is gracious enough to give us his time during a day on Thursday to jump on with us. A little Chicago Bulls, a little bit of everything. So I'm also going to go for a half hour, so I'm not doing a full 5-hour marathon. It's going to be Julian, Conrad, Andrew will be joining us momentarily, and then whenever Michael jumps on, Conrad's co-host of the East Meets West podcast. So, Mo, we appreciate it, and I will also see you guys in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. Always fun chatting.
Take care, bro.
Okay. Conrad, you have admin access, right? I know we'll
That's right.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Wow.
All right, gentlemen.
I'm still unbelievably confused as to what is going on with this deadline.
Yeah, I'm lost too, to be honest.
I mean, no, again,
confusing.
I can't remember who said it. Was it Shams? Pre-agency, which is true, right? I mean, you want to maximize the flexibility you have in the off season. So why don't you afford yourself, right? Afford yourself the opportunity to gain more by using the flexibility you have in season.
We have not seen a deadline this active in a few years.
It is, again, it is surprising who are the buyers at this deadline. We talked about Washington, even I guess I understand the Bucks pivoting that now that they've officially decided to keep Giannis, but the fact that their first move is to acquire Nick Richards. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm laughing. That's unprofessional. But I mean,
I'm laughing.
I wish I was not here for Corbin's initial reaction, to Nick Richards.
He basically waved him goodbye. Basically, is what he did.
Can we talk about the honest thing though? Can we talk about why the Bucks? I've seen on Twitter some various reports of they were never really offering anything serious.
Right.
They said they were willing. They didn't seem to be willing based on offers. Are they at a spot now where is it going to be like a typical Chicago Bulls thing where it's they're going to hold on to him for too long to the point where, the star becomes so unsettled that he essentially says, I'm going here, you can't stop me in a trade? Or do you think they still have some time to, mend, repair, and kind of keep the relationship to a point where they can still get some value for him?
It's a difficult question to answer, right? I think now, but I would say I think this relationship needs to end. I've been saying this. I do think they need to move on. I understand, and I said this earlier, trading a top 5 player is not an easy thing to do because you're not getting any of the same value in return talent-wise at all.
No.
And Milwaukee's a franchise that hasn't had a player of this caliber since Kareem. I said that earlier. So, like, it's really hard to do. And Giannis, I think Corbin said it, Giannis is half in, half out. It feels like one day he wants to leave, and then the next day he doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, his remarks are a bit all over the. Oh, I want to be a lifelong Milwaukee Buck, or but all the noise is like Giannis is tired of the Doc Rivers.
Yeah, I think he behind the scenes he's like, I don't want to be here, but publicly he's like, no, I want to be here. Like, I think it's all about his public image right now.
Yes,
which I don't like at all. At the end of the day, you're a top 5 player in the league. Dictate where you want to go and just get the hell out of Milwaukee. Like, I get not wanting to be there, right? It's not no offense to anyone in Milwaukee who's currently listening. It's not a great place to live, generally speaking. It's not in the top 5 places in America to live. So I do think that is an issue, somewhat. Because remember, all the markets he's tied to, you think about Golden State, like San Francisco is a very popular city, New York, obviously, Miami. Like, these are all attractive destinations outside of the basketball sense of the team. So I just, at the end of the day, I get Milwaukee wants to get as much value as they can. They should ask for the moon, no question. And I didn't think they were going to get the moon at the trade deadline. That usually doesn't happen midseason. These are things that happen more, off-season related because there's more flexibility, more players involved, more teams involved. Like Conrad said, more teams are going to be involved now. But this is just delaying the inevitable, in my opinion. I really do. I think his value is always going to be there just because of who he is. But the more injuries he gets, the worse his value is going to get, just like Anthony Davis and Trae Young and some of these other guys. But I think they got to move him. Well, now you definitely have to move him in the summer. I don't think you can bring him into next year. That's kind of the way I look at it.
nice. Just real quick, we're now joined by MJ Tolliver, my co-host on East Meets West, and he's also the lead account dude of Pistons Lead.
Pistons Lead, yep.
Yeah, he's also a very passionate Giannis fan, so I think he could weigh in also on his thoughts about Giannis and his half-hearted trade requests, kind of sitting on the fence and everything. That's kind of what we're talking about, MJ.
Well, first I'm gonna say, what's up, Drew? What's up, Drew? How y'all doing? It's nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you too, man.
What's up, Conrad? You good?
I'm good, man. I got a freaking 7-foot Latvian, man, who's about to, we've had a history of 7-foot Latvians in the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, the last one wasn't that good though. So let's.
He was a legend. Okay, trust me, he was amazing on the club scene. Okay, Warrior fans, if you know what I'm talking about, if you know, you know.
He like
that dude was an insane partier, right? But
yeah, but you guys talking about Giannis. If I gotta tap into my love for Kobe Bryant, I kind of looked at this as this type of situation where he could actually be in position to where it's like, I want to go. Kobe was, I want to go to Pluto. It don't matter. Just send me wherever. Send me Chicago. Send me to the Clippers. It don't matter. I like that they're keeping Giannis, and I hope that this trade deadline isn't over for the Bucks. Like, I hope that they actually can, I like Miles Turner over there, but if you got to flip Miles Turner for something that's more, that's going to assimilate with him better, you know what I mean? Which is a guard. We know because he had Drew Holiday, he had Chris Middleton. That's where his success lies. And yeah, he had Brook Lopez too. But it's just like him staying there to me is symbolic because it puts him in position to be a Kobe, a Dirk, a Tim Duncan. You know what I mean? Like it's putting him in position to actually be the face of what Milwaukee basketball is. The way it's like, oh, this is Dirk's house. Luka is running it now. Or before he got traded. Oh, this is Kobe's house. You know what I mean? This is Tim Duncan's house. Like, it puts him in position to be the literal representation of what that franchise is, which actually adds value to the franchise. It's like we had Giannis Antetokounmpo. He never left. He thought about leaving. We did what we did for him. We showed up for him, and hopefully they can put something together. Like the last trade is trash, but I like that. They might be trying to get under the cap. I don't know. I didn't look into it that much. I hopped in the shower real quick before I hopped on. That's why I'm late. But
no, you good.
Yeah, I want him to be able to still continue to be successful in Milwaukee, but not against them. But I still want him to be successful.
So Steven, who just checked out, he just dropped here in the chat, like, there's those rumors about the Bucks, now that they're pivoting to being buyers, right? That they could be one of the teams in on Ja Morant. Like this.
Oh,
this is the thing here about the Bucks, which is a lot of stars, like in Giannis's position, they get disgruntled because they don't think the front office is doing enough to put him in a position to compete for more championships.
Right.
You could make an argument. I think the Bucks have done a lot to try to put talent around him. They just make really bad decisions when they do that.
I would also argue that probably the best thing that the Bucks front office could do to make Giannis's life easier is getting a new head coach. That would probably help a decent amount.
Let's be real. This is the thing, going back to what you and Andrew were saying right before MJ joined, right? About like, he is very cognizant of his public perception or public persona. Let's be real. He was one of those dudes who was absolutely down with having Adrian Griffin getting the boot and being replaced with Doc Rivers. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like he's completely innocent in like these bad decisions, these team decisions.
No, he's 100% involved.
Yeah. You wanted Dame, you got Dame. You know what I'm saying? Like,
didn't work.
All that
you wanted Doc, you got Doc.
Yeah.
You wanted Drew gone for having one bad postseason, and he had that bad first round. But we seen what Drew Holiday did and what he's done since then. You know what I mean? He won the championship with the Celtics, and now he's, when he's healthy, he's on the Trailblazers, like flexing. He's like really anchoring that team, helping anchor that team and provide veteran presence for that team. So it's just like, you shouldn't have wanted that value gone. Like if they came to you like, should we trade you? Like, yeah, go get go get a more dynamic scoring. No, you needed order because everything is around you. You know what I mean? So it's got to fit in. Dame is himself. He couldn't fit in. He's him.
Right. I just, like I said before, Giannis wants to be, in control behind the scenes, but publicly he wants everything washed off his hands.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, everybody reads in between the lines. News comes out now. Social media is bigger than it's ever been. Everything comes out now. So, in terms of Ja Morant, like going to Milwaukee, I am the biggest Ja Morant hater on planet Earth. You will hear it here first. I think that guy he is not a winner. He's had a lot of off the court issues. Obviously, they're well documented, but I don't like point guards that can't shoot the ball.
But he can shoot.
Yeah, he can shoot, but it ain't a basketball. But my point is, you've got to be able to make perimeter shots. He doesn't do that. He's athletic as hell. He's a talented player. I'm not, disputing his talent. He's very talented. He's an all-star caliber player. Right. But so we're basically going to say, okay, we're going to get a disgruntled star out of a small market, which we did in Damian Lillard. And now we're going to try it again, potentially with Ja Morant. You think it's going to go any better?
I will say also, to add to that, I think that him and Giannis kind of like to operate in the same areas, getting to the rim as quickly as possible, explosive around the rim, on both sides of the floor. Obviously Giannis provides a lot more than just getting to the rim at will. He's a two-way nightmare, but they do generally tend to, try and get to the same areas of the floor, create from the same areas of the floor. So, you'd probably get him for cheap. You could probably give up some of your less enticing contracts, and they don't have any draft capital, so I guess not. But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
Like, hypothetically, you could probably get Ja Morant for cheap. I don't think it moves the needle.
Is Miles Turner enough? I mean, are they that cheap?
I mean, at this point, they can
send Miles Turner, Gary Trent, and whoever.
All the names that are now associated with the Bucks on their quote unquote radar are all guys that are considered distressed assets at this point, right?
Okay.
Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, right?
Right.
Like, it's the contracts that pretty much a majority of the league, they have no desire to take on, right? Like, Because as you guys said, they don't have draft picks. That was what, like, the Warriors and even like the other teams that were trying to pursue him, right? It was to offer, a plethora of future draft capital, right? Going out several years into the future. I don't know. And that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's weird. I'm not necessarily defending the Bucks front office, but at the same time, it's not like they've been frugal or inactive. They've just made very poor decisions.
Right.
I mean, they've got, a $23 million hole in Kyle Kuzma they have sitting there right now that's got to go.
Right.
Who also has no trade value. That's part of the problem, right? Like when you have a guy who's making that much money and and nobody wants him, you're screwed.
In an ideal world, if you have a bunch of second-round picks, you throw a few seconds at a team to take him. They can't do that.
Right.
Man,
but
so,
go ahead, MJ. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so I know Colorado has connections. So do you have any intel?
Oh, I have zero. It's all from the heart.
No.
No?
Right now, no. Maybe
Okay.
Steven would, when he
Okay.
returns, he'll have like some nuggets. But I guess since as the guy as the manager of Pistons lead, before you joined, actually our friend of both the Center Hub and friend of East Meets West, Mo Bankson, was on, right?
Mo, shout out to Mo.
So yeah,
I seen him. I seen him before I hopped in.
Yeah, he's a diehard Purdue fan. So he was discussing his thoughts about Jaden Ivey. And Michael, I know that you have some very strong thoughts, so much that you're now no longer in the picture. You have some pretty strong thoughts about Jaden Ivey and his departure from Detroit. So I'll let you you go first. And obviously you and I talk every day, so you know my thoughts about Jaden Ivey. But this is your turn here. Go ahead.
I mean, my attachment is beyond basketball. You know what I mean? It's him, it's his mom, it's his father, it's his grandfather. You know what I mean? Like, they've been a part of this city. Like, his father went to Country Day, his grandfather played for the Lions, his mother played for the Shot, and he played for us. So, and I wanted to go to Country Day, so that's another part of it too. So it's just like it's like woven into the fabric. You know what I mean? And it felt like home, especially when he got drafted and he like cried about coming to Detroit. You know what I mean? It was like, and then he got on the podiums and got out there. I forgot what park they went to, but it was him and Duran, and they was just like, we want to be here. We want to be here. And it's for coming from Monty Williams' time when we had 31 roster players from seasons beginning to seasons end. And hearing some of those players say, "Oh, Detroit, I ain't want to be Detroit. Oh, Detroit." But then hearing players say, "I want to be in Detroit." You know what I mean? It especially for us, because people before we became what we are this year and what we transformed into last year, it's like, oh, poverty Pistons, oh, this, that, and y'all trash and y'all, But it's like, bro, we got 3 championships on the history books, and at the end of the day, you need an identity. You need players that want to be there. And for him to want to be here, but we had to let him go. And I understand what it is. It's probably contractual. I didn't like the minutes he was getting either. It's a bunch of things, but it's a bigger attachment to some of us. Some of the Pistons fans that you see, like Ivy, and they got the crying eye and whatnot. And I got a lot of people talking about, oh, boo-hoo and all of that. But it's just like, it's deeper than just basketball to some. Like, some is just like, it's the community. It's just actually being represented where somebody is actually embracing you the way that you're embracing them. It's just like when we got Allen Iverson, we embraced Allen Iverson. It's Allen Iverson. You know what I mean? Especially in Detroit. But it's like Allen Iverson embraced, oh, I don't want to be here. He didn't really want to be here. Especially when it came to the him and Rip Hamilton thing, they were jousting, and then he just got unhappy. But it's just like, if he wanted to be here, he would have actually put the effort forward to make it work. So to have players that want to be there, it makes a difference. That's why this team is what it is, because these players want to be here. And hopefully Kevin Huerter is coming in with that mentality. Like, oh, y'all wanted me? You know what I mean? Y'all gave up Ivy for me? Like, all right. And that's just how I see it. Like, but I hope he has success in Chicago. Shout out Mo. I'm gonna be on your page. And Chicago fans, I'm gonna be all in your Twitter, all in your X, whatever. And I just hope Ivy has a resurgence. Like I started to see flashes. It was like the last 3-4 games we started to see like a resurgence, and it's nice. It's cool. Like the icing on the cake that the last shot that he made was K giving him the ball, dunk out. You know what I mean? Like that's cool. Instead of a brick or something like that. At least we got that memory.
I would just say for Jaden Ivey, it's just unfortunate how many injuries he's had.
Yeah.
I liked him coming out of Purdue, just the athleticism and everything he brought. My concern was the shooting going into his NBA career. Was he wasn't that great of a jump shooter. So, you know, at any time you have a highly athletic guy, you think about Westbrook or Morant or any of those guys, they all at some point are going to deal with a huge injury because it's just their athleticism.
Right.
But, you know, obviously he had a lot of connections to that city. I think he's probably disappointed it didn't work out, I'm sure, Jaden Ivey. But I do think in Chicago he can get an opportunity to play more. Well, maybe not play more, but he'll get an opportunity to maybe play better than what he did in Detroit.
I think he'll start. Probably it might be next season, but he'll start because I don't think he's fully healthy now. Conrado.
I don't think he should. Like, well, it depends. Well, no, I don't think he should. But I mean, especially given that they acquired Anthony Simons, right?
Oh, I forgot.
Like, yeah,
I forgot about that.
So here's the thing about why I've always had not necessarily a problem. Well, okay, yeah. One of the reasons why I'm not particularly fond of not necessarily Jaden Ivey himself, but his player archetype.
Yeah.
I don't like guys, and this kind of goes where, like, you know, Julian and I going into our draft stuff. At least for me, I don't like players whose main way of producing offense is to isolate, and they don't produce a lot of rim pressure. So even well before his injuries, his ratio of isolation to rim attempts were very low. So basically, he's one of those types of guys who isolates and takes like long twos or mid-range twos.
Right.
I don't like that, right? So that's why I never really liked the fit next to Cade. I definitely don't like the potential fit next to Ivy or Giddey. Right?
Yeah, I love the fit next to Giddey. I think that's
even with Matas.
See, I think
Matas and Giddey. Are you sure?
If you're using him primarily as an off-ball guy, this is where that segment of Pistons fans are like, this doesn't make sense. If you're using him primarily as an off-ball player he's not a particularly good or dynamic movement shooter, then it doesn't really make sense to put him in the starting lineup next to a guy like Cade. Definitely not like a guy next to Giddey. I'd prefer he come off the bench. That's the whole point, right? Is what he can do beating his man off the dribble. And as you said, he's starting to kind of get back a little bit of the lift in his legs.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, okay, get him to a situation where he can, do his thing off the ball. And again, at least right now, because they're not going to take Giddey out of the starting lineup. I'd rather he be like the super dude, like the super sixth man off the bench, and let guys play off of him. Because you see the limitations. Like, I just don't like I get it, all the credit in the world that like his threes were starting to go down before he got traded. But I don't know, man, a shot diet of step back threes and just stepping into transition threes, that's not really sustainable.
He's got to develop it.
So I mean,
he's not a ready-made product. He still got more progression to make.
He's got
right
some
now.
developing to do.
Yeah, he got some more developing to do. And he's been developing. I think Monty Williams set him back. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, Joe.
No, it's funny that we've brought it up because Conrad, every time we talk about Jaden Ivey, he's like, you got to tell my co-host. He's like, you got to tell MJ about Jaden Ivey, because I hold a similar belief to Conrad on him. I think he, especially with the Pistons, I think he's got his flaws. But I actually like him in Chicago. I think it makes a lot of sense for him.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm sure they're going to clear up the roster because they literally traded for 9 guards. They have 9 guards right now, right?
It's crazy.
What they've always done. It's what they've always done. They have 10 guards and 1 big.
Yeah.
Can you name
Guard City?
Yeah. But so MJ, we're gonna transition to our next panel. So before we let you go, is there anything you want to final thoughts or anything you want to plug? Let the audience know. All
what
the
do
good
you
folks.
guys think about this AD trade?
You have 2 hours.
I do, but I'm about to be out.
Bad.
I said this before. I don't understand what the Wizards are doing. I don't really get it.
I don't either.
I do think the priority still is the lottery at the end of the day, even with getting these 2 guys, because their goal could just be to get them because they didn't have to give anything up for Anthony Davis. So it's like, okay, we took a depreciated asset, we'll call it. We took a depreciated asset. We gave up nothing for him. And, if he turns out to be great. If not, we didn't give up anything for him and we're still focused on the lottery. I just don't understand why, if you're Washington, I actually liked what they were doing with their rebuild, playing all these young guys and like developing. Like I know it doesn't lead to winning, obviously. Yeah. And I know they're a franchise that gets walked over every day. Like, you don't ever want to be the,
you got to let them find themselves.
Right. Right. But like, obviously they haven't really been relevant, and obviously you don't want to sit in the basement forever unless you're Sacramento. But, the way I look at
Queens.
Yeah, the way I look at it is I love Anthony Davis as a player when he's playing. The problem is he doesn't play.
He's
exactly
the
best
walking insurance.
The best ability is availability.
Yeah,
all he has to do is play off of Darren Peterson or AJ Devanza. That's all he has to do.
Okay, no, hold on. Here's a over-under question real fast. Sorry to butt in.
No, go ahead, Julian. No.
Over-under for the next 3 seasons. Anthony Davis averages 30 games a season.
30?
30, I'll take.
I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over.
30, I'll take the over. 50, I would consider the under.
Yes,
but I'm saying average. So that means he has to play 90.
I'll take the over on 40.5. So there you go.
I'll take the over for the next couple seasons because I think that he's going to try to get his durability up alongside Trae Young, and then with that team has the potential. Because I'm kind of excited about Washington. That's just me because if they're healthy, if they're healthy, they are a problem. Especially if Anthony Davis can play 70 games. Yeah, and Trae Young is not. We can. How many injuries has Trae Young had? Where it's like it's just kept him out. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say that he's had an injury history or he's just injury prone. I'm not going to put that on him yet. Like if it goes into next season, it's like, oh yeah, Trae Young entering the season. He's not going to play to enter the season first 2 weeks. And then we're a month in and it's like, oh, Trae, then we can start the injury prone talk. But right now, like I think that they have something that I could actually work with. And then they do need to tank the rest of the season. Do not let them come back at all. Don't bring them back. Get the best pick that you can get. You already got your young players in place right now. You bringing Anthony Davis in, he's a champion, and you bringing in Trae Young,
Bubble,
and then you got Bubble. No, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. It's like, but still, what Anthony Davis' talent is, what I've seen him do from the Pelicans up to this point, he's capable. So, and then I've seen Trae Young. Maybe Anthony Davis could cut down on Trae Young making some of those crazy turnovers. Like maybe Anthony Davis will be the person that's like stopping the ball and doing his thing, as opposed to Trae Young throwing some of the turnovers. Even though he gets a lot of assists, because he had how many assists last year? Like 10 point, 11 point. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, he was up there, and it was surprising to me because I was like, Trae Young ain't. Oh damn, Trae Young is. You know what I mean? Because we got Cade Cunningham over here. So I was looking at it like, oh, yeah, he is doing that. But I'm optimistic for the Wizards. And I got wood right here. Knock on wood. Like, I want them to be healthy. No, for real. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. I want them to be healthy. For real. Like, I don't care if they're a competition for my team. Like, I want to see everybody healthy, to be honest. But I just want to throw that question out there. But I know Steve's got to get in here.
I just think it's crazy. Like, Anthony Davis has played for the Pelicans and now the Wizards. Like, can we just like that's crazy.
A bad Mavericks team.
I know, like
for 20 games.
It's a very Chris Webber like arc at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
Like
so when he went to Philly,
valued, but he probably moved more than you would have thought. Yeah.
So. I used to stay around the block from Chris Webber's mom.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, MJ, for hopping on.
For sure, man.
And
Thank y'all
I'm
for having
sure
me.
we'll have you back in the near future.
Okay.
All right. Take care, man.
Y'all take it easy.
And there we
Hey.
go.
Go.
Wait.
Oh no.
I thought you were gonna play the bongo drum sound.
Well, I could do from last year's. But De'Aaron Fox wasn't traded this year.
Thank God.
Thankfully.
Right. Okay.
So, okay, Andrew. Really quickly, before we let you go, again, I know you're going to be back on to help close the show, and we do have Zach Rudine from the Center Hub in the waiting room. We weren't on when we shared this tweet, so I'm just going to share it one more time just to get your perspective. Deuce McBride out until the playoffs. Like, obviously, you guys just acquired Jose Alvarado, so that does help. But what's your overall opinion on it?
Yeah, look, Deuce McBride's been out for a while. I kind of knew something was going up when he hasn't played, 7, 8, 9 games. It's unfortunate because I think, Deuce McBride's actually overachieved as a Knick. I don't think anyone expected him to be this good, or this important for them when they drafted him in the second round. So I think he's been a nice surprise. Listen, Alvarado's from New York, so I think fans are going to fall in love with him. He's a guy who nobody wants. He's a pain in the ass. Let's just call it what it is. And I think this opens the door for Tyler Kolek now to really take the reins as a backup point guard for them. He's had some moments of good and some moments of not so good. I thought maybe they would move Clarkson because I know he's kind of been in and out of the rotation recently. I thought maybe that was a possibility for them, but I do. It's disappointing that Deuce McBride's going to be out, but I do like the Knicks getting ahead of it and saying, okay, we need to fill this role. And they went out and got a guy who's, a defensive guy similar to McBride. McBride's obviously the better offensive player, but I do think for the Knicks, this was a smart move. You didn't have to give up a lot for Jose Alvarado. I think they gave up like Dallin Terry or whatever they did. So, and you got off Yabusele, which was nice because he hasn't worked out for the Knicks. I don't think he was a good fit with Mike Brown. So I do. It's sad for McBride, but I do like what the Knicks did getting Alvarado because I do think it's going to provide some energy off the bench and it gives Kolek an opportunity, which I think a lot of fans want. I think they want to see Kolek play more. So yeah, that's my initial reaction to it.
Okay. So Andrew will be joining us again. Sorry, I'm looking at our schedule. Andrew will be joining us to close the show at 2:30.
Yep.
Conrad will be joining us at that same time, 2:30. So I'll see you guys both back at 2:30. We have Zach.
Maybe Conrad and I should do our own stream for an hour while we. No, I'm just kidding.
A competing stream. All right, gentlemen.
See you guys later.
See y'all soon.
You guys.
Okay, thank you guys. So then we are joined by Zach and we are joined by Parker. Two guys whose teams have made deals. Zach obviously is a Minnesota Timberwolves fan. I'll put it. And Parker follows the Memphis Grizzlies closely. So I want to get Parker's opinion first on, the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. And we've been speculating a lot of these potential John Morant deals that could happen, that may or may not happen in the next hour and a half here. So I want to get Parker's opinion on Jaren Jackson Jr., and then we'll pivot to Zach for everything the T-Wolves have done, and maybe the lack thereof of Giannis being willing to move, and Minnesota obviously was one of those teams.
Yeah. First off, for the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, I didn't expect it to happen at the trade deadline. I expected it, if anything, to happen in the offseason, but also, too, one factor that could have been at play is that his salary spiked up from $33 million to $50 million from this season to next. So maybe, just maybe, that was something that motivated the Grizzlies. I mean, look, no matter what way to spin it, 3 first-round picks, still 3 first-round picks. I know people were saying stuff about the 2027 draft, but the 24 draft was also called weak, and the Grizzlies left it with Zach Edey, Cam Spencer, Jalen Wells. Pretty solid haul. They're given the pick value there. The players, there's two things I'm interested about. One, the Grizzlies essentially opened up another roster spot for next season, because going into this upcoming season originally, the only free agent on the roster was Jock Landale. So there would have been a roster crunch somewhere. So maybe they got a little ahead of it, because, I don't see George Niang or Kyle Anderson staying next year. I think if anything, maybe Kyle Anderson on a vet minimum. But Taylor Hendricks, obviously he had a gruesome leg injury last year and hasn't been able to crack the rotation consistently with Utah, but that's a good flyer, 6'9", 7-foot wingspan, has shown a willingness to shoot the ball. Maybe you find something, unlock something there. Obviously, Walter Clayton Jr. will have 3 years left on his rookie deal. Everybody saw him in Florida last year, has real pull-up shooting equity, and he could be a fit in Tomas Isla's pick-and-roll system. I still would rather go for a point guard in this upcoming draft, whether it be Kingston Flemings or Keaton Wagler or Darius Acuff, someone like that. But Walter Clayton Jr. is still a really good flyer. He could be a rotation player down the line, especially with Ty Jerome as a player option after next season, and then Scottie Pippen Jr. is a free agent after next season. So you kind of get a little ahead of your point guard depth. But yeah, now all eyes on John Morant now.
So it's funny, Parker, that you mentioned the open roster spot, because Memphis now obviously has a lot of flexibility after shedding, I think it was over $200 million of Jaren Jackson Jr.'s future money. But they also opened the largest traded player exception in NBA history at nearly $29 million with this deal. So, in this theoretical scenario, I know Corbin and I talked about it on Bird Rights the other day. We talked about, okay, well, let's say Domantas Sabonis is going to Toronto, and Toronto wants to get off Jakob Poeltl's money, which they probably do. Julian's laughing because he was Toronto in the mock trade deadline exercise and did a phenomenal job of moving Jakob Poeltl. But Memphis could say, okay, well, with this trade of player exception, we'll take Jakob Poeltl and this 3-team deal with Sabonis goes to Toronto, but you need to give us a first-round pick. So that basically creates an avenue for Memphis to acquire additional draft capital on top of the capital they already got from Triple J. So that is something worth noting as well, on top of the flexibility.
Yeah.
Poeltl might not be ideal, but
not ideal at all. Quite frankly, I consider Jakob Poeltl as a guy that, especially with his extension coming up, or that's going to be kicking in, where he got 3 years, 90 mil or something.
Yeah. And he has $20 million next year before
his back injury, his skill set. Yeah. That should be 2 first-round picks. That should be, that's arguably the worst contract in the league, in my opinion. And because you'd also be paying him that money when Zach Edey's rookie contract's up. You're hoping to extend him. I just would not. I would not do it for Jakob Poeltl. One thing I was hoping for with the Giannis trade, it's hey, could you get on a Giannis trade and maybe swipe, like a Jaime Jaquez, if you tell Milwaukee, say, hey, we'll take Kyle Kuzma into this traded player exception. You could also have done that. It's hey, you got Davion Mitchell in this. We'll give you Scottie Pippen Jr. if you dump, and we'll give you Scottie Pippen Jr., but you got to dump Portis and Mitchell here, and that all of a sudden saves Milwaukee money. So yeah, a lot of different avenues for the traded player exception. I kind of do want to wait maybe until the off season when you have teams that have mandates from owners saying, hey, get out of the luxury tax. I don't want to be paying the luxury tax. That's going to be the optimal way to strike. I just hope it's not Jakob Poeltl.
I wonder for Memphis if, this is kind of dependent on what they do with John Moran as well, but if there's a more of an incentive to maybe go pay Austin Reeves because they have that Lakers pick next year and pry Reeves from the Lakers to maximize that pick. That'd be dependent on if they really like Reeves a lot and what they do with Ja, but that's an interesting thing that could maybe happen.
That's something who San Vicini and Bryce talked about, I think, on Game Theory.
That's some
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, like, it makes sense. Austin Reeves, yeah. So
I will say, like, Austin Reeves is from Arkansas, which is like I think he's about 2 hours away from like I think he grew up like about 2 hours away from Memphis. So maybe. I do know I do know that he loves LA. I know the Lakers love him, but we'll see with that. But that's an avenue. I mean, quite frankly, I think Austin Reeves is better, but they do have Ty Jerome, who has been unbelievable through 3 games so far. He's averaging already like 22 and 7 and 20 minutes a night, which
I know he's been
granted,
unbelievable
very small sample size, but it's crazy.
against the Wolves.
What's that?
I know he's been unbelievable because he's played 2 of the games against the Wolves, and he's absolutely killed us in that second game.
Well,
I know. I was kind of thinking maybe the Wolves would pony up for Ty Jerome because I think Ty would start on the Wolves. I think he's on the like you said to Paulo Banchero last year. I'd start on your team tour. He's already played the Wolves, played the Kings, has Portland this weekend in 2 games. So he's been killing it. But no, the Grizzlies do have a lot of options that they can go forward this offseason because of that traded player exception, because of the amount of picks they have. Like you said, the fact that they had the Laker pick as well. I still need to listen to that podcast with Sam Vecini and Bryce Simon. But it's definitely interesting the amount of options that they have at their disposal now.
So I want to pivot a little bit towards Minnesota. So we saw this deal this morning, Zach, where they basically acquired Ayu Dosunmu, Julian Phillips for Rob Dillingham, Leonard Miller, 4 second-round picks. We did discuss earlier what those 4 second-round picks were. That was reported by Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype. They're okay seconds. Like none of them were super early. I mean, some of them were 2031, 2032. So those are to be seen. But what's your overall take? Obviously, they moved off of Mike Conley to attempt to get out of the tax. At this point, now that Giannis isn't being moved, it seems like Minnesota is going to prioritize getting out of the tax and basically resetting that repeater clock. So, I mean, what's your overall opinion on the moves the Wolves have made? And honestly, we talked about this a little bit on Bird Rights the other night. That doesn't send the best message to Anthony Edwards. Like, hey, this is what we're prioritizing after going to back-to-back conference finals is getting out of the tax. So just what's your overall opinion on what they've done and what they could do in the next hour and 20 minutes?
Well, I honestly have really liked it. I mean, they have managed to get out of the tax, but I think the roster is legitimately better. I mean, they didn't move anybody besides Conley, who's been really playing, and Mike Conley just doesn't have anything left in the tank. I mean, he can still compete on the defensive end, but I mean, if you look at the numbers over the last few months, it's like 2 or 3 points per game on like not even 30% from 3. He just can't exist on an offensive end anymore. He can't get to the rim. He's not even shooting it well, so it's impossible to even play him at this point. And then Rob Dillingham hasn't been in the rotation recently. When he has been, the confidence just isn't there. That's something he's openly talked about is an issue for him. And if you're a small guard like that and you don't have confidence, I don't know if you can make it in the NBA. And I mean, he just hasn't been able to finish the basket. The shot making hasn't been there. There's been some cool passing flashes, but that's been about it. And the Wolves decided it's, the time to move on from him. And they get one of the better bench guys in the league in Ayo Dosunmu, who's not really the traditional point guard that would be great for this team, but he's a guy that doesn't bring upon a lot of second apron issues. Hopefully we can find a way to extend him. That price tag would not be the same as like a Kobe White would have been if we would have went for him instead. And this team just needs to, get its complete defensive identity back, and he's going to help do that in a little bit of a sense. It's like hysterical how much better this team is when they're when they have a game where they're at least average on defense compared to below average. So that's where it starts and stops for them on this end. And, I like the bench unit a lot now with Bones Highland, who's been really good when he actually plays legit minutes. I think it's 10 points a game when he plays over 15. Johan Berenger has been really fun when he plays as well. Naz Reid is the 6th man of the year favorite. Now you add one of the better bench players in the league so far this year, in Ayo Dosunmu, to that. I think it's definitely a nice deadline for the Wolves.
Yeah, I have the same sentiment. I mean, I did say when they traded Mike Conley, like if they were serious Giannis pursuiters, like not having that $10 million expiring could kind of bite them in the butt. But now that you know that's not going to happen, like it's fine. It's more than fine, actually. I think the word reports that if Mike Conley is bought out by Charlotte, that maybe he reunites with Minnesota. Now that's possible because he was traded at another stop. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Parker, I want to get your opinion, and Julian, I know we just talked about this a little bit. John Morant destinations.
I was gonna ask Parker about that.
Okay.
Actually, because I was in my head, Miami's probably on the list.
Especially now that Giannis isn't being moved, Miami could pivot towards.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, maybe, if like they really think they could keep Giannis happy.
You keep saying that. I think that's a terrible idea.
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying I think it's something Milwaukee could do.
They could. It would look terrible, but they could.
Yeah.
But
Miami does make the most sense. I agree with you.
I think maybe like
Sacramento.
Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto's the kind of team that would trade the way that they've been doing, like the whole, get guys on a discount thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they threw like Emmanuel quickly and some matching salary and a pick or something like that to get Ja Morant. Sacramento because they're Sacramento. Chicago because they're Chicago. Dallas because they're Dallas. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Parker, what's your thoughts in terms of like Ja Morant and potential destinations?
I'm obviously the teams that you mentioned are all good ideas. You have the Miami's an obvious one. I do think that one's a little complicated with Terry Rozier stuff because Rozier would be an obvious salary match because would they want to flip Hero for Morant when Hero could be their piece to get Giannis? Because I know on the Center Hub deadline, I negotiated with whoever the fake Miami Heat GM was, Tyler Hero and Simon Fontecchio for a pick swap, which I felt I would be doing backflips on Beale Street right now if that was the trade for Ja at this juncture. Sacramento is interesting because they have the pieces and they have salaries that they may want to dump to get Ja Morant. This is their only chance to get a star level talent in the building outside of the draft. Minnesota, I just don't. The salaries just don't align for me. To do this unless they really want Naz Reid. But I think the team I'm still watching for is Brooklyn, and because they can make it work financially. They have the amount of picks where if they gave up a first round, if they gave up like a Knicks pick next year, it's not that like you're giving up maybe Terrence Mann, Day'Ron Sharp, and like the Houston or the Knicks first for Ja Morant, which I keep saying Brooklyn because they have no incentive to be bad next year because they have a pick swap. They have a pick swap with Houston. They still have Michael Porter Jr. They still have Nick Claxton. I don't think Ja Morant ruins the tank this year. Like if they jump up into the lottery and you're talking about a team with Ja Morant, Michael Porter Jr., Nick Claxton, and then either Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsa, or Caleb Wilson, all of a sudden you're talking about a very interesting team out in the East that also still has the tangible goods to like draft picks, good salaries, etc., to continue bolstering its roster to kind of reload a little bit and try to compete in the Eastern Conference. I don't know how high that ceiling is, but it's worth a shot. That's a team I've kind of just kept in mind in this entire deal. But I think the teams that you laid out kind of hit the nail on the head. I kind of thought like, oh, could Portland be a wild card team because there's the Jeremy Grant salary that they can look to dump, but then I don't see them. The only way I see them blocking a pathway for Damian Lillard to start next year is if it's because Scoot Henderson's taking the leap, not because they get Ja Morant. So, but yeah, we have about an hour and 10 until we find out if Ja Morant will stay or go. And I'm interested, almost ready for this all to be over. But because if it's If he's not traded, we got to deal with it in the offseason now. And that's not going to be fun.
I think you convinced. I know. I just based on Julian's face. I think you convinced Julian a good bit about this John Morant to Brooklyn scenario.
Yeah, I actually don't hate it. I wonder. The real question, honestly, is how many of those 5 first-round picks from this past season you're getting back? Because I'm sure it's a couple. I'm sure Memphis doesn't do that kind of deal without getting like.
I mean, could they get like Saraf in it, or maybe even
Danny
maybe
Wolf
they could do something?
Yeah,
I say yes for Saraf and Danny Wolf and Day'Ron Sharp and
I mean, Man's salary would have to be in it, but I think also one idea with it too is maybe this is like a 3-team trade that gets Cam Thomas to Milwaukee, and then Memphis gets back like Gary Trent Jr., who they could just kind of buy out. He's a vet minimum with a player option next year, or they just keep him and they keep him through the offseason and they can dangle him to a team. Maybe one looking to shed salary, like, hey, you have this big salary, we have this traded player exception, and we have Gary Trent Jr. If you give us a couple seconds, let's make this work. So again, a lot of options now because of the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, the financial flexibility they have, and the draft capital they have now. They have a pathway to keep stacking if they want to.
Yeah, I think Brooklyn might be that top team for Morant. I don't know how much sense it makes for other teams like the Raptors, like trading away quickly. Quickly is just such a big part of that the shot making for that team, and like the shooting is just awful without him. And then you add Morant to the situation. But yeah, I mean, Jordi Fernandez is like a pretty awesome coach with Brooklyn. He's like pretty consistently feels like he helps generate wins above what talent they actually have in that roster. Like, I think they were a pretty solid defensive team in January. Look at that roster. Like, how is that even possible? But yeah, I think him next to Yegor Demon, who's really kind of developed into a fun shooter for this team. And those two complement each other well, with Morant getting in the paint so much and Demon like not taking twos at all. And yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of their own picks in the next upcoming season. So getting Morant, pairing that with Michael Porter Jr. and then a top pick in this draft could definitely put them in the playing conversation for sure. And they can just build from there.
Yeah, I mean, I do think maybe with the thing that I also changed my mind with Brooklyn is the fact that they have kind of transformed Demon into a wing, a secondary playmaker. They're not having him operate as a guard, which was kind of my concern when they drafted 5 guys that are most effective with the ball in their hands. So that also kind of changes the calculus for potential Ja destination there.
So real quick, Joel, I know you have to head out momentarily. I just wanted to put this up here. I put it up a couple minutes ago, but Amari Williams is being converted from his two-way for the Boston Celtics, which gives me an indication Boston will be getting out of the tax, whether that's dumping Baylor, Showerman, and Xavier Tillman. They already dumped Chris Boucher. They need to dump at least 2 or 3 guys, depending which guys they decide to move off of. They have 3 second-round picks, so they could move off 3 minimums. But this is indication, something I talked about earlier, that the Boston Celtics are getting under the tax that they're converting Amari Williams. So I just thought that was worth mentioning. Julian, any final thoughts from you before you sign off?
What if I announced a trade?
Who announced it? I'll pull it up on the screen. I see it. Okay.
Denver Nuggets trading Hunter Tyson and a 2032 second for to the Brooklyn Nets for the lesser favorable of a Clippers and Hawks 2026 second.
So they get out of the tax.
Denver gets out of the tax.
Yeah.
Trading Hunter Tyson.
Yeah.
I will leave you with this. I'm very sad that we traded Jared McCain for nothing. I'm very disappointed in our deadline. I would have really liked to get rid of Eric Gordon.
It seems like the wheels are still turning on that one, according to Tony Jones. So we'll see.
Who's going to want him? I mean, I guess we can buy him out, but I'm.
No, you'd have to attach a second-round pick to him. To move off of him, just like Denver did with Hunter Tyson here.
Yay! I'm so glad we kept him on the roster.
Well, they got 3 second-round picks for Jared McCain with that first-round pick.
Not
Okay.
happy.
Julian, we appreciate you joining us for the last hour and a half and everything you do for the Center Hub. You could follow him, everyone, at 12J Mendel, as you see right there.
I pointed right at it, didn't I?
I said, as you see right there. Julian, we appreciate it. I know you have to. Julian is finishing up his college degree, so he has to get to class right now.
Yep, I have class in 5 minutes, and if anyone wants to buy Phillies or Flyers tickets, call my line because that's what I'll be doing.
College student by day, sales ticket broker by night. Julian Mendelson, everyone.
Apparently.
Okay, Julian, we appreciate you. We will be joined in a couple minutes. Corbin will be jumping back on, and Mike Shearer. You guys probably know him as Basketball Poetry. He'll be jumping on as well. But Parker, I know you have about 5-ish minutes with us. So which trade, whether it's Grizzlies related, Timberwolves, any deal that you want to talk about? Again, we've been on for over 3 hours at this point, but again, different point of views are always, appreciated on here.
Yeah. I mean, quite frankly, I had to go through Shams' Twitter to kind of. I mean, I love the Alvarado trade just because I think him in New York is going to be a vibe. I mean, I love what Chicago's done and just stacked a bunch of second-round picks with these expiring contracts. Because the thing I like too is they didn't take on irresponsible money with it either. They traded for other expiring contracts that might have been lesser players, and they also took flyers on Jaden Ivey and Rob Dillingham and Leonard Miller. I think those are very good asset management. I like Charlotte going for it, not going for it really, but another flyer that the Bulls took, Ujma and Dang. I love that flyer for them. The
a lot of like second draft guys is what they're doing.
Yeah,
that's what
they're doing. What they should be doing.
Embracing
My
the
favorite
tank.
trade, though. What's that?
Embracing the tank finally.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe a few years late, but it's happening.
We have another trade, another small one. I'm not going to share it on the screen. Boston Celtics are trading Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. So I'm assuming that's one of the second-round picks attached to allow Boston again to get out of the tax. They have to dump one more guy, and the Nets are just facilitating and probably getting a second-round pick in return, I imagine.
I thought they already got out of the tax.
So they were, after the Vucevic deal, $5.9 million over, and then they dumped Boucher, and now they dumped, as I just said, Minott. So I think they need to probably dump either Shireman or Xavier Tillman to fully get out. But basically, once they swapped Simons for Vucevic, it became in the territory of, okay, they're going to find a way to get out. I was going to say, I could pull up, shout out to Yossi Goslin, friend of the Bird Rights podcast, his cap sheet.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Minott, he had some solid games for Boston early this year. I don't think he's been in the rotation much recently, but it seems like a solid ad for Brooklyn just to test out a guy. He never really played much in Minnesota. I think there was probably only a handful of rotation games he actually played, but he's a real athlete. It's just, it doesn't really have much offense to him.
Yeah. So that's why, I'd rather get. Maybe they still value a guy like Baylor Sharman, who they used a first-round pick on a couple of years ago. Maybe, and I think he has one more year on his rookie deal. So maybe they just rather keep him and move Minott. But yeah, that's an interesting ish flyer for Brooklyn. I agree with that.
Maybe
I will say
Garza.
favorite trade is Oklahoma City getting Jared McCain.
Yeah, I agree. Coming from someone who supports the Sixers, watches that, I agree. That's the type of flyer like OKC, Sam Presti just doesn't miss. Just even if it doesn't work out, it was a low flyer. They didn't give up that much. They had 3 first-round picks this draft, and they didn't have room for 3 rookies on the roster anyway. So why not move a late first in Houston's, which is pick 25 right now, plus 3 seconds for McCain. And 2 of those seconds probably aren't even going to be good. One's OKC's in 2028, and the other, Milwaukee 2020 is probably the one valuable one. And then 2027, most favorable of OKC, Houston, Indiana, Miami. So if all 4 of those teams are decent, it ends up not even being like a great second round pick either. So yeah, OKC with the amount of assets they have, that's the type of moves they should be making. A move that doesn't ruffle too many feathers, but also, they get a flyer on a guy like McCain. So Parker, before you sign off, Zach's gonna be with us for another half hour, but Parker, before you sign off, anything you want to promote, plug, anything like that?
Yeah, my Substack Elitis. You can just find it on my X at Paca_Flocka. The Grizzlies now have a dozen first-round picks. I do the Grizzlies and draft scouting on my Substack. There's no paywall, but if you decide to subscribe, all proceeds go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So I appreciate y'all having me on the pod on the live draft trade deadline show.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. And then I'm gonna add Mike Shearer is in. You guys know him as Basketball Poetry. Another center. What's up? How you doing?
How are you guys doing?
I am going on 3.5 hours. I did take a 20-minute break in between, but 3.5 hours live with 1,645 of my friends.
Nice. That's pretty good. It's a lot more friends than I've got, I'll tell you that. I was pumping out 12,000 words yesterday and 6,000 the day before. So I think I got carpal tunnel in places I didn't even know you could get them. I only have 8 good fingers now. 2 of them are down for the count.
And then we're also joined by Corbin Forder's back. You guys saw him at the
What up?
11:30
What's up, Mike?
Eastern
What's up,
time.
Zach?
So, yeah. Corbin, I already got your perspective on a lot of these deals. Not much has happened since you left at 12:30.
You missed the mini shams bombs the last couple minutes. The duck and the tax trades.
Yeah, we talked about them.
Oh, okay. So
Josh Minot and Hunter Tyson.
Eric Gordon.
Oh, and Eric Gordon get moved?
Yeah, to
right
Memphis.
Oh, I see right here.
That's
Trading.
what I'm talking about, yeah.
I'm not even going to put it on the screen.
I'm gonna dignify with the response.
2032 pick swap.
Keep
So I
getting
guess
them
they didn't even
texts,
give him a full second-round pick.
Wow.
So I'll have to see the terms of that, like what this swap. It just might be our 2032 second with Memphis' 2032 second, I'd imagine.
Hey, we've got 1 hour left. Does anybody think there are any more big dominoes to fall? MPJ, Ja, anybody?
Ja.
You guys think it's happening?
I think Ja's going to get moved, and I think Sabonis could. Zach, I see you about to say. What do you think?
I don't know about I'm just wondering who's trying to get Ja is kind of my thing.
I think it would be Miami, if anybody.
If the price is low enough, they'll find a taker. I'm curious to see if they actually have to attach anything.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? But I wouldn't think it's crazy. They seem pretty desperate to get off him at this point.
Well, we just had Parker Fleming in here. He's a Memphis guy. He was talking about Brooklyn giving up a first-round pick for Ja.
It might be in the same way that, Washington gave up first-round picks for AD, I guess.
Well,
It's always
maybe
possible.
one of those AD first, the 2030 Golden State, just because so far out could potentially be okay. But yeah, the other one was OKC.
Top 20 protected, so it's not going to do much.
Is it top 20? Is it top? I was thinking it was top 10.
Maybe I
It's 20.
misremembered, but I think I saw somebody said it was
Maybe
top 20.
I'm thinking it was top 10 because it was top 20 and 20 plus 10 is 30. So either way, yeah. But the 2026 first that they gave up is OKC's, which is going to be either pick 29 or pick 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mike.
And the Warriors one disappears into 1 second, I think, if it doesn't convey. So
It's really fake first. Mike, which deal? You are Mr. Trade Grades. You've been churning out these trade grades as these deals are happening. Let me ask you this. If you know off the top of your head, which team have you graded the highest thus far in all your grades you've done?
It's interesting because this year, more than in the past, and I've been doing this is my 4th or 5th trade deadline where I've really been trying to grade close to every meaningful trade. This is the first one where I've felt like most of the trades have been reasonable on both sides. I have a lot of B's and C's, and I'm a pretty harsh grader. A C for me is what I aim for average. I'm grading, trying to get that curve going. So if you get a C for me, that means that is a reasonable return. Most guys are getting B minuses, C pluses. A couple of exceptions, I would say. On the low end, really liked Jose Alvarado to the Knicks for a couple of seconds. Like,
That seems
especially
to be the popular one.
especially with the simultaneous news that hey, Deuce is going to be out for a while. I know we've got a Timberwolves guy here, so I love seeing Dosunmu to the Wolves, which is a trade I predicted actually on Real GM Radio a few weeks ago. I thought that was exactly what was going to happen. I'm extremely out on Dillingham. Obviously, he has to be included anyway to make it work. But I think just having like 7 good guys in the rotation instead of 6 is going to be so key for Minnesota. So those were 2 of the teams that got an A. And then I had the Grizzlies with an A- for getting the big haul that they got for Jaren Jackson Jr., which I think was an overpay by Utah. And but I think it was great work by Memphis to get out from under that contract, which I think was going to be like an albatross as soon as next year. So I thought that was really smart to get ahead of that with some decent firsts.
Yeah. So I'm seeing Denver's converting swingman Spencer Jones from a 2-way to, we knew that was coming once. They just got out. They just opened up the route spot from Hunter Tyson. So that's not surprising. We already talked about Eric Gordon headed to the Grizzlies, from the Sixers to the Grizzlies. That is a 2032 second round swap. So Grizzlies get more favorable, the 2 in 2032. That's whatever. I'm not going to compliment the Sixers on good business because they dumped Jared McCain for a bag of peanuts.
I think that's a great trade for the record. I think Jared McCain's probably cooked. And I think getting any kind of first for a small guard is impossible. Like, look what happened with Kobe White. And like, those are different players with different contract situations, but White is way better. And I couldn't believe they could get a first for Jared McCain plus a bunch of seconds. I think he's cooked. Like, I think it's it.
Well, that's the thing I did say. I said the Sixers have the records to the medical, so like they must know more than what OKC does, obviously, given their athletic and training staff is the one looking at him. But yeah, that was something I was like, it's a flyer. OKC, like,
I don't even get it from OKC's perspective because yeah, they need shooting, but they're also going to need short-term scoring. McCain could theoretically get to that point, but he's not there yet, and he needs a long runway to get back to full health. And I'm like, I got the exact same injury that McCain got at the exact same time, almost tore my meniscus in a horrible way. And my leg I'm not an NBA player with NBA level resources, but my leg is nowhere near the same as it was before. And it's very obvious McCain can't push off laterally the direction that he needs to because his leg is not at full strength. And he's somebody who needed that kind of quick direction change to get to the paint. Now he might just be a spot up shooter. And if he gets back to his old ways, which I hope he does, because I love watching him. If he gets back to his old ways, it's going to take some time. And by the time he's like at full strength, OKC won't need him as much anymore. So I didn't get the swing they took for him, really.
So while we have Corbin, how much Anthony Davis trade did we talk when you were on? I know we talked about, but I don't even recall if you were on when we did.
I don't remember. I mean, I heard a lot of it. Didn't have a whole lot more to add to it, to be honest with you. So it's fine. But no, we covered it like very briefly. But yeah, I went in depth a little bit before I got on.
Yeah. So like, what the main and Corbin, it's the same theme that when we recorded the Bird Rights episode on Tuesday after the Jones Action trade, you asked me an overarching theme of what this deadline is going to be. I said 2 things. The first thing I said was teams just don't have the same appetite to tank like they used to. Like, this started, as I said, I keep using Houston Rockets as an example. They had the worst record in the NBA 3 straight years. Then used their cap space to get Fred VanVleet and get Dillon Brooks, and they went after Brook Lopez that year. Now, 2 years later, they trade for Kevin Durant and they're a contender. We see Washington trading for Trae Young and Anthony Davis. We see Utah trading for Jaren Jackson. Like, these teams just do not tank to the same extent. Like, they'll bottom out for 2, maybe 3 years. But that's the extent we're seeing a lot of these teams. And the other theme was teams were all so close to getting out of the tax that they were going to find a way to make it happen. So I had a tweet pulled up from Keith Smith about all these teams getting out of the tax. I mean, we just saw with Denver, Philly, Toronto, and Phoenix are 4 of them off the top of my head. I can't find the tweet right now, but yeah. So like that's at least 4 teams that just found ways to get out of the tax. So there's a lot of grounds for salary dumping right now. Zach, are there any other trades that you wanted to discuss specifically?
Yeah, I kind of want to discuss the Anthony Davis one, and I mean just what the Wizards did, getting him, and then also like 5 weeks ago with Trae Young, buying really low on 2 really polarizing stars. But I mean, look at the actual assets they put in each of those trades. I mean, who was the most valuable thing they gave up? Was it Kispert? Was it that 30th overall pick, or was it McCollum? Like, the Wizards haven't had a winning season since LeBron James was with Cleveland in 2017-18. You got to start winning at some point. You know, you got to surround this young core with talent, and they didn't trade any of their actual young core pieces. And these guys' injuries are going to help them still get a top pick this season. And, you know, I wouldn't like to extend these guys really. Like, I would be cool if Young is just there for the year and then Davis is there for the 2 years that he's got left on contract. But the winning has to start at some point for any organization. Even worst case scenario, like they just didn't give up really anything, in my opinion, that I would be worried about in those deals.
So, Mike, I just looked it up. You gave a B to the Wizards for the Anthony Davis deal.
Yep, and I had a B- for the Trae Young deal too. Like I'm pretty much exactly the same as Zach. Like I think it's a totally fine move. Like these are your bridge stars that are going to make the Wizards fun and competitive again for a little while you wait for Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr and insert 26 draft pick here to come into their own fully. I think guys like Davis and Young also are going to be helpful in teaching these guys how to succeed at a high level on like an individual level. I'm especially interested to see if like Young can teach Alex Sarr how to set a proper screen. So that'll be helpful, I think. Like Washington, you were saying that you think that people don't have the stomach to tank anymore. Washington's been doing it as long as anybody basically in the history of the NBA. Like you don't see tanks that go on for much longer than this, not on purpose, right? And like at some point, if you wait too long, then the fruit you harvested in the beginning spoils. And like they have some good guys, not superstars necessarily, but like George is really good. Sarr, I think, is going to be really good. They have these guys where Trey Johnson's going to be really good. Like I think they had to make a move. They were just going to be too good next year anyway. So you may as well, instead of being the 10 seed, you may as well make a push for like the 5 seed if it doesn't cost you anything, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say Washington, yes, they were tanking, but they were like doing the Chicago quasi-tanking where like they were paying Bradley Beal. Like they weren't actively trying to accumulate draft assets. They just did not accumulate good enough talent to really be competitive.
That's fair.
I would say Washington's really been tanking after they moved off Beal and started making those types. It was like under this new regime of the front office. Corbin, I wish the Lakers made another deal between now and the last time you were on. I see you already decked out.
Apparently, listen, I just kind of threw it on today. I woke up like this. No, I'm kidding. No, I didn't expect a crazy trade deadline for them. I never really do, I guess. The Luka thing, they're going to justify that for the next 4 years of no trades during the trade deadline. But, like, apparently it's prioritizing that cap space in the summer. Not necessarily sure why, but, hey, I mean, cool.
This does help them in terms of the Clippers were going to have $60 million in cap space. They now have Darius Garland under contract. What other team was it?
Mm-hmm.
Utah was going to have substantial cap space. Now they have Jaren Jackson Jr. on the books. So a lot of these teams that were going to have substantial cap space no longer do because we talked about multiple times on the show today, pre-agency, they're just getting their potential sign.
Whoa, we got one.
We got one?
Zubats to the Pacers.
Wow. That was one we talked about this morning.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
That's great.
Wow.
And Jake Fisher just also confirmed a friend of the Bird Rates pod. So it doesn't say the terms of the deal yet.
I mean, that's still just off of that alone. That's wild.
So I would imagine it has to be.
Who's going to, what? Is it going to be just Garland, only one to contract in 2 years now?
Well,
I guess now, depending on who they get back, but
I would imagine it's going to be 2 first-round picks plus Mathurin plus Isaiah Jackson, maybe Jarvis Walker's in there, like something along those lines.
I don't mind that at all.
Pacers are all the way back. I mean, they needed that pretty badly. Zubats, I'm a big fan of. I think he's pretty underrated, and they're going to get a top 4 or 5 pick on top of it as well.
Zubac should have made All-NBA last year, or was borderline All-NBA.
I 100% agree. Should have been 3rd team All-NBA.
Wow, yeah. Indiana's going to be so good next year. Assuming Halliburton, again, torn Achilles are always scary, but guys have been coming back from it better than ever. So I'm excited to see Halliburton, Nembhard, Siakam, Zubac. Again, if Mathurin's in that deal, I don't know.
I mean, they just probably couldn't pay Mathurin this offseason anyways, so I think it would make sense to move on from him.
I'm waiting to see the details of what they gave up. They might have gave up 3 first-round picks for Zubac.
Yeah, no, he's great. He'll be a fun fit. It'll be interesting to see Halliburton back with like a traditional screen setting center instead of a pick and pop guy like Miles Turner or Jay Huff. Well, I guess he never really played with Jay Huff, but you know what I'm saying. They're definitely shifting to that, which will be fun. And you can do that now because Siakam's actually like a dead-eye three-point shooter, which he was not when he came to Indiana a few years ago. They needed that floor spacing 5 to work with Siakam. Now Siakam can stand on his own, and they can go back to a traditional defender in Zubac who doesn't necessarily have the range, but it still has a lot of other options. Brings a lot of more optionality to the team. I mean,
and Zubac is on a great deal. He has $18.1 million this year, $19.6 million next year, $21 million a year after that. So, like, they got Zubac for probably cheaper than what Miles Turner wanted, which is ultimately why they ended up letting Miles Turner walk and go to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm waiting to see the details of the trade. I'm still not seeing anything. But, yeah, Indiana's going to be good. Even if it's 3 firsts, Mathurin, Jarris Walker, and Isaiah Jackson, that's still an excellent team. I don't know if Aaron Neesmith, maybe they had to give him up.
I like him.
See. I would imagine it's Mathurin because
him alongside John Conley. Yeah,
you got to keep Neesmith.
And we saw with the Clippers deal with James Harden and Darius Garland, they want to get younger. So, like, they're going to take the younger guy, Mathurin, even if they have to pay him, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the Clippers getting Mathurin would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I just wonder if this completely, like, this puts the Pacers in that top hierarchy of the East now with, like, the Pistons and Knicks going forward and get teams like that.
With a healthy Tyrese, yeah, definitely.
I would imagine it does. And we're not talking about, I can't imagine them trading the first round pick this year in this deal. They could have.
I hope they didn't trade this year's.
That'd be wild.
Let's not bail the Clippers out.
Wild.
No, but I'm saying, like, they have a starting 5 next year of Halliburton, Siakam, Zubac, Neesmith, and Nembhard with potentially a top pick in Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer or AJ DeBonster.
That's a nice lineup.
That's a sick lineup.
My gosh. That's, like, too good.
I'm dying to see what the 2 terms are here, though. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's what I just keep refreshing my page for, to see the terms of what they gave up for Zubac.
Yeah, we'll see how many firsts. I had a theory going into this that the Clippers were not going to prioritize picks because they're worried that if a big punishment comes down, the league is not going to punish players who are uninvolved. They could take picks away that the Clippers add. So obviously they're going to get some number of picks, but like the Pacers have some interesting players that could or could not be included in this deal. So I wonder which direction they go.
So does this open any question of what the Clippers do with Kawhi now? Because, I mean, this kind of really like are the Clippers even have a chance to do anything now without Zubac going forward, even though they've been winning recently?
Probably not. I guess my question is, Kawhi Leonard's having, like, literally a career year at age 34. But with all the aspirin stuff hanging over his head, his injury history, like, I just don't know who's going to trade for him. Like, I think he's just kind of stuck there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's tough. There's a lot of teams. I mean, I would take a swing if I'm some like second tier contender. I would, and Kawhi is available on the cheap. I think I would take that swing and just hope the league doesn't come down and retroactively
punish you a Paul George,
Minnesota.
Yeah, right. That would be hilarious. Yeah, Minnesota's exactly who I was thinking about, actually. Like, they could use like their wing depth. They're everywhere. Depth really needs help, honestly. But, like, Kawhi will help any team he's on, right? There's no team he doesn't fit. And, like, given that Silver has been much less inclined to punish players than teams, I feel like you'd probably be safe. But, I don't know. I would love to see a bidding war on Kawhi. I think he'd be a worthy swing. Let's see if they can make that 2019 Raptors magic again.
How happy is Rookie T right now, given they have the Clippers first round pick this year? I know Clippers have won 20. They're 21-5 last 26.
Thanks for that reminder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not enthused by that.
I'm still not seeing the terms of this deal. Anyway.
The rush for first is done. Now it's active.
I know the second we move on to a different trade, the terms of this deal is going to be announced.
Yeah, well, I actually have a question. How does this impact the Lakers? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
That's what ESPN's will be doing in a minute anyway.
No, but here it does like bring up a question of like who the hell is gonna be the last team in the play-in in the West?
Well,
Because
okay,
like Memphis traded Jaren Jackson, Clippers traded Zubac and Harden. Like, again, like I don't think the 10th seed in the West matters all that much because odds are they're not making the playoffs anyway.
I mean,
might be Dallas.
Either the Jazz are gonna heat up, or the Clippers just win enough to keep it.
But the
That's
Jazz with the
probably it.
top pick being top 8 protected, I think Utah's
Yeah.
gonna bottom out the rest of the year to get one more bite at the apple before they start competing next year. So it
Yeah,
just
Clippers.
might end
I
up
think it'll
being-
still be Clippers, right? Because like if they keep Kawhi, that's still like they're not going to be trying to lose if they keep Kawhi. And so
Drop
he stays
Kawhi
healthy.
and Garland. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
Kawhi, Garland, and then whatever fun young players you get from the Pacers, like, and then, I mean they have been winning without Zubac, so they're probably still going to be there, and just Portland, passes them up as the 9.
yeah, I think that's
Benedict
right.
Mathurin is a part of the deal. Friend of the Bird Rights
Naturally.
Project. Fisher said that's as much as we have. So we figure Mathurin was going to be in the deal.
Had to be.
Yep.
I like it.
So let me see. I have Jake Fisher right here. So that's
that
as much as
means-
we know right now. We figure that he's going to
So-
eat into the Clippers cap space quite a bit.
That's what I was gonna say.
When they do have to pay him this summer in restricted free agency, but like
If
restricted
they
free
pay
agency,
him,
restricted free agency has been such a crapshoot. We saw the Quentin Grimes and Cam Thomas this year that maybe Clippers could get a cheaper deal than they expect. That's what
I mean,
I don't know.
this could be just like, I mean, they might just not want to be in the the Mathurin business after this. This could just be a way to get even more cap space in 27 if they choose not to go down that route, or to your point, just like completely bend them over a barrel, which is possible.
So
I just don't think there's that many people that are going to want Mathurin.
what do you think Mathurin's going to command? Like $20 million a year?
I'd take the under.
Probably.
I would
I'm
also
not saying what he's
about
going to
that.
get. What do you think he's going to ask for? He's going to ask for at least $20 million.
I was going to ask for more than that. I would bet.
Yeah.
He's
So,
gonna be like, I'm an
would you
18 point
rather-
scorer.
25.
Like,
Would you rather pay Mathurin 16, 17, 18 million a year or have Zubac at 19 mil? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I was with Indiana giving up these first round picks to get Zubac over if they're going to give up Mathurin as part of the deal.
Yeah, giving up late 20s picks most likely as well.
Yeah.
Assuming like
So,
they
yeah.
better not be this year's. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no way it's the shares. But yeah, we're still waiting on the terms of that. But it's the same thing as like how Jaden Ivey is now in the Chicago Bulls. Like Detroit just didn't have the appetite to pay him what he wanted. Really,
is Chicago really going to sit on all these guards? I just kind of like
I cannot believe that. Yeah.
I
assumed
hope
that
so.
they
Yeah,
would do
so many.
something otherwise.
There was a funny tweet I retweeted about how they were going to put 2 guards in a trench coat and that'd be their starting 5. And even that would be
Yuki-
undersized.
they'll have Yuki stand on
Man,
I don't
this is
know.
just like a ridiculous,
Anthony Simon shoulders.
Yeah, exactly.
ridiculous looking team. Like, what is this? It's cool they're
Stretch
trying to
five,
tear
no
down,
rebound,
but all
yeah.
you have are second round picks, which like second round picks are meant for trades, not for picking players. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do with
Could-
100 second round picks?
Could Kawhi Leonard be on the Miami Heat in the next 40 minutes? Do we think?
That could be a spot.
That's the team. That's the team that if they're going to trade, they just traded Harden and Zubac. If they were to trade Kawhi, I think it would be Miami.
I just like
Golden State still
'cause-
has all their firsts, right? Like,
Yeah, Golden State would be another one.
Golden State making a Kawhi swing would be pretty fun. And like, he's already on the Curry timeline more or less just because he's so old. So it's not going to like impact
Same
the way they
state.
were going to operate going forward. I don't know.
I just don't know with like a potential suspension or contract being voided.
Yeah.
But I feel like
That's why
if
he'll be
he-
cheaper though, right? Because you're baking in that
Exactly.
thing. And I think Silver, if he was to do something, like I said, I think it's going to punish the team. I don't know that he has the stones to really like punish players like that,
Yeah.
unless like, yeah, I don't even know what the circumstances have to
And,
be
like,
for him to do so.
The odds of Kawhi being moved and then them voiding his contract on a new team that didn't tamper, like that's just not happening.
No, it would be a suspension if it happened. It wouldn't be a voiding contract. That's just too complicated. That makes too many problems.
And like that he could give Terry Ruggiers $27 million expiring. Obviously, he's under federal investigation as well.
That would be so funny to trade like the two guys with the most off the court drama for each other.
Just wild PR nightmare for a fellow PR nightmare. Yeah.
So, okay, we still don't have the terms of the deal. All we know is that Benedict Mathurin is headed to the Clippers. Zach or Mike, you're both going to be signing off in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Is there any other deals you guys want to talk about that we didn't have an opportunity to speak with? You guys get on. And then if we get the deals of the Zubac deal, we'll pivot to that.
Let's see here. Let me look at my spreadsheet that I got. Where'd you guys land on the Vucevic trade from the Celtics point of view?
I mean,
they're going to get out of the tax, and I think they upgraded at a position in need.
Yeah, they definitely need a big. I mean, if I were them, I'm sure they probably called on Day'Ron Sharp. That's probably the guy I would have had a lot of interest in. But yeah, Vucevic now with Keita. Oh, the return.
Yeah,
but yeah,
you could keep going and I'll show my screen.
I mean, the Garza minutes just do not work. I mean, he was fun sometimes in Minnesota, but he just can't. Like, he's just got stones in his quads. He can't move on defense, unfortunately. So yeah, Vucevic is a pretty big upgrade. I think the team they definitely get a little better in the front court with that move. I mean, Anfernee Simon's been pretty fun, but yeah, it helps them money wise, and it definitely upgrades the biggest position of need. There we go.
So we have Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 first-round picks, 1 second-round pick for Zubac and Kobe Brown. Shout out to Indiana. Like, I don't know how I feel about Jarris Walker at this point, but like again, he's a former lottery. Yeah, as you probably should. But I'm saying, like, the fact that they were still able to keep, even if he's not an actual player for them, they have a contract and a guy who might have some trade value that they could flip in another deal, if that makes sense.
This feels like a pretty good price for Indiana. I mean, like, they weren't going to keep Mathurin 2 firsts. I'd like to see which firsts, obviously, but like that seems like a fair price for Zoo. I like this for them, and I think it's probably wise for the Clippers too.
Oh my God, Zach! They did give their first this year, but it's top 4 protected. So if that pick ends up 5, 6, or 7, that is risky.
I don't know about that.
Caleb Wilson, you are a Los Angeles. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, so that means there's 4 guys that they like, I guess, huh? Like that's what I'm reading that.
Yeah, they're out of the Mikal Brown or Kingston Flemings or Keaton Waddle business.
We are going to see them just like they're already losing every game anyway. But my God, are they going to start losing going forward?
Shameless.
So it's the 2026 first round pick top. Oh, it's protected 1 through 4 and 10 to 30. So if they saw winning games with Zubac, they also wouldn't get it.
Wow.
So Clippers only get it so Clippers are taking a swing that Clippers might not get that pick at all. And it's
convey to anything.
Indiana. It's the 2029 Indiana unprotected first. Oh wait, so if the Clippers get 5 to 9, it converts to Pacers 2031 unprotected. So they're going to get 2 first, whether it's this year, pick 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and 2029, or if they don't get it this year, then they get 2031 unprotected first.
Huh.
That's an interesting question that I've never.
Indiana's not going to get to 10, I don't think.
So there's like actually a solid chance that this pick goes to the Clippers then, because if you look at the odds right now,
48% chance.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I kind of like that a lot for the Clippers getting a chance to, get a guy like, Flemings or Wagler or whoever else is going to be available in that range. So
yeah, you guys are the draft people. There's a consensus top 2 or 3 right now, or is that not true anymore?
Top 4, Zach. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, Caleb would think so.
Mine is a top 3, and then there's another clear tier of 3 behind those 3.
Okay, so you have 3 guys in your first tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Boozer, DeBonster, and Peterson. And then I think that consensus, most people have Caleb Wilson number 4. I know Zach said he has a couple other guys with it. I'm assuming he's in.
Yeah, I have him 4, and then I have Wagler and then Flemings.
Yeah, so those I think are the 6.
Man, this is a hell of a coin. This is exciting. It's a hell of a coin flip.
I was going to say, when I saw that was only 2 first-round picks, I figured they had to.
Yeah, you were right. I'm surprised they did.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, the Pacers are tied at 13 wins with the Nets and Wizards. So if they start winning, it's going to look pretty likely that this pick is going to convey to the Clippers.
No, there's 5 teams with 13 or 12 wins right now. Nets, Wizards, Pacers, Pelicans, Kings. And like Pelicans hopefully can get out of that because they're not going to be trying to lose. But Jazz have 16 wins. They're going to be losing their faces off. So yeah, there's going to be
Washington's going to be losing their face off because those are also top 8 protected.
Yeah, no, so I think the Pelicans and the Jazz will kind of flip flop. So yeah, they have a good shot of still being bottom 5 because really after that, like the Mavericks are at 19 wins already, and like with Cooper Flag just randomly dropping 40s and 50s all the time, they're going to win too many.
Indiana needs to be bottom 4. If it's 5, they lose it.
Well, not so true, but like you'd still have a decent chance of moving up if you were 5th. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So Indiana, is going to do everything they can to be in the top 3 odds to keep that top 4 pick because we know it's a 4-team lottery to determine the top 4.
Yeah, so they really need to be dead last if they want to make sure they keep it, right? So now even that wouldn't do it, I guess, because you can theoretically fall to 5. That's what Washington did last year, right? So
I think you basically the same odds to keep it if you're 1 through 3. And then the odds start to get lower when you get down to 4 and 5. I think those are both 45% they would keep it. And then when they drop down to 6, which looks like it's very possible, they would only have a 37% chance to keep it.
Yeah, I think it was Yossi Goslin said it's a 48% chance of being 5 through 7. And Clippers will get it 5 through 9. So it's better than, so it's probably, Zach
so
has
it's a little better than 50-50 Clippers get this pick. That's a nice little play for the Clippers.
And then they get 20,
and they get a pick anyway still.
Yeah. And what did you say it converts to if they don't get it this year?
It converts to 2031 unprotected if it doesn't convert this year. So they get 2029 and then either pick 5 through 9 this year, and if not, then 2031 unprotected first. So I think that's good business for both teams, really.
Man, I mean, this Kawhi stuff is really freaking me out now. I wonder what's going to happen with that.
Welcome to Miami.
I would probably try to move Kawhi, honestly.
Yeah, you would definitely want to move Kawhi if you could, I think, if you've already gotten rid of if you're pivoting this hard.
I mean,
Kawhi
even with
plant so many trees in Miami or Golden State.
I mean, even with Kawhi and a healthy Zubats and Garland, like, what's the upside for the Clippers in the West is kind of the thing.
Another comedian, Steve.
So getting a lot younger as a team when you don't have your own picks makes sense to me, I guess.
Jordan Miller is about to have so many shots. This
Shout out to Kobe Sanders.
Cam Christie, let's get him out here.
Shout out to Kobe Sanders, Portsmouth Invitational very own. But okay, Mike, Zach, we appreciate you guys taking the time. I'm glad you guys got the biggest trade of the day so far.
Yeah, that's fun.
We had a lot of trades the last couple of days. Anything, Mike, you want to plug before you sign off?
I have it plastered everywhere. So Basketball Poetry, check it out. I am going to be pumping out even more words about the trades that have happened in the last hour coming up soon. So stay tuned for that.
Zach, how about you?
Oh yeah, just Teals Country on Instagram, post the Wolves content over there, and then some Center Hub content on my ex, Zach Rudine.
Okay, we appreciate both you guys. Again, both contributors to Center Hub as well. They both do a lot for us. We appreciate you guys. We're going to bring in Conrad and Andrew both back in, so you guys can make your way out. I'm going to
Steven, Corbin, Zach. I'll see you guys at the free agency deadline.
Sounds good. We're looking forward to it. Okay, so I'm going to add Andrew in. Conrad was just in. I don't know where he went.
Boy.
Conrad is back in.
Oh, my gosh.
Let me add. Conrad, you excited for Kawhi Leonard to be a Warrior?
Yes. I actually had some people, I don't know. Well, if you want to call them sources, I kind of got wind of like some of the Warriors contingency plans as like last night. So I don't know. We'll see if this happens. I mean, I would absolutely be down. I think I was listening to you earlier when you were on with Mike and Zach. I think the fit absolutely makes sense. It absolutely makes sense in the short term, and long term being what, next season, really? Because again, the long term for the Warriors is really like a year by year, 2-year window at most, right? Is how they're kind of looking at the moves they're making. But we'll see if that comes to fruition. That'd be cool. But yeah, I mean, I heard while I was in the waiting room, I heard you guys' kind of initial thoughts about Zubac and everything like that. And Steven, you said it was a fair trade for both parties, or I agree. I'm just kind of like looking at some of the reactions from fans, on social media, some thinking one, I mean, fans always think like one team won the trade significantly more than the other, but kind of wanted to get some of your thoughts or all your guys' thoughts about it.
So it's tough to say like what's going to happen with that pick that's 1 through 4 and 10 through 30 protected. I don't think that 10 through 30 is going to make a difference because Indiana is going to be a bottom 5 team in the league this year, especially if they know they're going to lose their pick if it's not top 4. But good upside pick for the Clippers to take a swing on. And again, if they don't get this pick, then 2031 is so far out in the future unprotected. Like, you never know, especially in a small market like Indiana. Corbin, I know you were on during that trade. Like, what's your opinion of Zubac, Indiana, the Clippers? What do you have to add?
I like the fit on both sides. I think Indiana, I think Zubac and the Pacers have been circling each other for a minute now. This is one of those trades that were kind of rumored about, during this deadline period. So it finally happened. For the Clippers, you get some younger players, and I think regardless of what they've been saying, that a rebuild is coming. I mean, you had quite a few people talking about Kawhi now. I would do it. I would totally do it. If you are going to try to rebuild this or retool, whatever PR words you want to use to move on from the 2-1-3 era, why not recoup all the assets you can? Like, Kawhi's been the healthiest that he's been in a couple of years, all-star season. You already moved Harden. Like, I don't know. You're not winning, with this group, at least in my mind, not this year. Whether Kawhi plays, the remainder of the season or 8 games, whatever the case may be. So capitalize on that. That's what I would do.
This came from Josh, by the way, at 11:46. Mathurin, Jackson, and 2 first year allowed to get for one of the best centers in the league. He nailed the trade spot on.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Shout out to him.
Gotta hit him up. This guy's yes. So that my thoughts are okay. I want to see. I feel like it's a job not finished for the Clippers. There has to be more to be done here before this deadline's over. And then for the Pacers, we're setting up for next year. Let's get it.
So it is also worth noting, like I just said it before Andrew and Conrad jump back on, Benedict Mathurin's going to want at least $20 million a year in free agency, in restricted free agency this summer. The fact that he has Zubac for 18, 19, then $20 million this year and the next 2 years after that, like if you have to pay Mathurin that, like I'd obviously much rather have Zubac at that price than Mathurin. So shout out to them. Like, again, it was a potentially pricey cost if they lose the 5th pick in the draft or 6th pick in the draft, but that's also the price of doing business at the same time. Conrad, what's your thoughts? I know you're more of a draft guy than Andrew, so that's why I want to get your perspective first.
I mean, they have a definitive idea of what the race to the bottom looks like, right? I mean, it is definitely a very creative structure, pick protections for this year's pick. I mean, there is definitely an inherent risk in making it this way because, again, right, like we know some of the guys that are projected to be at the top of this draft class, and you could definitely see how they would really kind of tilt the scale in Indiana's favor if they were able to bring one of those guys in, and kind of prolong what they believe is kind of like their window of contention. But overall, I mean, I do like it. I mean, I like it for Indiana. I'm hoping that they can have their cake and eat it too. I really do hope that they can keep their pick this year. But I mean, again, same thing. You look at kind of like the landscape of the East. I think they have every reason to believe that they have an opportunity to be competitive again. Like, and by competitive, like a true contender in the East next season. Again, a term that we like to use a lot. I think Zubac is the exact kind of force multiplying center, right, that they need, right? I mean, they've had a lot of nice play finishing centers, a lot of like high flyers, but I do think they need more of a low post interior presence, someone who can be, a factor on both ends. I think Zubac has proven he can do that. See no reason why he wouldn't pair well with a nice, healthy Tyrese Halliburton. But it'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting to see, what the lotto gods have in store for Indiana.
So I have on the screen, we also have another trade to announce. But real quick, Jonathan Wasserman said 52% chance that pick being top 4. So it's basically 50-50, just about, in terms of whether Indiana or the Clippers will get that pick. So Shams Charania says the Charlotte Hornets are trading Tyus Jones, who they acquired yesterday, to Dallas for Malachi Branham. I don't know if that's just straight up, I'm assuming. Like, it doesn't say anything about a pick. Charlotte might be doing it just to open the trade exception, honestly.
Okay.
So that's worth noting. And then here's
Draymond traded.
Here's a little tidbit from Chris.
9 lives, baby. 9 lives.
Chris Haynes said before the Ivica Zubac deal, the Pacers made a run at Utah Jazz center Walker Kessler, offered a package highlighted by 2 unprotected first-round picks. It was declined and Pacers pivoted to Zubac.
But I said that earlier, that I didn't like the fit of Jackson, Markkanen, and Kessler. Something has to give there at some point. So I'm not surprised they went after Kessler.
I don't know if some point is going to be the next 20 minutes or not.
I don't think it's going to be either, for what that's worth. By the way, I will break more news.
Sure.
So the Bucks and Suns expanded that deal, that Nick Richards deal. So now Ousmane Dieng is going to Milwaukee, and Nick Richards is now going to Chicago.
Bye.
There's
your center, Chicago.
A little bit more, and I know Corbin loves Nick Richards so much.
Burn in hell. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
So
Chicago got their big man, the one big man they always have.
That deal did get expanded. I don't know how much it's going to impact anything, but it's just a technicality there.
Anthony Slater tweeted, Draymond Green will remain with the Warriors through the deadline. He was involved in Giannis conversation that never gained traction, but part of the pivot plan to include Kristaps Porzingis includes the idea of complementing Draymond Porzingis' front court skill sets.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I were to still be like an optimistic, like to hold, well, I don't say hope, but if there was to a sliver of belief that the Warriors could make a play for Kawhi, right? They need about, $43 million in salary? So that's basically Porzingis and Moses Moody.
But they can't. Well, I guess they didn't finalize their Porzingis deal. They can't aggregate Porzingis if they do the separate deals, but they could expand it as a multi-team deal if they didn't finalize Porzingis deal yet.
Yeah. I mean, I have not gotten the Warriors notification with him in the Photoshopped Warriors jersey yet. So it is not technically official, but it's interesting. I mean, I would imagine, that they will trade Kawhi. I mean, I suppose you could do it
in the next 20 minutes.
I'm sure, I'm sure like these discussions have already been had. Once they pulled the trigger on Harden, I think they were, taking calls on all their players, really. I mean, well, all their veteran players, I should say.
So, Conrad, would you trade Porzingis, Moody, and let's just say DeAnthony Melton with, I guess, 1 first-round pick, because I think Kawhi's value is a little depreciated?
I would swap out Melton for another minimum.
So you're shipping out poor little Gui Santos?
Actually, no, I would not swap out Gui either.
I mean, I know you're not putting.
I would expand it. I would expand it. And take on more of their salary if I had to.
Well, the issue is Golden State can't send out more than they take in because they're a first apron team.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'd take on a little bit more of them to send out somebody
give like
else.
4 or something.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And frankly, well, I mean, in this point, we're giving up. I mean, yeah, I would still do it. I'd still do it. If there was a combination, which I'm sure there could be to do it, I would do it. But I think part of one of, not maybe the reason, but one of the reasons for moving off of Buddy Hield was, again, to be able to open up the mid-level exception next season, next off season, right? To be able to bring back DeAnthony Melton. I know they really covet him, and rightfully so. Not only has he regained, like, come back to form, but I mean his impact is definitely felt.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see here. We have 17 minutes left until the trade deadline. Sometimes
Lakers do something.
What are you talking about?
Corbin's
If we walk away here,
You got Luke
Let me-
Kennard.
no, I'm sorry,
I
Conrad.
could
As
like
a Warriors
totally
fan,
weird
that
out.
might
I'm
be.
serious. Luke Kennard and Corey Kispert are on the top of my do not touch them list. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. No, I just, like I said, if this is my thing. Are the Lakers like right now? They're not a championship contender, right? They're not. Like they're maybe a Western Conference Finals dark horse, depending on the matchups and injuries, but they're not. This team, are you punting it? Because if you walk away with just Luke Kennard, that's a soft punt to me. You don't have enough shooting, even with Luke Kennard. You don't have enough athleticism on the wings. You have like 4 different power forwards. Like, what is the end game? If it's just rolling with what this is, we've seen exactly what this Lakers team looks like when faced with superior athleticism, better rebounding, more effort, and when their shot doesn't go down. Like, we've seen what that looks like, and it's ugly. When the Lakers lose, they lose. And you're making, I mean, like, you're bringing in a guy.
SOLE?
Yeah, I spelled it out.
What's the E stand for?
That's how you spell.
No, he was spelling lose.
I was spelling lose.
I'm dyslexic. I heard SOLE. I thought you were saying shit out of luck. I'm like, what the hell does the E stand for?
Oh, shit out of luck, exactly. No, I'm kidding. So no, but like, no, that's what they do. And I'm like, what do you? Again, you have a team where there's probably LeBron's last year's Laker. Yes, Luka is 26, but like, this is a team that you can make some moves to get better. I think you could say marginally better. Really more shuffling out lawn chairs between Gabe Vincent and Luke Kennard. And if Gabe's not hitting his shots, then it's like the exact same thing. So that's what I'm looking at. I want to ask you, Conrad, what are the Warriors doing? This is it.
I mean, right now it's again. If they don't do anything, if they don't do anything in the next 15 minutes, they've essentially like punted on this season,
which is wild for a 38-year-old Steph Curry.
It is. It is. It absolutely is. But the thing is that they. In the 2 transactions that they made, the two deals that they made, right? Buddy Hield and Kuminga for Porzingis, and then Trace Jackson Davis to Toronto for the Lakers, 2nd round pick, right? They've given up no draft capital, which has basically been the theme of the last 6-7 years. Where again,
6-7.
Well, yeah, I didn't even intentionally mean to do that. But yeah, they are, again, they're hoarding. They're trying to hoard all of their future draft capital with, at this point, a pipe dream that they can make a play for Giannis. I still think that they really believe that they can make a play for him in the offseason. And frankly, I don't know, man. Like, I respect the hell out of them. You offered him everything, as you offer them, being the Bucks. You offered him everything that we had available. I don't blame them, one bit for that. Cool. And the Bucks said, no, it's not appealing. So I fail to see how this will be a more enticing offer in the summer, but okay. But that's the thing, right? Like, now in hindsight, you see how much, say, like Anthony Davis went for. You see what a Jaren Jackson Jr. went for. I hate that the Warriors front office, they're playing it off as if there just weren't any better, like there weren't any other appealing options. BS. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road, and this is where we are. So I don't know. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm going to give them the next 13 minutes to see if they make some kind of follow-up move or expand the Kuminga trade and maybe get like a Kawhi or something. And that would make sense, right? Again, is that put you in contender status? No, but at least you're competing, because right now you didn't get better. That's for damn sure. I mean, I guess you added a 2nd round pick, and to their credit, they do pretty well in the 2nd round, but
I put the shade back up on the screen because I think it's funny that every deal the Sixers, both deals the Sixers have made, they said, they need the flexibility to convert Don Ball to a standard contract. That's what the rationale was for McCain. Now they move off Eric Gordon, and the rationale is, we need the flexibility to convert Don Barlow, which makes you think Don Barlow's asking for more than a minimum this year because they had the money after the McCain deal to do it. So that was something I thought was worth noting. Indiana aside, we have 12 minutes left. Shout out to Josh again. Josh nailed the Zubac trade straight on. We had that in the comments earlier. I'm just looking forward to right now. Josh said earlier, Matthew and Jackson, 2 first-year about to give up for one of the best centers in the league. He nailed the trade spot on. Now Josh is asking, which trade that hasn't happened yet do you expect to get done? At this point, I know I was going to say, do we see Ja or Sabonis or Kawhi? Someone get moved to the next 12 minutes so we don't anticipate, or do we think we're done?
I mean,
I still
so chaotic.
I still think Ja gets traded. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there was that report yesterday. What the F does Memphis care about what he prefers? Right? Like,
one of my buddies who's actually watching stream right now is a Grizzlies fan. He just texted me, Ja not getting traded, WTF.
See, I mean, like, dude, there are the reports already that, like, to be fair, some teams are saying that they would like a pick attached to Ja to take him off their hands. I mean, like, okay, I understand that. But I mean, at this point, the asking price for him is going to be relatively low. I think that, again, I don't think the Bucks should do it, but given that they've decided that they want to continue building around Giannis, they want to be buyers. I think they should. They should in the sense if that is their prerogative, but but we'll see. Other than that, again, as soon as Harden was traded, I thought Kawhi would get traded. So that's why we got 10 minutes to see if that does happen.
I mean, the crazy part is Miami's the only team in the Eastern Conference that hasn't made a trade.
I know, right?
I'm waiting for Miami to do something. I know they're in on Morant.
What if Miami is about to acquire Morant and Kawhi?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say
Sabonis
and put anything past Pat Riley
and Giannis.
But I think Miami has an idea of what superstar they want. I think they want a guy who doesn't have any off the court problems and stuff like that. But like,
well, either Kawhi or John Morant
fit that bill, right? So I think the guy they want is Giannis, and they're willing to just wait it out, and then they don't get him. And this has been the problem with Miami for the last few years. Has been they wait for the guy they want, and then they don't get him. This happens all the time with them since LeBron and them left.
To be fair, Kawhi's off the court issues aren't, I would say, like character related, like John Morant. So Kawhi just might be a scumbag who wants to do backdoor dealing.
Sure. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Pat Riley had Dwayne Wade, who obviously, is, not really had any issues, but like Kawhi had his issues, right, with the off the court stuff. Jaws had his issues. Like, they want Giannis. They're not getting him now. They're probably not getting him in the summer. I don't know what Miami's doing. It sounds like they're just sitting and waiting and hoping that one of these clean superstars wants to go there, and nobody wants to go there. It's just the reality. So they've got to pivot somehow, I think, away from that sentiment and just, if they fall in your lap, they fall in your lap type deal. Like if Giannis says, hey, I want to go play in Miami and Miami only, okay, then you work around that. But this notion that, we only want certain guys, you're going to be sitting there all day at the altar. That's my issue. Miami.
We have 8 minutes left. Again, there's occasional trades that may be announced after 3 p.m. It's just, I believe it just needs to be called into the league office by probably 2:59.
Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Yeah. They have to have it in writing in the email or wherever by 2:59.
What was the deal that happened a couple years ago where the trade didn't get done in time because they? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah.
The trade that was done and reported, and then they couldn't get the paperwork in league office in time, so it didn't go through. I forget what the trade was, though. I don't remember, but I remember that situation happening. Corbin, maybe this time around the Lakers get Kawhi because he spurned them for the Clippers once.
I'll offer just Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect in a second. That's it. No, I'm just kidding. Money don't even work on that. I'm being funny, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. I'm good. The Kawhi saga. We don't need losers on our team.
Well,
you're out of your mind.
I saw he's done with the Clippers.
I mean,
they've won, but like
the way
they've
I
won
see it
more.
is, if you wanted Giannis, you better call the Clippers for Kawhi Leonard. Like if you're Miami, if you're if you're I don't think Golden State's going to do it. No offense, Conrad, but Golden State I think would make the phone call.
Conrad's very offended.
Yeah,
Grr.
no. Right. I think if you were in on the Giannis sweepstakes, you now know he's going to be in Milwaukee at least for the next few months, and if you really want to star, I think you got to call the Clippers and see what the deal is with Kawhi.
Corbin would absolutely trade right now Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, Maxi Kleber, and a first for Kawhi Leonard.
And if the Clippers do that, they're dumb. But yes, I agree.
I mean, it'll just be the financial flexibility of getting off the contract.
Right.
Of an often heard player. I mean, Kawhi's having a career year. So it'd have to probably still be like not a fake first. Like it's still probably be an unprotected Lakers first. Right. Probably when they're able to move. Right. We have 6 minutes left.
I am curious. Like, the Clippers were such an old team. Yeah, the Clippers
like refreshing. Like he's like vigorously refreshing.
Like the Clippers were such an old team. And the fact that they get the draft pick with the weird protections is interesting. Or maybe they'll get it. Who knows? I'm just very curious to see what the Clippers do now because obviously they trade Harden. They get Benedict Mathurin, who's due a huge deal. I don't even know if they're going to pay Mathurin. Who knows? And then they get this weird protection. They're fascinating. I'm curious to see what they do, if they do anything in the next 5 minutes. I don't know if they will.
Los Angeles Clippers aren't moving Kawhi Leonard, according to Chris Haynes.
Well, that's stupid.
I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone is shocked sitting here. So
they'll take their punishment like they should.
Yeah, I'm just curious what they're going to do. If they do anything else or if it's just, okay, we moved Zubac, we moved Harden. And
Kawhi only wanted to go to a team that would circumvent the salary cap for him.
Oh, the Knicks will do that.
I'm sure a lot of teams would.
Circumvent
the salary cap.
Been there, done that.
There's no way C-Bomb was the only one.
Yeah, come on.
They just didn't have the opportunity to do it. Other teams. Okay. This was fun. We have 5 minutes left till the deadline. We're probably going to go until 3:30. So we have one more guest who hasn't joined us yet that will be joining us in about 5 to 10 minutes. In terms of deadlines, like not today specifically, but in general, like we had so many trades go down since Saturday. Like this was like what could we say, a historic NBA trade deadline?
Yeah.
Like we had Jaren Jackson Jr., James Harden, Darius Garland, Kristaps Porzingis, Anthony Davis, Ivica Zubac. Like so many big names and impactful players were moved. Even like DeAndre Hunter, Keon Ellison, Schroeder, Lonzo Ball. Like there were just a lot of role players in general moved. Yeah. So Nikola Vucevic, Anthony Simons. Again, I know a lot of these were Kobe White, Jared McCain. I know a lot of these were financially based, but still some useful players that were moved.
Gabe Vincent. I had to throw that out there. Sorry, Corbin.
I'm in such a. I just snapped out of it with that, so thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm refreshing still.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, obviously, there's going to be trades that trickle, and then I'm just hoping something big happens. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be Kawhi Leonard, according to Chris Haynes.
No.
I mean, overall, the scope of this entire trade deadline, I mean, whether I agree with the moves or not, I definitely respect like how proactive a lot of these front offices have been, especially, again, the ones that we didn't think would be, like real, like actual buyers or sellers, not just simply facilitators, right? Because again, the NBA trade deadline, the draft, free agency, those are all inflection points. I think front offices, you need to maximize each window. And I like the idea of certain teams using this trade deadline, even if they are not currently a competitive team, using it to set themselves up for that next inflection point. So again, like the Wizards, the Jazz. Like I definitely commend them for what they're doing. Well, obviously time will tell to see if those moves work out. But again, right, like kind of just sitting back and waiting to be reactive to what other teams do. Very rarely, right, are you really going to kind of get ahead or get any kind of advantage. So I like that these teams maximize the flexibility that they had, whether that's roster cap, flexibility, to try to find ways to make moves either big or on the margins.
Corbin, any final thoughts before you sign off?
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I'm not signing off until there's another trade. So no, I'm just kidding. I will say, I mean, Conrad spoke so eloquently. I'm not going to have a whole lot to offer there. I think this trade deadline was definitely interesting. We saw a lot of deals get done earlier. Obviously, cap ramifications, some surprises came down. Teams, willing to take some chances here. Didn't see as many aggressive, contention level teams really loading up as I was hoping for. But hey, a lot to break down. Also, I don't know. I guess I'm still shocked if this is all the Warriors did. I'm still shocked if this is all the Wolves did. I mean, like there's a few teams I expected to be a lot, and they were. I guess the Giannis sweepstakes kind of had everyone in the grip for a while. That's kind of what I said earlier. But the way it looks as if it was the Giannis sweepstakes was all anyone had their mind on, and there wasn't really a plan B. Hence, like, okay, we'll go Ayo Sumu, even though we had a chance to get Kobe White if you're Minnesota. And then Milwaukee, obviously, I mean, not Milwaukee, but Golden State, obviously, like, that's what it is. And then the Lakers, fine. Like, there's not a whole lot. There wasn't a whole lot expected. I expected more, but as you can see me decked out in the purple and yellow, I'm slightly delusional about them. So it's what it is. Look forward to see how these teams kind of shake out in the future. I guess the most intriguing teams to me will be moving forward are the ones that traded their starting point guards, the Cavs and the Clippers. Obviously, the Clippers made more moves, but both teams, I'm looking forward to seeing how they look with these pieces moving forward. Cavs obviously in a win now mode, and I guess the Clippers maybe too.
Yeah. So I just saw a tweet that said the Chicago Bulls have made 7 deals this season, which shout out to Mo, because in the mock trade deadline every year he makes like 8 or 9 trades for the Bulls.
All right.
So shout out to them. Corbin, we appreciate you joining us. There will be no Domantas Sabonis trade. He's sticking in Sacramento, sources say, per Jake Fisher.
Oh, sorry. That's the team I forgot. The freaking Kings didn't do anything outside of move Keon Nelson, Dennis Schroeder. So Westbrook, DeRozan, Levine would have been hard to move. Nobody? That's crazy.
Pad those stats, baby. Pad those stats.
Sacramento. Come on.
First of all, we have James McCurley in the back right now. He is a Kings guy. Laughing. I actively see him. So I'm going to add him. Whoa.
This is like you.
Whoa, he is. Let me see. How do I get? Uh-oh. There we go.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Corbin, feel free. I know we said you go to a 3. If you want to stay on, feel free at this point in the home stretch.
Okay, I'll hang for a bit to hear this. I am curious. Please. Apologies.
So, where do you want me to start here? Because there's
Wherever you want.
Hunter, and how good it is the basketball.
I guess the problem here is that there wasn't a lot because like people just knew it couldn't be like this. But I mean, here we are. And it was one thing seeing Scott acting quickly to like correct something he did, but the fact that he had to use Keon, which ideally could have like greased some sort of groove to get off one of these other guys, it's just bad process all around, And then like they were so loud about asking for a first the whole time. And it's pretty like the market's pretty well defined for guys who have like 1 year left or 2 years left. And I think Memphis ran into the same thing with Ja. Like, you're not getting much. You may have to give something up with Sabonis. Like, they were asking for a first. And our mock deadline thing, I got 3 seconds for him. I was thrilled. Like, I didn't have to give up anything for him. He's someone else's problem. Such a niche fit. And at 29, like, he's not going to be the guy that takes us into the next era. Like, there's no easy way to tear it down with where they are right now. It's going to suck. There's going to be some blowback. You kind of just got to face that. Like, Memphis has done a good job of, like, selling earlier on their guys, I guess. But, like, that's – the Kings haven't done that. They've waited too long. They're in this position with things they're far too underwater with. So I'm trying to see what else we got here. I mean, if they had the Middleton deal, that's a great way to do it. If it was going to go to Washington, that would have been awesome. That was my mock deadline one. Like, clear those books, get to do it your way. You can at least sell people on a vision there. Because now, we traded the contract. The first one's got signed that said, yeah, he was our top priority over the summer. Great. We got the FIBA legend with Keon, who was bungled from top to bottom. I've spilled a ton of ink over that one. And for a 28-year-old wing who's like having one of the worst seasons of his career, like, I don't know. He's great in theory. And like, if you got him 2 years ago when we were doing the beam team run, he would have been great with Keegan. But like, I don't really see what the point of that is now. And with one more year at like a pretty not small number for what he is now too, there's no good way about it. Like, unless they were going to attach capital to get off the guys, which obviously they didn't, like, they're looking at being like the worst first apron team we've ever seen next year. And that's just a crazy thing to say out loud. So that's the Kings specific part of all this.
Okay. I guess we're just, wow.
Yeah, it was like Middleton and a pick was like the Washington offer. Take that. Like, the one thing Scott's done well so far is like more or less he's 3 for 3 on the draft last year. Like Cardwell, a find. Reno kind of hitting a wall. But, Clifford actually getting a run. They remembered he exists after they traded some guys. Like, he's been pretty good. So, like, get that pick, bet on yourself, or you get 30 and someone wants to come in because it's a hot draft, everyone likes it. Trade out, stockpile, because they're woefully lean on seconds right now, too, which is a good way to get off some of this money. Like, people are talking about the second they gave up with Schroeder and Ellis wasn't that valuable. Well, first, they gave one up in the first place. Like, what are we doing here? But that's what you do to get off bad money is like, you use one of those to get off a little bit of the cap, or you use a couple of them to get off even more of the cap. Like,
yeah, I'm as someone that follows, I'm heartbroken for you as someone follows the Kings. As a guy who has many guys on that team who I like, I just don't like them there. And at first, I'm not gonna lie, I think Conrad knows. People listen to indie basketball. I was like, you know what? In a weird way, maybe this could work. But this is where my comic book mind went, because like multiple Earths, just not the one we're on. And we're seeing.
Is that an Earth where there's only one team and it's the Kings?
And it's the Kings, and they all refined the Fountain of Youth from their 2016 heyday.
I was going to say the Eagles 5 years ago or something. Or 10.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they'd be owning. Oh my gosh, super squad. But I was like, okay, well, worst. That was rough. That was not fun. Like, they didn't even lose in good ways. They just lost, right? Like, 5 of 29 from 3. Game over at the end of the third. But fine. They're going to take the trade deadline and kind of move some guys. Levine will probably be stuck around. I didn't expect what transpired.
I don't think the front office did either. I think they were hit with a bucket of cold water reality on how hard it is to move stars that aren't like Jaren Jackson. Like getting 3 for him is awesome. But like Trey was 0 picks. I think that right there should have told him, ooh, okay, this might be harder than we thought it was going to be. That's the exact Levine contract right there. So like, if you had heard rumblings that Trey's market was that cold, you should have tried to like jump on Milwaukee when they were desperate and even sniffing around Levine. I think that would have been the way to go. Or at least something like that. You just had to find a team that was as desperate, which it's hard to do.
Yeah.
But that was the one, Milwaukee, I thought. Or when Washington was willing, obviously, to like do the expirings and be the dumping ground. Because in an ideal world, in a year or 2, you're off these, and you are that team now, like running that treadmill of farming for bad contracts, and like then you can eventually cash in like Utah did, or like Washington has done right now. Like that was my like macro takeaway from this whole deadline is like watching those teams who are just like, yep, give us a second on that guy. We'll just cobble it all. And then they kind of like pushed it together, like AD, Trey, with none of their own capital gone. Like you're hedging other people's futures. Like that's the way to do it. It's very clear which teams are like paying attention to this and which aren't. So that was fun for me to see, I think.
Brooklyn
No
Nets
way.
will Cam Thomas.
Cam Thomas, you are a Laker. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
It just shows you, again, I said this a while ago, but, these ball dominant players, it just shows you that like a lot of teams have no interest in these. I mean, Sacramento would know better than anyone about it. Yep.
One down.
You would know. But I'm just saying, like, Cam Thomas was a guy who, was a really good scorer for Brooklyn last year. This guy puts the ball in the basket, but it just shows you these teams have no interest in these ball dominant guys who think they're number one options when they're not, and now he's waived. He'll get to obviously, pick where he wants to go. And I'm sure so he's going to get picked up. He's too talented of a scorer. I still think at the end of the day, he's better off the bench as a sixth man. I've said that for a while. I don't think he wants that role, but I don't think he may have a choice if he wants to play on a contender, a contending team. If he wants to play in a team like in a losing situation, which again, most of these teams are going to be tanking anyway for the draft. But a team that's like middle of the road in the draft that needs a scoring guard, I think it would make sense. But I can understand why Brooklyn did what they did.
Okay, so yeah, it's 3:08 at this point. It seems like there's no more
now, guys.
Yeah, I would say it's probably done at this point.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Corbin.
Appreciate you, Conrad. Good seeing you, James, Andrew, Steven. Take care, y'all.
Always.
Thank you, Corbin.
Luke Kennard, baby.
So Chris Haynes just tweeted, "No trades materialized for the Sacramento Kings, and held on to Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Malik Monk." So
Yeah, we're aware of that. I mean, like,
Thank you.
I just,
wanted to clarify.
Here's my thing with Sacramento. Steven knows this. My list of players that I don't think can win championships is very long. Sacramento literally has most of them. When you talk about Zach LaVine, DeRozan, I think about DeRozan for a second. He was in Toronto. They get Kawhi Leonard. They win a title. He leaves San Antonio. They get Wembanyama. I just feel bad for the guy, honestly. But I'm so fascinated why they didn't move Sabonis. I don't really get it. I would have moved him today. I don't understand why they just decided, okay, we're going to stick with him, because at this point, you're not winning. So I don't really understand that move unless they just didn't get the value maybe they were hoping for, and maybe they were too high on a price. I'm not 100% sure.
So I believe yesterday, I apologize because I forget who tweeted it, but I think somebody tweeted that Washington was discussing Sabonis and Anthony Davis. Obviously, Washington then pivoted to AD.
Right.
And then I remember seeing later in the day that talks between Toronto and Sacramento for Sabonis have stalled out. So again, I apologize. I don't remember who tweeted those. So that was yesterday. I thought talks would, one, I didn't know if it was accurate, but also I thought that talks would pick back up today. I don't know if they did, but clearly, I guess Sacramento values. It could have been Toronto not even being able to find a taker for Jakob Poeltl, and Sacramento saying, "We're not taking him." That's a possibility as well.
Right.
Yeah, I do think it was that. I think it was Zach Kleiman and Bobby Webster on there being like, "Scott, if you want to get off this, you got to do something here, as in give a pickup, help Memphis keep speed running this rebuild right here." And he's probably like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize it was going to be like this for Poeltl. If we're not taking him, then we have to make him someone else's problem. It costs something to do that."
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I had said, I said earlier that Memphis, I thought should have blew up in the summer. And I thought Sacramento should have done the same. They should have just blown the whole thing up in the summer, tank for this draft, with all those great players coming out of college. And it just looks like, once again, they are stuck doing what they always do.
I'm not going to defend Sacramento, but I don't think it's kind of to what James was saying earlier. It's forget even the optics of it or any potential emotional attachments fans may have to any of these players. I don't think it's easy to blow up this team because, again, you need to find someone to take them, which is why I love what James did in our mock draft, because I was talking to the guys. I was like, this to me was realistic. I think Sabonis, LaVine, if they're going to get any draft compensation for them, right, it's going to be second round picks, right? Or heavily fake first rounders, right? And they'll probably have to take on some undesirable contracts as well. However, right, just not as long-term money. I was really hoping again, I'm a Pacific Division rival, but still, right? If I were working for the Kings, I was hoping Toronto would bite. But then, yeah, it looks like the Jakob Poeltl thing was kind of troublesome. However, I did see at one point there were those reports that the Kings showed interest in RJ Barrett.
It's hot today too.
Yeah, I was just thinking okay, when you're trying to deal away distressed assets, in all likelihood, you're going to have to accept returning some kind of distressed asset in return. I was hoping that the Kings could kind of find some balance, or the type of distressed asset that you believe, whatever, your coaching staff, your team's quote unquote infrastructure, you have the ability to kind of rehabilitate those guys. like, because what you guys were talking about earlier about like Cam Thomas, the league saying, right, the current trends are that score first guards that have no passing or defensive equity are not desirable, right? Jordan Poole, even Anthony Simons, right? When they were traded in the summer, their previous teams had to attach draft capital to get off of them. In the Celtics, hey, look at that. They kind of revamped Simons' image or, kind of stock around the league. I was kind of hoping that would be the idea with the Kings, that maybe, they could do something like that. And two, I will defend one guy. DeRozan, I don't think he's necessarily like a loser or a losing player. Like, I give him all the credit in the world. Like, when he got to San Antonio, he truly did change his game. It's the rest of the team. I mean, it was an aging cast who then eventually left. Then he's playing with a bunch of young guys, like a very young Derek White and a young Johnson. The point being, though, is after he left San Antonio, right, went to Chicago, then they allowed him to revert to his old ways.
Yeah.
That's where it got bad. I was hoping that maybe he would kind of, but that's the thing with these Kings players. None of them have kind of hit that point in their career where they realize, wait, I need to kind of adjust my game in order to, be a little bit more conducive to winning. I don't know.
That was the problem leading up to this deadline too, is that none of them help each other.
Right.
So it's like the sum is so much less than all the parts.
Yeah.
You're not saying right there, like individually, like I think there's no debate. Like they're still like talented offensive players.
Yeah.
But
I like how you added offensive there. But yeah.
Do you think the Warriors were at all interested in him, in DeRozan? Because that seemed like it could have been a nice pivot for you after Jimmy's.
I mean, again, I'd kind of talked myself into it in the sense that, like, okay, I could definitely understand the fit. I don't think they were interested. I don't know if it was necessarily just like DeRozan straight up, or that. Like, it'd have to be like a variation of supposedly what the offer was in the summer, right? Which was like a protected first, and instead of, I believe, who did they offer in the summer? Monk. Instead of Monk, it'd be DeRozan.
Yeah.
Like, I could kind of understand that, right? But I don't know. Like, again, like, I'm as equally frustrated. Well, I don't know if I'm frustrated. Definitely disappointed in the Warriors. I mean, like, you just kind of punted a season when.
I was gonna say that was in my notes. I'm like, getting a Porzingis right now, like, given how he's played or hasn't played, like, what exactly? I mean, free from Kuminga, and I'm thrilled that wasn't for me. But like, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I was telling the guys earlier. Like, again, had Jimmy not gone down, this makes sense. I'm one of those people. One of those Warrior fans. I really don't believe that the amount of discourse around Jonathan Kuminga is anywhere near proportional to his talent, or impact as an NBA player. So again, from that kind of perspective, definitely, I'm okay that they've moved on. Good luck to him. But with the Porzingis thing, like, again, it makes sense. Like, this is definitely the player archetype that would complement Steph and even Jimmy really well. But I'm a little bit more conservative in situations like this. Like, Jimmy is at the very least going to be out half of next season. And even when he comes back, you really don't know, like, just how effective he'll be. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I think it's irresponsible of the Warriors front office to be banking on a guy coming off of an ACL injury, especially at his age. So that's why I kind of was preferring that, okay, if Giannis is not going to happen, like, this is what I think infuriates a lot of Warriors fans, myself included, is that they act as if there just aren't any other appealing options. Like, there's no reason why, even after Jimmy went down, there's no reason why you can't still pursue a Trey Murphy or a Michael Porter Jr. And now that, again, I was telling these Steven and Andrew earlier, now that we've seen what Anthony Davis went for or what Jaren Jackson Jr. went for, the Warriors absolutely could have topped that offer. Like, it's just.
Yeah.
Thanks for the change.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's, again, the fact that they didn't part with any draft picks. If anything, they gained a pick from the Trace Jackson Davis, roster clearing spot. I mean, like, they're doing it again. They're doing it. I've been saying it like all day today. They're just kicking the can down the road, chasing a pipe dream. In my opinion, it's a pipe dream at this point. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And I would agree, if that's how Giannis feels, this does not make sense for me to go to Golden State. I agree with him. Like, I don't, so yeah.
So,
By the way, Scott Perry did draft RJ Barrett in New York.
And DeAndre Hunter was taken right after him, so I'm sure he spent a ton of time scouting him. So it's assembling the pre-draft workout guys like Infinity Stones there, I think.
Yep. Oh yeah. Sorry, Steven. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just gonna say, I don't think Boston ended up getting out of the tax after all that. They had to dump one more guy. It was only reported they dumped Boucher and Minot. There's no Shireman, no Xavier Tolman. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear in the next, 10 minutes, Boston actually dumped one of them. They didn't get out. So they did all this. They moved Porzingis. They moved Holiday. They moved Simons. They making all these moves to still not get. There's no way unless they just fumble the paperwork somewhere.
Right.
So I'm interested to see if that happened because there's no way Boston did all that to not get out of the tax. So we'll have to see.
I do think the buyout market's interesting.
Buyout market's gonna have a lot of guys.
It's gonna be active. It's gonna be an active market.
My guy Haywood Highsmith, man, I knew it. Watch, that's gonna be Steve Kerr's first call. Like, hey man,
probably.
I will say
that's his type of player.
Jones was moved to Dallas, so he's likely won't be on the buyout market anymore. It was reported Charlotte might buy him out. Now that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. We have Lonzo Ball, Mike Conley, probably Chris Middleton, D'Angelo Russell.
Chris Boucher was just bought out.
Chris Boucher was already bought out.
Pat Connaughton.
Yeah. I don't know if Pat Connaughton can still play.
People like dunks.
None of these guys are that attractive. Honestly, if I'm a GM.
Did you see his max vertical at the combine?
Great. Good for him.
Cam Thomas.
Why he got drafted.
Right. Cam Thomas is the one guy I think will probably garner a ton of interest just because of his ability to score. But like
the Bucks are going to sign Cam Thomas and be like, okay, Giannis, you could stay now.
I mean, maybe. I mean,
they might do it. It's not going to do anything, but maybe in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, D'Angelo Russell's interesting because he's kind of bounced around a lot, and he's a guy that I think the reputation just isn't there for D'Lo. I just don't know if there's going to be a high-level market for a guy like that, to be honest with you. I wouldn't personally sign him, but I don't know.
James, let me ask you something, because I've been having like these discussions with like these guys, like, these last several months, just kind of thinking of like roster building philosophy. When we talk about like opportunity costs, it's always like, okay, well, if I use this draft pick on this player, I don't draft this other player. If I use this cap space on this guy, I'm not signing this other guy. But for me, I've been heavily factoring in time now with regards to opportunity costs. Time in terms of the time that's going into one player at the expense of another. Like, now that we know for a fact DeRozan, Levine, Sabonis, they're not going. I mean, what do you think, like, is the direction here? Like, especially with Doug Christie. I mean, like, is he... do you play him? You keep playing him? Do you shut him down for the season? Because at a certain point, like, right, we want to see at this point, we want to see Cardwell get more minutes. You want to see Reynaud get more minutes, and Nick Clifford, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not ready to give up on Devin Carter. Like, so I'm curious, like, what do you think then? Like, the rest of the season is for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, Scott's lack of attachment to anything from prior regime was shown like immediately when he signed Dennis and pretty much kicked Devin Carter to the curb. Like, everyone wanted to see him. Everyone was kind of excited because last year was kind of a wash for him when he missed the first like 5 months, played like 30 games. Then they signed Russ and Dennis and just bury him and never see him, even in the blowouts, like nothing. So we saw him last night. He looked fine. Like, God forbid you give the former lottery pick a little bit of run, but there's absolutely an opportunity cost in investing in something like this. So, like, I think at least going forward, you're going to see like rookie scales or like second round guys. And then, like, I don't know, like Kuminga's deal is like kind of an example, like a 1+1, like just shorter ththings like that, not locking yourselves into something crazy all the time anymore. Jalen Green with his rookie extension, I think that was a 2+1.
Yeah.
Like the first ever, but I do think we'll see more of those just in case, because teams like to walk the line, keep the optionality. You're not just going to say, here's 5 years, 22-year-old kid. You might be great, but If not, then this turns into like a Jordan Poole right now, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I don't know a lot about Jordan Poole.
I'm honestly surprised Jordan Poole's not in Sacramento. To be honest with you, the way they operate.
Pretty Kings player, and those
know.
two would do trades together, wouldn't they?
I know.
Dumars and Poole go way back.
Oh yeah.
Mike Conley was just bought out, by the way, by the Hornets, so he will. I think I heard rumblings that Minnesota would bring him back now that they're able to. But yeah, so he'll be one of the guys on the buyout market.
Were you surprised that Minnesota didn't do more?
I think it was a good move. And if they weren't going to do the Giannis thing, which already was like kind of crazy for them, I thought like that's a good get. I don't know what more they could have really done.
Once they got out of the tax, which again is like they had repeater tax concerns. So like once Giannis wasn't going to happen, I think they did with what they don't have any assets, you know. They have, let's see how many seconds. They have 3 seconds left, and they traded 4 seconds to get to Sunmu. So they came in working with 7 second-round picks to get out of the tax. Well, I guess they traded a second or two to get off Mike Conley, so maybe 8 or 9 seconds. No first. So I guess they did what they had to do. I am concerned about the message that's sent to Anthony Edwards. Like, hey, look, we just went to back-to-back conference finals, but we're going to prioritize getting out of the tax, you know? I do think that could have some repercussion. I like to Sunmu. I would have preferred Kobe White for this roster.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, my follow-up question.
Yeah, Mark Stein did report that they passed on Kobe White because they thought they had a shot at Giannis.
Okay. I mean, I
I
can
don't
understand.
want to misquote him or something along those lines that they basically passed on White and then pivoted to Sunmu after.
Okay. That's no, I mean, it's just that was the thing. Like now that we know again what each guy went for, it's like, well, wait a minute, you could have gone for Kobe White. It seemed like again their lack of a secondary shot creator is a very glaring and more pressing need. So I was kind of surprised that they went for because Dosunmu is more of like an off-ball kind of guy at this point. In the NBA, he's not the on-ball guy he was at Illinois. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. I guess the Rockets, I understand why the Rockets wouldn't want to be as aggressive in terms of making anything, but I thought again they were another team that could have been pursuing some backcourt help or backcourt depth. But yeah, I guess limited flexibility. Well, is it really limited flexibility even after the Kevin Durant move? I don't know. But
do you guys talk about what the Bulls did much yet?
We did. Let's talk more.
It was active. I don't know. I appreciate
7 trades they made.
I mean, they got the market cornered now. They have every guard.
Amazing.
I appreciate it. Like, I think investing in the Ivy RFA was a good one specifically. Like, Dillingham can only go up, I'd say, from like what the Minnesota debacle has been. But like, they have so many guys that need to get minutes now that seem like they should. But like, I don't know how this all looks.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking earlier, I do like Ivy. I just think the problem coming in was his shooting. I always had concerns with his shooting, but he's athletic. He can guard. I mean, he's got the athleticism to play a high NBA role. And I do think it's a guy that probably needed a change of scenery as much as he was from that area. I do think it's something that had to happen. And I love Dillingham. I liked him at Kentucky when he was at school, and I think he's got a lot of upside. It's just in Minnesota, you had so many guys in front of you. That's the problem. And sometimes, you need to go to a rebuilding team like Chicago, who's, let's face it, they're not winning anytime soon. And now he's going to get an opportunity, hopefully, to get to show what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, each transaction that Chicago made, I mean, I think they extracted good value. I'm not as optimistic as the other guys about like how this all comes together. I mean, at some point, maybe they'll probably let some of those guys walk, right? Like this is just kind of like a glorified like tryout period for some of them. And it's cool, right? Like you kind of like, for example, it sounds like they want to like continue working with Ivy, but again, lock in his restricted free agency rights and everything like that. Just okay, cool. But again, a lot of lack of clarity. I mean, I know that you're signaling that you are building around Josh Giddey, I suppose, and Matas Buzelis. these initial moves, at least in my opinion, don't really suggest that you are maximizing Josh Giddey and Matas Buzelis' strengths. But hey, again, as you guys were saying, right? I mean, they're in a stage where I guess they could afford these players the opportunity to kind of work through their issues. But I always am like reluctant about certain things like this because, again, you're saying Rob Dillingham needs time to work through these things. Ivy needs to continue working through these things. Can they truly do that when they're doing it in tandem, or does it actually exacerbate their weaknesses? Right. And that's where I kind of like get a little bit, I'm not as optimistic, or at least not as enthusiastic about those moves. But it's interesting. The Yabusele deal. I mean, I understand they wanted to get off of Dalen Terry, but like, okay. This guy literally said he was considering going back to playing in the EuroLeague or Israel, like, after he gets bought out. I'm like, wait, what?
And now they have him for next year too. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it as a Knicks fan. I really liked it.
Only the Bulls.
Great move, Curtis.
Only the Bulls and maybe, sorry, James, but the Kings would trade for a guy with a $6 million option next year that averages 2.7 points a game for the most part. And again, I'm not a stats guy, but like, that's what it was.
Yeah, but for the Knicks, it worked out because they get, like you said, like Yabusele has the extra year. Dalen Terry.
Well, great for the Knicks. Yeah.
And Dalen Terry got for Alvarado.
They got Yabu and flipped him in 2 seconds for Alvarado, basically.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a great move for the Knicks. I didn't understand that deal for Chicago at all. It's just, I agree with Conrad. I mean, I'm just looking at their roster now, Chicago. They have a lot of guards.
It's insane.
I mean, what I will say, Yabusele, as a guy, as he played for Six last year, he was really good and useful last year. Obviously, he was on a losing team, though. But I think Yabu could still play. And Andrew, we talked about this earlier. Like, he just might not have been a fit with the Knicks.
Yeah, that's what
he was in the Instagram comments like yesterday saying that about Mike Brown's system, and like some fans said, Yabu actually needs to get in the flow of the game and stuff. He's like, "Thank you, man. I appreciate you. That's so true."
But like,
come on.
His value was still low enough that like Chicago should have said, "Fine, we'll take him, but give us a second round pick with him." Like they didn't do that. They got 2 seconds taking on Dario Saric, who's worse than Yabusele, and I know he's expiring, but
wait, where is Dario? Is he in
Detroit?
Detroit. Okay. See, I couldn't remember if he's in Detroit.
Yeah, he got traded twice.
Okay.
I don't think Boston got out of the tax after all that, so they're going to need a repeater tax for.
I'm just still mind blown.
They traded Boucher to the
and
Jazz.
Right. Yeah,
that doesn't get them under? That doesn't get them under?
No, they needed to waive 3 guys. Moved 3 guys. They moved Boucher, Minot. If my math's correct, they needed to either move Tillman, Shireman, or Jordan Walsh, and they didn't. At least not that's been reported.
Interesting.
That would be crazy if they go from second apron, do all that to get out, and then come up just short.
Well,
I'm very fascinated.
Minot actually can play. I'm kind of surprised. Minot, I think can really play. Boucher, I understand. That was easy. He was completely out of the rotation.
No, it was Xavier Tillman was the guy, and it doesn't seem like it happened. At least it wasn't reported anywhere. Also, the Cavs are converting Naquan Tomlin, which you kind of figured they would.
Nice.
I'm surprised how well he's played at the NBA level. I did not see that coming at all, honestly, considering.
George Niang is being waived by the Grizzlies. I know he hasn't played this year, but he's another guy.
Oh my God, Warrior baby! Start right. We have him, man. Santa Cruz Warriors, man. We gave him an NBA career, dude.
And I think Eric Gordon is going to be waived from Memphis as well. It seems like.
No, okay.
Niang was waived to make that roster spot for Eric Gordon, though, for what it's worth.
I like how him being traded and waived today reminded people he's still in the NBA.
But. Okay, so it's 3:32. I don't think we're going to get any other deals coming through. Any final thoughts from anyone?
I would like to hear what you guys thought about the Clippers.
The trade protections are quite interesting.
Yeah.
They're very quirky. I don't think
coin flip if they get that pick or not, basically.
Right. I like the idea of getting away from the old roster and getting younger in that sense, like just understanding like, okay, we're old. We got off to a bad start. We're not winning this year. I I am not a Harden guy. Everyone knows that. I am not a Harden believer. So I'm fine with getting Garland. I'm not I'm not going to sit here and say Darius Garland is going to be the next coming, but he is younger. I think Steve said, what was it, 10 years younger, Steve?
10 years younger.
26, right?
Yeah, 10 years younger.
Yeah.
He still has some good offensive upside. I think he's a really good offensive player. Defensively, he's had some issues, but also been hurt. Zubac, I knew it was going to take. I think we all knew it was going to take a lot to make Zubac happen.
Dude, this guy just.
I'm never leaving.
It's a PR thing with Giannis.
No way.
This guy is ridiculous.
And then at the end of the season, he's going to go, I don't want to play here anymore.
He just said 2 days ago, I'm tired of killing myself to barely get in the playoffs. And now he's posting never leaving.
Dude.
Again, he's my all-time favorite player. But like,
this guy is just
This guy.
This
is
is
like-
trade deadline slop. That's all it was every day.
Seriously, like junior high stuff, man. What's he doing?
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I like how the Clippers kind of got a young backcourt out of like thin air today or this deadline.
Garland and Mathurin, I am excited.
For
I am
Zeke,
like legitimately excited, man.
Yeah, not bad.
I wonder if they're going to sign Mathurin. I take it they will.
they will.
I think I got a ton of space.
I take it they will. I like that interesting duo there. And you still have Kawhi. I mean, whether or not you want to move him, I mean, we'll see how that plays out in the summer. But I actually kind of like what they did. I mean, the draft pick, we'll see. If it hits for them, great. If it doesn't, all right, well, you got Benedict Mathurin and Darius Garland. I mean,
And they'll still have Indiana's unprotected first in 29 and 2031.
Right.
Which, as a Sixers fan, I'm hoping that Pacers pick, Indiana keeps it. Because Sixers have the Clippers first 28 and 29, so the Clippers will be as bad as possible. I don't want them getting a young guy that could develop and be good for them at 28 or 29.
Yeah, but I genuinely actually like what the Clippers did.
Yeah, the oldest team ever, no future. Now they have they're significantly younger and some future in a different team. Like they invested in, Pacers falling apart, Halliburton getting something else happening to him, or.
I mean, again, given as Steven just laid it out there, right, that the Clippers don't necessarily they don't control all their picks in like the next 4 years or so. Like, I mean, bringing in Garland and Mathurin, I mean, not only can they potentially serve as like their future or like a starting backcourt moving forward, but again, has the opportunity for them to kind of get back into their rhythm, right? Kind of, I don't want to say rehab because it's not like they've been like, malcontent or bad players, but really that upside that they showed early on in their respective rookie years or first or second years in the league, I think they'll have the opportunity to kind of recapture some of that momentum. And that's a good way to restock the cupboard. Because again, if they do kind of get back to form, then they can potentially get flipped again and they can start recouping some draft capital. And to a lesser extent, if I recall correctly, Isaiah Jackson was in the deal. I mean, he's made a full recovery. Bigs are a commodity. They're a desirable commodity. Again, you can still get like a second round pick or 2 for him. Like there will be teams that will want him, obviously in the offseason that is. But so, I mean, I think there's probably more reason. I think they should have more optimism about their future than they probably did during that like 4-19 start or whatever it was to the season.
6 and 21, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. We are now over 5 hours, over 2,000 views. Again, we appreciate all of you guys that tuned in, especially those that like spent the whole day playing us while they're working in the background, listening to all shenanigans and things we came up with. One more time, I'm going to put this up on the screen. There you go. But otherwise, we did it. Conrad, should I play it once before we leave?
Not to, but I mean, if you want to.
I was going to give it from last year when De'Aaron Fox was traded. Just for anyone's context.
More PTSD for James, man.
James, you started the show with us last year, didn't you?
Did I open it? I don't remember.
I think you opened it. Was it the deadline or was it the offseason? One of them you opened.
It was probably deadline. I did the Kings offseason one with you though.
Yeah.
Oh, free agency. That's what
Free
I did.
agency. Yeah, you opened the free agency show with me. That's what it was.
So we got to talk Schroeder. 9-1.
And now you never need to talk Shooter again. James, by the way, has been like prefacing the Keon Ellis situation for like last year in terms of like what they should do, make him restricted, unrestricted, all that, and then what to get in the new. And now they gave up a first to get off of him after all that, basically.
It's been exhausting victory lap lately.
The craziest thing, the final thought I'll say is Keon Ellis having to basically attach a second round pick to get off him and Schroeder for DeAndre Hunter is so crazy because of how little salary was. Any contender could have used him and given up multiple second round picks for him. Like the fact that they moved him without getting the value and then also attached the first is a bonkers to me.
Preach to the choir.
Yep. James,
I don't have anything else to add.
James is in his head like, shut the fuck up, Steven. I know. I get it.
You can go to my fucking Substack and read 10,000 words on that if you want. See how I feel about it.
and everyone should please check out. James does great work.
It's good for when you have the random good player who's converted from a two-way. That is exactly how it's going to go if you're a smart team. The Thunder do it every year. It is how their entire bench is built. The Kings said, no, we're not going to do that one. And now we're here.
Is Miami the only team that didn't make a deal?
I know. The team that quote was moving chairs, really.
They think. Or,
but see, they are like, you know, the Eastern Conference version of the Warriors. They're gonna kick down. They're kicking the can down the road because they think now all of a sudden their trade package is a lot more lucrative in the summer. I don't know.
I'm shocked once they said Giannis was going to stay, that Milwaukee did nothing. They got Usman Dieng, that's it. And what's his face from the Suns? Nigel Hayes-Davis.
Wait, where's Nick Richards?
Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Nick Richards. Flipped. They did the Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis trade, and then flipped Richards to Chicago.
Wait, Nigel Hayes-Davis is in Milwaukee?
Is in Milwaukee.
Okay, that feels right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
any college basketball fan will agree that feels right.
Yes. And Nick Richards probably going to start for the Bulls. Him or Jalen Smith, maybe Zach Collins. Either
This
way,
is a good time to end the show.
the fact that Milwaukee just didn't do anything, like after they said Giannis is staying put, like is insane to me.
Yeah,
that's why I think they're going to get a guy like Cam Thomas on the buyout market. But
I don't know how late they knew they were going to do that 180 and tell everyone they were keeping, but like I really thought they were going to pick the phone back up on Levine. Scott,
I thought they were going to do Levine too. I wrote about that when I did my 30-team trade deadline primer. I initially had the Bucks of one of two buyers until a week and a half ago, and they said, "Oh yeah, Shams said Giannis is ready for a new home." Then I pivoted and made them sellers. But I said a guy like Zach LaVine is perfect for that because they could sell it on, oh well, we have an offensive floor when Giannis misses all these games and everything. So I'm actually surprised. Like once it was announced that Giannis wasn't going to be moved, I'm surprised they didn't go after the Zach LaVine type.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Kuzma's been the apple of ownership's eye for years. Scott signed Bobby to the Knicks when he was there. Pretty hand in glove fit.
Yeah. So
none of that happened, of course, though.
Okay. Anything else? Or are we good to sign off?
I think we're ready.
Okay. Andrew, anything you want to promote?
Not really. I mean, just my Twitter, Andrew S. Hoops 2. I'm going to be covering St. John's UConn tomorrow at the Garden.
Ooh.
So
all right.
That I sacrifice my spot for.
Sure. We'll go with that.
Andrew,
I got an acceptance and a denial email at the same time for that.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario.
And then so I emailed them, St. John's, and they said, yeah, the center hub is approved, but only for one spot. You and Andrew figured out between the two of you.
Nice.
He's obviously already up there. I'm not traveling from
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
I live in New York, so it makes more. Yeah, geographically speaking, it was easier for me. But yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. That'll be a great game, obviously, and a lot of NBA scouts, I'm sure, will be sitting there watching guys like Zubi Ejiofor and Solo Ball. Others.
Future Warrior Zubi Ejiofor.
He honestly fits you guys pretty well. So.
Hold on, I have one more tweet to pull up.
Sure.
Zubi Ejiofor.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the Bucks are now trolling as well. As if the Bucks won by not trading Giannis.
Oh my god, these guys are such a bunch of, oh my god, bunch of children. Just a bunch of children. Gosh.
But anyway, James, anything you want to promote before you sign off?
Just my Twitter is James MC with 3 underscores. Find everything there. Vent a lot.
Conrad, how about you?
No, just as always, you can find me on Twitter, X at CP3_777. And then at the top of my profile, you'll see the link to my my main podcast, East Meets West. Just check it out. Love it if you subscribed. And yeah, drop a like, drop a comment. Everything is appreciated.
Then you guys could follow me on Twitter at @the_NBA. That's NBAGELL. Listen to the Bird Rights podcast, where we're going to definitely be doing a couple trade deadline breakdowns over the next couple days. So you could listen to those over the weekend. One and Done, my college basketball podcast, myself and John Simpson, another Center Hub contributor. So go check that out. Otherwise, check out our work at the centerhub.substack.com. You can follow us at the centerhub_BB for all the work we've been doing. Yeah, otherwise, we appreciate you guys. We hit 2,200 people over the last 5 hours. So
pretty much exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I was trying to drag the song another couple minutes.
Nice. Okay.
But yeah, we appreciate you guys tuning in, listening, watching, subscribing, everything, all the above. Myself, James, Andrew, Conrad, everyone else who was gracious enough to spend time with us this Thursday to jump on and talk trade deadline with us. We will talk to you guys soon. Thanks for listening.